that down out towards where forward short leg would be, but there isn't one in there. McManus comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve. Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls short, and Mosley works it into the onside for the first run of the day. It goes out to deep mid-wicket. Save comes off the boundary to retrieve, and that's a single to Mosley. He goes to 21, and it's 143 for 4. Kerrigan gets through his overs at the best of times quickly. We reckon we put the clock on him a couple of years ago, and we had a sub-minute over at Wantage Road, but quite as quick as that here as Barnard facing his first ball of the morning. And Barnard goes onto the back foot, plays it up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Kerrigan in again, bowls to Barnard, who is caught behind, is he? There's an appeal for a catch behind. Not out, says umpire Bailey. It was one of those where they were just, I think, waiting for... Seems as though Kerrigan and Lewis McManus were just waiting for Ed Barnard to walk off, and he didn't. And Rob Bailey says it wasn't out, so there you go. 143 for 4. Kerrigan in again, bowls to Barnard, who covers up, plays defensively just out to the offside. McManus tidies up. End of the first over of the morning, which by my watch took just over a minute. 143 for 4. Barnard is 4. Mosley is 21. One thing Northamptonshire don't want in the situation they're in, Nicky, is to finish up getting an overrate fine. That would be for a slow over. It really would be adding insult to injury.
Oh, it would indeed, but obviously bringing on spinners from both ends always does help just pick up that overrate, and they're -5. It'll be interesting to see how quickly they can bring that back on track, as we're going to have a Rob Keogh from the Birmingham City end. It's a beautiful day here though, isn't it? I've heard you've just had a Indian summer whilst I've been away, and the sun is now shining.
Very, very warm for the last 10 days or so. Yeah, very warm.
It's Keogh to Mosley, who's forward, defends, and it's played back down the track, picked up by Keogh on the back end of his follow-through. And you can say, yeah, I've been in plenty of sunny places. We were over in Miami, and then in Kuala Lumpur here's Keogh, and this one's down the leg side.
I didn't think they played the county championship in Kuala Lumpur.
They didn't, but they played ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifiers.
Or indeed Miami.
Cricket's being played everywhere. As here's Keogh from the Birmingham City end, and this one's just worked into the leg side. It's fielded by Karunara at mid-wicket. No run. And it's nice to see some fans in as well, making the most of the last bit of summer sunshine we have here. Mosley's forward defends, and it's another dot ball. And so far so good in terms of picking up a overrate.
Yeah, they need to do something.
They do indeed, as it's Keogh again, and this time Mosley's forward defends. It's picked up at point, no run. Just got a slip in place here for Mosley. And he's forward again. It's beaten the bat. It's a good delivery from Keogh to bring up the end of the over. So 57 overs gone. The score 143 for 4.
Well, there's not a lot to be said for being nosy, but I was nosy, a little bit nosy this morning, just keeping an eye on what was happening out in the middle, and around about 5 to 10, 10 to 10, something like that. The two captains and the two head coaches, as Kerrigan is already starting his next over and brings Barnard forward defensive out into the offside, no run. We're out there having a chat. Now, it may have been to discuss the weather, it may have been to discuss the best Balti restaurants in the Edgbaston area, as Barnard goes forward and plays it out to the offside as no run. But I suspect it may have been just to talk a little bit about how the day might pan out, whether there was any room for manoeuvre, as Kerrigan's in again. Barnard defensively out to the onside this time, brings McManus round from behind the stumps to retrieve, and whether the two sides could come up with some form of a game for today, as Barnard chops that one down towards backward point, Sanderson Fields, and there's no run. I know, looking on social media this morning, a lot of the supporters, both sides, would actually like to see something happen today. Form of match, chopped away again to backward point by Barnard, and there's no run. But Warwickshire, in a sense, don't need to take any sort of risks on this. Northamptonshire are the ones that need to try and get a win if they possibly can. Barnard defensively to the last ball of the over, and They've now got through 3 overs in 4.5 minutes, according to my watch. 143 for 4. So Warwickshire still 107 behind. And the other thing, of course, Nicky, is that Northamptonshire will certainly be keeping a very close eye on what's happening down at Canterbury, Kent against Nottinghamshire, because that is absolutely crucial. They've had a slight delayed start there. I think they're starting about 15 minutes late, due to get underway in 10 minutes' time.
It's Keogh to continue from the Birmingham City end, and Mosley again forward, solid in his defence. It's picked up by Keogh at the back end of his follow-through.
Because basically, if Kent win and Northamptonshire don't, then Northamptonshire's path to survival becomes very narrow indeed.
Again, Mosley forward, this time leaving it outside the off stump. Yeah, it's a really tight battle at the bottom of the table, isn't it? So all eyes will be over at Canterbury. Keogh's in this one, just off the back foot. Mosley punches it into the offside. No run, picked up by point.
Did look at one stage as though Nottinghamshire might just succumb yesterday. They were 80 odd for 5, but then a bit of resistance from Lyndon James and Joe Clark, 177 for 5.
Again, punched off the back foot, back down the track, picked up by Keogh.
But that's following on, so they're still 4 runs behind. And Kent can break through quickly this morning. They'll fancy the chances of getting a crucial win.
Defended into the leg side, and McManus runs around to pick that up. Again, another dot ball, and definitely upping the rate here on Northamptonshire in terms of their overs. As Keogh's in again. This one's played into mid-wicket, and it brings up a dot ball to end the over. 143 for 4, 59 overs gone.
It's just to explain why we're talking about the overrate. The teams can be docked points if their overrate over a match is below what it should be, which is 16 overs an hour. Now, it only applies when you've bowled for 4 hours in a match. Here's Kerrigan starting another over into Barnard, who plays it back down the pitch. Kerrigan fields. He's already back at his mark. And he's in again. Bowls, and that's outside the off stump, left alone. Obviously there is allowance for wickets and things like that, and various other permissible deductions, I think they're known as in the regulations. But it's Kerrigan in again, flights that one up outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard. Obviously then Northamptonshire could run the risk, as Kerrigan is in again, bowls outside the off stump again, left alone by Barnard, of losing if they were still 5 overs down. They could lose 5 points. They could actually finish up minus for the match. Kerrigan outside the off stump, left alone, and Northamptonshire supporters won't need reminding of a few years ago when they would basically overrate deduction cost them promotion. As Barnard playing this next ball from Kerrigan defensively. End of the over. 143 for 4. Mosley's 21. Barnard is 4. So they've got to make sure that they pull that up before anything else happens. Because otherwise, as I say, they could finish at, potentially, if they were to lose 5 points and lose the match, they would actually be down on the deal, if, as it were. They would actually be minus points for the game.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that.
Well, that would be, from Northampton's point of view, that would just about be putting the tin hat on it, wouldn't it?
Keogh in, and again, Mosley just off the back foot works this into the vacant square leg area. They'll pick up a single here. They stroll, and definitely I feel like we're watching it in fast forward at the moment. That's how quickly it's going. It's like someone stuck it on fast forward, and they're really whizzing through their overs. As it's going to be Keogh to Barnard. He's crouched down in his stance, he's forward, he drives down to deep cover. They'll pick up another single here.
It does rather make you wonder, in this sort of situation, if somebody was coming to this game cold and wasn't quite sure of the context.
This one's off the back foot, bottom edge here from Mosley. It's a dot delivery.
They would have not a Scooby-Doo what was going on, would they, really? Seeing something Northamptonshire almost doing Keystone Cops to get through overs, but it has to be done. It has to be done.
Yeah, if you didn't know what was going on, you'd probably think Northamptonshire have somewhere to be. It's Keogh to Mosley. uses his feet, comes down, defends it again to the vacant mid-wicket area. Karunar comes around to block that one off. And again, Keogh already at the back, top of his mark. Very quick as he's in around the wicket. And it's a play and a miss from Mosley and picked up by McManus behind the stumps. Of course, a very big offside here for Mosley at the moment, as Keogh is in again and he leaves this one alone. And it brings up the end of the over, 145 for 4.
So the situation down at Canterbury, just to clarify that, is they are due to start, or were due to start, at around about 11:15, 5 minutes time, to lose 4 overs from the day. Now, whether that has changed, that was what they were talking about a few moments ago. But they have had a bit of drizzly stuff down at Canterbury this morning. Here's Kerrigan already starting his next over, bringing Barnard forward, plays it out on the onside. Kerrigan goes across to field, and there's no run. 145 for 4. So Warwickshire still 105 behind. Kerrigan in again and beats the forward stroke of Barnard, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Just a slip in as Kerrigan is in again round the wicket, bowls to Barnard, who covers up, plays it out into the covers for Rob Keogh to field. And there's no run. Kerrigan flights that one right up, pushed out towards mid-on, but doesn't get that far. Cut off by Karoon coming in from mid-wicket. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard. Ball to go in the over, outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard. End of the over. Kerrigan is now bowled 4 overs. What's that? 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2. We've had 11 minutes of play, and we've had 5 overs.
Talk about rapid. I'm going to see how long this next over takes. I might even time it on my watch. They really are speeding through this. As it's the left-handed Mosley on strike to Keogh from the Birmingham City end. He's up, he's round the wicket, and Mosley's off the back foot, defends. It's a dot ball. Got a slip in place, a backward point, a deep cover, extra cover, and mid-off on the offside. As here's Keogh again, and Mosley off the back foot looks to work this into the leg side. Karunar at mid-wicket blocks that one off. It's another dot delivery. The sun is shining here at Edgbaston. What a beautiful day to play some cricket. Mosley's forward, solid in his defence. Again, no run. And looking at the field on the leg side, we've got a 45 deep square leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on. As in comes Keogh around the wicket, Mosley forward, and it's played down to 45, but they decide against the run here. Of course, the rain yesterday's really set this game up, as this one's played off the back foot by Mosley, fielded by Nair at mid-wicket. Speedy over here from both the spinners. Last ball as this one's defended in to the leg side, and it brings up the end of the over as well. 145 for 4 the score.
So that's the situation. That's where we are at the moment. Just a little bit of information filtering through, Nikki, which will be of interest to our listeners. I think the word seems to be that there will be some sort of game put together today. I think there has been, perhaps a little bit of chatting, as we did mention before the start, as Kerrigan starts another over, and onto the back foot goes Barnard, plays it back down the pitch. So I think we could be having a bit of interest today, and perhaps a little chase later on. But first, obviously, Northamptonshire have got to sort the overrate out. So that's where we are at the moment, as Kerrigan is in, bowls to Barnard, plays it out square of the wicket on the offside. So I think this is what's going to happen. I think there will be a period, obviously, when Northamptonshire have got to get up to where they need to be with the overs. Then here's Kerrigan, and again bowls to Barnard. I think there will be some sort of perhaps a declaration, a short innings for Northamptonshire, and Warwickshire will chase something. I think that is the thought. That's not confirmed, but that seems to be the drift that's reaching my ears anyway.
Yeah, I just think something similar to that would be the scenario.
Kerrigan bowls a quicker ball and it hits Barnard on the pad and rolls out the onside. So we'll see how that evolves. And obviously the first thing before anything else happens is Northamptonshire have got to get their overrate up, which is why we're in this slightly strange holding pattern that we're in at the moment outside the off stump. Beat as Barnard comes forward, 145 for 4. What the chase will be remains to be seen. I can't see it. I don't know what you think, Nicky, but I can't see it being overly generous in terms of a big target. I think batting on this pitch, we saw on the second day when obviously the last cricket we had, and I know you were here and saw it. It wasn't easy. It was a real battle for Warwickshire on that second day. So I can't think they're going to be looking to sort of chase a very big total.
Yeah, I don't see it either, as in comes Keogh, and Mosley reaches forward and defends it to point. Yeah, and obviously the rain we had yesterday has definitely changed the dynamics of the game today, so definitely do think we might see a chase on our hands as Keogh's in, and again this is just played into the offside, no run. What that chase will be, as this one's tucked down to 45, and Mosley will get himself off strike, and right-handed Barnard will be on to face Keogh.
But the simple fact is Northamptonshire have got to speculate to accumulate, haven't they? They've got to,
I like that saying,
give themselves a chance to win a game. Simple as that.
Keogh to Barnard, who's forward and defends.
It's quite a nostalgic feel to this. Those of us brought up on 3-day county championship cricket, of course, it was quite common that you'd have this sort of scenario.
This one again off the back foot and defended into the offside.
And then back in those days, when I started covering Northamptonshire in the early 80s, if you've got a captain who could judge a declaration well.
This one worked into the leg side, but again, no run picked up. Brings up the end of another speedy over, and the score moves on to 146 for 4.
Northamptonshire had Jeff Cook, who was captain certainly when I was getting involved in the 80s, captain between 81 and 88, and he was very, very good at judging what the opposition would chase. Have a little chat with the captain over a pint the night before. What do you reckon? It was all, and it did create some fascinating final days as Kerrigan starts another over. It bowls to Mosley, pushing it out into the covers. I'm told by the Northamptonshire comms team, watching I think back at base, that Kerrigan's last over lasted 1 minute 17 seconds. They're timing it. Next ball is punched out into the offside by Dan Mosley, and there's no run. Here's Kerrigan again. Bowls. That's again on the back foot, played up this time by way of variety of Jack White at mid-off. Jack White, I'm sure, will be one of those that was not hugely heartbroken in one respect not to have to bowl yesterday, as Mosley plays that next ball up to Proctor at mid-on. He's bowled so many overs in the last few weeks for Northamptonshire. He's probably glad to put his feet up. Forward goes Mosley. Plays down the pitch for Kerrigan to retrieve, no run. 146 for 4. So Warwickshire added just 4 runs this morning. Here's Kerrigan, worked into the onside, make that 5 as Mosley goes onto the back foot, works it out to deep mid-wicket where Safe Zaid comes in off the boundary to retrieve. Single to Dan Mosley, and that's the end of the over. So he keeps the bowling, he stays on 24, Barnard on 5. It's 147 for 4. And we have had this morning 11 overs in just a hair under 20 minutes by my watch.
That's pretty speedy,
This is slightly bizarre, but it is, as they say, a means to an end, and that appears to be that. They've decided that they've pulled things up a little bit more, and so there is the declaration. Warwickshire have declared. So, as we thought, there is going to be presumably a little bit of a chase set up here. As I say, that was what I was hearing. So, you always wait and see, Tibbs, in terms of actually things happening as you think they're going to. But Warwickshire have declared on 147 for 4. So Northamptonshire have a first innings lead of 103. Now, although the circumstances obviously are slightly unusual in that we have a declaration, it wouldn't be right for me not to mention, you can call it clutching at straws if you like, it probably is, that the only other occasion on which Northamptonshire have had a lead on first innings this season in the county championship was the only game they won, which was against Middlesex way back in April.
So I like your optimism here.
Well, it's not so much optimism, Nick. It's just, as I say, I think some would say it's clutching at straws, but nevertheless, there we are. It is a fact. So, 147 for 4. I'll give you the stats of the innings. Dan Mosley finishing 24 not out off 75 balls. Ed Barnard 5 not out off 50 balls. So we've had 11 overs in, I made it 19 minutes. I don't know whether you've got a watch on that, Nicky, but I made it 11 overs in 19 minutes. Kerrigan has bowled 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 2 this morning. Keogh 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 3. The rest of the bowling figures: Ben Sanderson 16 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 26. Jack White 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 37. Tom Taylor 15 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 53. Luke Proctor 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. And then the 2 spinners this morning, as I mentioned, Kerrigan 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 2. And Rob Keogh 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 3. There were 12 extras, 10 no balls and 1 leg by, and declaration has come at 147 for 4 after 66 overs, and it means that Northamptonshire will go in again with a lead of 103. And the other thing we need to remember is that Ollie Hannon-Dolby will be on a hat-trick. He bowls his first ball because he picked up the last 2 wickets of Northamptonshire's first innings with consecutive balls. So it was Kerrigan and then Jack White. So when Ollie Hannon-Dolby, whether he bowls the first over or the second over, I'm not sure, but it means he will be on a hat-trick. Let's go through what's happening elsewhere as far as the other matches are concerned. We mentioned the game at Canterbury, which, as I say, is from Northamptonshire's point of view absolutely vital. It doesn't look as though they've actually got underway yet. There's obviously still a delay because of perhaps a bit of drizzly rain. Still Nottinghamshire 177 for 5. That means they're 4 runs behind following on with 5 wickets standing. Up at Old Trafford, Lancashire are continuing to build their lead against Middlesex. Lancashire now 363 for 6. Dane Villas made 124. An announcement this morning that this is going to be his last day of championship cricket. I think he was originally going to go through to the end of the championship campaign, but it has been announced this morning that he will actually now retire after today. So not a bad way to go out. He went past 20,000 first-class runs in the course of that innings, but he's out. George Bell is 73 not out. 363 for 6. So Lancashire leading by 169. So they will be looking to force a win today of Middlesex, who of course are also very much in the relegation mix. In Division 2, Morgan 147 for 2 against Yorkshire at Cardiff, just trying to fight their way out of trouble there. They're still 80 runs behind. Derbyshire have been bowled out for 403 at Bristol, so they've taken a slender first innings lead of 26 in a high-scoring game against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire just started their second innings with a lead of 26. And at Hove, Sussex 344 for 9 declared, having left Leicestershire to score a mere 499 to win, but they're actually not doing too badly. Leicestershire 247 for 3. So that game not over yet. Colin Ackerman is 112 not out. So there's a little bit left in that one. Obviously we'll keep you up to date with what's happening throughout the day. There is of course also later on today a men's ODI, England against New Zealand down at the Oval. So keep tabs on that for you as well. There's matches in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. I'm sure Central Sparks, of course, people here in Birmingham will be keeping an eye on that. They're playing Western Storm today and Sunrisers. Plenty of Northamptonshire connections there away to the Blaze today, so we'll obviously keep you up to date with that as well. So how do you see this playing out then, Nikki, as we just wait for the umpires to reappear and the match to get going again? 103 is the lead. What's your guess for a target?
Oh goodness, we were trying to figure out if there was going to be a chase, at what point that was going to happen. So I'm not really that sure, actually, if I'm honest with you. Andy, I'm going to pass that question over to you. And what's your predictions? Because you can never predict with these sort of situations, can you?
Well, let's think about it. We've had 11 overs. We've lost 2 for the innings, so 13 down. So we've got 83 overs left in the game. Now, Northamptonshire scored at what, 2.5 an over. Warwickshire scored at rather less than that, but in fairness, there was the 11 overs this morning when they weren't really looking to score.
Yes.
But let's say 2.5 for the sake of argument. So
they'll be going into this innings obviously looking to beat that, because there's not much time there available for them out there in the middle. So
let's say they'd be looking to chase, I don't know, let's say 180 maybe. 180 at 2.5 and over. They need, what would they need? I just wish I'd spent more time listening in maths lessons. But they would need something like, let's say maybe 180 and 60 perhaps wouldn't be too bad. So that would be with 20 overs to bat. Northamptonshire scored at 3s. That would take them up to around about 160. Yeah, that might be 180 in 55 perhaps. Depends. Again, it depends, I suppose, also whether, if you like, we're going to see proper bowling. What I don't think anybody wants to see is lobbing it up, sort of joke bowling that we used to see, say, quite a lot in the days of 3-day cricket. I know Clive Inkin will be back on commentary shortly, was saying yesterday that he saw an instance when the great David Gower was involved in one of those games and was coming up to 100.
Please welcome the Warwickshire team led out by Will Rhodes, who is going to keep wicket for this innings.
So it's going to be a question of whether we see that, because that, of course, will then feed into
Welcome to the opening batters for Northamptonshire, wearing 19, Emilio Gay, and 89, Hassan
going to
Azad.
be opening the bowling. Northamptonshire openers heading out there, Emilio Gay and Hassan Azad. He's had out for 1 in the first innings. A bit short of runs since he came back in the side. Emilio Gay played beautifully for 77 in the first innings. So I don't know, 180, 190. I can't see. Again, why would Warwickshire put themselves in a position if they, if you like, are negotiating from a position of strength here?
yes, definitely.
So because it's Northamptonshire who've got to try and win the game, got to try and get a win. So I don't think they would have.
And the new board load bowling from the Birmingham end, Michael Burgess.
Right. Okay. So we're going to have some joke bowling.
And facing first ball of the innings, Hassan Azad.
Michael Burgess, the wicket keeper, who's going to be bowling. We've got Will Rhodes keeping wicket. So
You can say you've seen it all at one point, haven't you?
Yeah, as I say, unfortunately, you're young enough, Nicky, never to have had to see this a lot, but those of us who watched, say, county cricket years ago, unfortunately, this was the sort of thing that we used to have to see from time to time. I'll let you go and witness the horrors of this at the back of the box, and Clive will come in to join me in just a second. But I'm afraid we are going to see, certainly from one end, a little bit of joke bowling. It is going to be Michael Burgess to bowl, although was he did pick up a wicket at Northampton last year. So
this is hideous. I hate this. I hate it.
Yeah.
I don't know why, and people justify it. And they say, "Oh well."
Well, here's Burgess in outside the off stump. It was I don't think that's entirely quite in the script for here, but yeah, okay.
And teams always justify it. They say, "Oh, we end up having a cracking close game at the end," and that's the justification for it. And many people will agree with personally.
So this obviously
I would ban it somehow.
This obviously bumps up what we were thinking of the target as Burgess bowls on leg stump to Azad, who turns it down behind square on the leg side for a single. Brathwaite fields. So here I would have thought they're going to be looking at what, 250, 260 in.
I imagine Warwickshire would have played fairly hard ball in terms of.
Thought so, definitely. Yeah.
Because Warwickshire could have tried to bowl Northants out and set themselves a target. I know it's difficult on this pitch.
I'm here, you know, the sort of the whispers you're getting up. I think, yeah, I think they're absolutely right, and I think quite within their rights to Warwickshire to drive a hard bargain here. As I say, it's Northamptonshire that need to win, whatever our affiliations are. That's the way. That's where it is. So I can't think Warwickshire would be saying, we're going to chase a huge target. Here's Burgess from the city end, bowls to Azad, who covers up, plays defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Of course, Burgess, as with these sort of bowlers, he's actually trying to bowl seriously now, because this is his opportunity to.
Well, he got a wicket last year with Craig Miles keeping wicket, didn't he?
Yes,
he had Rob Keogh. And Rob Keogh caught behind by Miles, but Rhodes is behind the stumps at the moment. 2 slips in place, 2 slips and a gully, or backward point really, as Gay just drops a bat on that.
Do you know, the fact that he's not attempted to score any runs this over also makes me wonder whether a lot of it is about how many overs they give Warwickshire. I mean, it was bad enough having 20 minutes of totally pointless cricket other than Northants getting their overrate up to speed.
Well, I was saying to Nicky, anybody coming in here with not knowing what the context was, it's a short ball from Burgess that bounces a little bit more than Emilio Gay was expecting, and he drops it down in front of him. So anybody coming into the ground not really realising the context in terms of the overrate and all this sort of thing will be wondering what on earth is going on. Well, hopefully if they're listening to us, at least we can try and explain it, although obviously in terms of what the target will be, your guess is as good as ours. Here's Burgess turning that behind square on the leg side. Gay had set off for a single. Azad sent him back. This is comic cuts, isn't it? 1 for no wicket at the end of the first over. Northamptonshire lead by 104.
This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where it's the final day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire. The first half hour of which has not been great to watch, it must be said, because it's clear that the two teams are going through the motions to set up some sort of run chase at the end of the day. We lost the whole of the first day, of course, so the first 20 minutes of the match saw Warwickshire bat on for no particular purpose other than to allow Northants to improve their overrate and avoid a points deduction. Warwickshire eventually declared on 147 for 4. A deficit of 103. And now we've had Michael Burgess open the bowling along with Rob Yates for Warwickshire, as clearly there is some sort of target in mind for Northants to set Warwickshire. It's not great to watch, but it might lead us to an interesting finish at the end of the day. Northants are 1 without loss.
The other thing, of course, which is probably worth remembering, and Nicky and I were discussing it earlier, is the fact that Ollie Hannon-Dolby is on a hat-trick.
Yes, that's a good point, as Rob Yates bowls. I mean, to be fair, Rob Yates is a serious bowler. He's not a joke bowler as such, so it's not completely joke bowling we're seeing, but it's clearly not what you would expect Warwickshire to do. And the Northants, there's an appeal there, and Northants are defending, so it looks like they decided to set them 200 in 30 overs or something. I don't know.
Who knows?
Warwickshire, of course, famously, and I kept saying that they were bonkers on the final day of last season. Rob Yates comes in to bowl, and that's playing out to the offside for a single. And they were talking about declaring and setting Hampshire 140 to win. And I was thinking, that's just ridiculous. What's the point of that? And, of course, in the event, they actually got bowled out because they were desperate to get Hampshire in and bowled for less than 140. So they knew what they were doing. I didn't. So there will be a purpose to all this. Yates comes around the wicket to bowl. That's left. Okay. Hey.
It's a nice day, though, Clive. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful morning.
Yates in again. Round the wicket he comes. Bowls. It's played back to him. There's no run. Well, we've had 2 overs of this, and Northampton 2 without loss. Answers on an email, please.
So, 81 overs. I mean, this is what we need to keep an eye on, isn't it? Obviously, 81 less, -2, whatever, because they'll obviously be into between innings. So at the moment, the lead is 105, and there are 79 overs to go. So it's a question of what, as you say, they will obviously have agreed. And I said to Nikki earlier, there's not a lot to be said for being nosy, but I've got the glasses on. The 2 captains and the 2 coaches at about 5 to 10 out there, having a little conflab out in the middle. Here's the pacey Michael Burgess, bowling over the wicket to Hassan Azad, who lets that go. I mean, you feel a bit on a personal level for Hassan Azad, who's had a shocking run with the bat. You know, he's really struggled to get a score, and the last thing he wants is now to get out to Warwickshire's keeper. Here's Azad impulsed. Azad, who plays rather uppishly out through mid-wicket. They come through for a single. Craig Miles is at second slip, had got his sort of head in hands, thinking, oh my goodness, you know, how on earth has Michael Burgess failed to get a wicket there? Anyway, it's 3 for no wicket. You get the sense that these 2 don't quite know how they're supposed to be playing this. Anyway, here's Burgess running in again to bowl to Emilio Gay. Plays it down to backward point, and there's no run. But I mean, you and I are old enough, Clive, when we're watching cricket at a time when, say, this sort of thing, unfortunately, in the days of 3-day championship cricket, was not that unusual.
And to be fair, this is not the worst I've seen, because at least they are sort of playing properly.
Yes. Oh no, there've been some horrors down the years, haven't there? Here's Burgess in again, bowls to Gay, turns that nicely down just behind square on the leg side for a single, fielded by Craig Brathwaite in front of the Hollies stand. One more to Emilio Gay. He's off the mark, in fact. That's 4 for no wicket. The lead to 107. In fact, I was looking up some stats recently on fast hundreds, and so many of those, unfortunately. And I think Wisdom
Steve O'Shaughnessy's famous
do actually put a little asterisk there to indicate that. Outside the off stump goes Burgess, left alone by Azad, through to Will Rhodes. So, and quite rightly, I think there has to be some sort of thought that should rank alongside the Percy Fender 100, by the way. You know, like in 1920 when he got his 35-minute 100 against Northamptonshire, who weren't very good, but at least were trying. Here's Burgess in again, bowls covered up by Azad. It's played back down the pitch, and that's the end of the over. 4 for no wicket, 3 to Azad, 1 to Emilio Gay. If you're just joining us and wondering what on earth what on earth is going on, we saw 11 overs in by my watch 19 minutes this morning to get Northamptonshire up to where they needed to be with the overrate, because they were -5 at the start of the day.
Wow.
So Warwickshire then declared on 147 for 4, giving Northamptonshire a lead of 103, and now Northamptonshire looking to set up some sort of chase.
Yates, the new ball bowler for Warwickshire, that's left by Gay, 4 without loss. Well, I told the story a couple of days ago on the commentary of a game I saw many years ago at Southampton. That one is played to mid-wicket, and they think about a run. Ed Barner teases them, but they don't take it. And I think it was Worcestershire who were playing Hampshire, and David Gower was there receiving all this sort of bowling. Or worse than this, actually, to be fair, as Yates comes into bowl, and that's driven, and that will be a run for Gay. And when he got into his 90s, tucked the bat under his arm and walked off. He wasn't prepared to take a century, to have a century put on his career figures in those circumstances.
That's classy, isn't it?
Yeah.
As you would expect.
Yates into Azad. Plays that into the offside for a single. He's on to 4.
Our friend and colleague Brian, who's obviously been covering this game for the ECB Reporters Network.
We just said what's going on.
Well,
I know it's a Marvin Gaye album, but apart from that, I don't know.
What worries me is he's not taking copious notes about this these early exchanges in the match.
Yates around the wicket. Well, that's quite a wide delivery. It's played into the covers. There's no run. Well, clearly there is something. There is a plan.
I think I have. You know, so I've had sort of whispers from downstairs. There is some sort of agreement that has been reached. But what it is.
This is driven, and that's a sumptuous shot for 4. I have to say, Danny Briggs did not hair around and fling himself to try and stop that ball. That's long off.
It's. I've been trying to work out and rack my brains, and there aren't many of them left these days. But I'm trying to work out what the target might be. But it's a little, it's a little tricky to work out in terms of trying to get the balance between overs and
look. It's not great, and I don't like it. And I'm not going to pretend I do, and I don't agree with it. But to be fair to both teams, it's not their fault. We lost the whole day's rain yesterday. Game had progressed fairly slowly up to then, must be said.
Here's Burgess running in again from the Birmingham end, and bowls outside the off stump to Hassan Azad, who leaves it alone, goes through to wicket-keeper Will Rhodes, things you never thought you'd hear yourself say.
And there'll be plenty of ends justify the means by the end of the day, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, Northamptonshire will say, look, you know, we've got to try and get a win.
Yeah.
If we don't, and especially if Kent do win down at Canterbury, then it leaves them almost needing snookers with 2 games to go. Burgess switches to round the wicket to Azad, who goes on the back foot, runs it down wide of Craig Miles at second slip. But it's fair to say the fielders are not exactly racing around and trying to
risk an injury, are they?
They're not. There's not doing a sort of Jonty Rhodes trying to cut that one off at backward point. It's a single. It's 11 for no wicket. The lead is 114. Any thoughts on this? Of course, whatever your allegiance or none.
I wonder if we'll hear from any Somerset supporters.
Here's Burgess in, bowls to Gay, who drives elegantly up to deep mid-off for what I think we might term a mutual consent single.
Because Somerset, I think I heard Andy, I can't remember the exact word he used, but they feel they were cheated out of what would have been their first ever county championship when it was Middlesex and, was it Essex? I can't remember now. Or Yorkshire, it was Middlesex and Yorkshire, I think, wasn't it?
Yes.
Both needed, well, obviously both they needed a result from their match. Both of them did.
Cut away this next ball by Azad. It's outside the off stump from Burgess, and a leisurely chase back towards the point boundary. And they come back for 3. So Azad is 8, 15 for no wicket.
And basically that match had been drawn, and Somerset could win the title by winning their match, but Somerset needed that match to be drawn. Neither Middlesex or Yorkshire would benefit from a draw, and it got to the stage in that match at Lords where it looked like a draw was distinctly possible.
Driven nicely by Gay up towards mid-off for another single. He goes to 8, 16 for no wicket.
So yes. We had about, I don't know how long it was, but half an hour or so of soft bowling to move the match on, and sure enough it ended in the result. And,
I was very excited. I remember watching it on telly, but I could feel
fans
you could feel
so
hugely for Somerset fans. Here's Burgess, and again bowls to Azad, turned round the corner. Fielded by Yates, end of the over, 16 for no wicket. The lead 119.
Kent's win is far from a gimme. Notice they are hoping to start in 7 minutes' time, having had a delayed start. Bearing in mind, being the final day, you can't make up that time, and they still need 5 more wickets, Kent, and Notts are 4 runs behind, so that's not a certain win for Kent by any means.
No, it's not, and I was just looking to see how many overs. There were 6 more overs till the second new ball, and you feel that might be a crucial part of that match. And
Middlesex might survive purely due to time. Lancashire 197 ahead, but they're batting on in their first innings. Yates comes in to bowl, and that's gone past the outside edge of Gay, playing a forward defensive. Maybe we've got a bit of turn. Maybe we've got this all wrong. Maybe Will Rhodes just thinks it's a turning square pitch, although why Danny Briggs is not bowling them would be the question. Anyway, Yates gives out a bit of air, and it's whipped away through the offside Brathwaite almost reluctantly fields it on the boundary, and it's 1 run.
Yeah, if that was the case, and I was Danny Briggs and I saw Michael Burgess getting on ahead of me, I think I might be running up to the Chief Executive's office
Yes.
rather swiftly.
Indeed. Yates, round the wicket he comes, bowls, quicker balls, ends up being a full toss. It's clipped onto the leg side by Azad, who scores 2. And the fielder there on the boundary dashes across to stop it. I might have actually run past Sam Hain if I'd been running for that ball there. 19 without loss. He does field it to get 2 runs. Deary me, cricket. Yates into bowl. That's a forward defensive, and it's just down to wide third for a single. I mean, part of the thing about the 100 and indeed T20 is introduce new people to cricket, then you hope they come to if anyone's just come out of watching nothing but short white ball cricket and sitting and watching this, they really will be scratching their heads. Yates bowls, and that's left by Gay. 20 without loss, which makes a lead of 123. I got that right?
Yeah, 123, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
In comes Yates, quicker ball, and it's going down the leg side. It's come off something. It's good to be runs. Again, Dan Mosley's not exactly herring towards the ball. And he sees it go over the ropes, and it did go off the bat, I think. With no leg by signal, so 24 without loss.
So, put yourself, Clive, in shoes of Mark Robinson and Will Rhodes. Having seen, and Nicky and I touched on this earlier, having seen what's gone on in this match so far, and I know you've obviously it's difficult to make a comparison with the Warwickshire innings because obviously 11 overs of it, they weren't really looking to score. But the Northamptonshire's first innings, they were going at 2.5, and it was pretty much the same in the Warwickshire innings up till. So they're not going to want to be chasing a lot, are they? Really?
No. No, they're not. I mean, they're usually quite ambitious when it comes to run chases, but no, I think you're right. And of course, they'll be conscious of Northampton's greater need.
Yeah, quite. Burgess in from the city end, bowling to Azad, who's on the back foot, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. I'm just wondering what Ollie Hallen-Dolby thinks about all this as well. He's sitting on a hat trick. I wonder if they must remember. Surely, I'm sure. Mel Smith, if nothing else, would have mentioned it, but
perhaps when he comes on, we'll know we're into the final over.
Yes, yeah, maybe, maybe the case. Azad on strike, 2 slips in as Burgess comes in and bowls, and he's a short ball outside off stump. Burgess is giving it the full history onyx as Azad steers it down towards the 3rd man boundary. Long chase down there for Ed Barnard. And they come back for 3. Azad to 14, 27 for no wicket. The lead 130.
I mean, it's difficult. I've often thought that I'd love to give the umpires the power to actually stop this sort of group, but it would actually be very hard to do here.
Yeah. Here's Burgess in, bowls to Gay, turned away through mid-wicket. There's certainly one. I think that's all there'll be. Yes, there is. It's the short boundary out there, and out in front of the Hollies stand, where there are a few spectators in there today. One more to Gay, goes to 14. 28 for no wicket. I mean, generally there's not a big crowd in. There's a few at the far end of the ground in the sunshine, by the main scoreboard. A few scattered around elsewhere.
Oh, Burgess is losing his slip. It'd be horrified.
Oh my goodness! But perhaps if it boils up interesting potential finish later, then a few more will drift in. We'll see.
I mean, if you gave the umpires the power to stop sort of what you call declaration bowling, Warwickshire would make a defence here, wouldn't they? Yes. If they were challenged.
Burgess outside the off stump, cut away by Azad. It's going out towards the boundary. It's not quite going to get there. It's the furthest, just about the furthest boundary on the ground, obviously, with the shorter boundary over to the Hollies side, and it just about held up. And you've got the fielders jogging after it, you've got the batters jogging 3, and generally there was a lack of urgency. 17 to Azad, 31 for no wicket, the lead 1-3-4.
I mean, that was a pretty poor ball, but the bowlers aren't deliberately bowling bad balls, and the fielders, I mean, for the umpires might just ask the fielders to put a little bit more effort in, but they're not exactly letting the ball go past them.
It's clipped away by Burgess, clipped away by Gay, rather, off Burgess, down to fine leg for a single.
What's this wicket? I think he'd trade a lot of his catches and stumpings for a wicket now.
Well, he's, as I say, he had one at Northampton last year. Perhaps he'll wait till Rob Keogh comes in and say, you're my bunny. You got him out last year. 32 for no wicket, the lead 1-3-5. Well, I suppose it's interesting. Rob Bailey, of course, as having been a county captain, will have been in this sort of situation in his 2 years as captain of Northamptonshire, and indeed as vice captain for a year or two before that. Here's Burgess in, bowls to Azad, plays it crisply back down the pitch. Burgess fields off his own bowling. 32 for no wicket, 17 to Azad, 15 to Gay. Northamptonshire lead by 135, and knocking off the 2 overs, as we will have to at some stage. 74 overs remain.
He apparently this is the 4th match he's bowled in, according to his career figures. Burgess bowled 86 balls, which I think is before this. I don't think these figures have been updated yet. So that's 86 balls, 6 into 8 is 1. That's about 14 overs. And he's got a career record of 1 for 34, a career best of 1 for 17. That's obviously against Northants. He has got an economy rate of 2.37, like Burgess.
Very impressive.
Yeah. I might use him in the white ball a bit now. Rob Yates to continue from the pavilion end. And he bowls, and that's hammered away through the offside for 4 for Emilio Gay.
It's funny, isn't it? You know, especially perhaps more in the old days when committees used to look at averages at the end of the season. Batters used to love this sort of thing, didn't they? Could just boost their averages a little bit.
Yeah, well, not all entirely comfortable with it, but that rolls out in the offside for no run.
He used to go on the basis, I remember old pros saying to me, back in the committee don't look at circumstances, they just look at the figures at the end of the season. I think probably things have changed a bit since then. But
Yates gives that a bit of air forward defensive back to him, no run. 36 without loss, Northamptonshire. Looking for this win that, well, particularly if Kent don't win, would keep them right in the chase for safety. That's bad. And of course, Warwickshire, if having agreed to do that, gambling a bit, because if this ends up in a defeat for them, and let's say Kent do win, then and Middlesex perhaps don't lose, and they're not quite. They probably feel safe, but I'm not sure they are. I'm not described the last couple of balls because there's no real need, but they've they've been taken by the wicketkeeper. There's been no run. Yates into Gay, and he plays out to the offside. There's no run.
Come on, Clive. Remember the slogan of Test Match Special when it started in 1957? Don't miss them all. We broadcast them all. Oh dear. 36 for no wicket, 139.
People used to get very upset because they all scored at home. So if a ball was missed by the commentators, they'd be writing stiff letters, wouldn't they?
I was that soldier. I used to score whole Test matches when I was a kid. I'm using my Bill Frindle score sheets. I used to score whole Test matches off. As a lot of people did then, watching BBC television, perhaps with the TMS commentary on, because I was a huge fan of Arlott and Johnston and Alan Gibson and CMJ and that crew at the time. Here's Burgess starting his 5th over down the leg side. Tumbling stop by Will Rhodes, very impressive.
Oh, that's a no ball, but never mind.
Well, no, evidently not. In between sort of 70, I did a couple of tests in 76, 77, 78, and then I think I only did one in 79, and then started watching perhaps more live cricket. Here's Burgess in, bowls, driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. I haven't got those sheets. If you did score Test matches, I've still got them. Let us know. But I think mine went out in one of the many house moves over the years, but
so elsewhere they are now underway at Canterbury. Notts 178 for 5. Their first innings still 3 runs behind Kent. Lancashire have 404 for 7. They're 210 ahead of Middlesex.
a bit of
but
pressure.
They're still batting.
Put a bit of pressure on there.
Yeah.
There's Burgess in, bowls, and forward goes Azad. I think he's beaten by the late swing there. Caught the sort of thickish inside edge and ran out to the onside. They've got 2 men in there at sort of catching short mid-wicket and a catching short extra. Not that it really matters, but for the sake of completeness, I feel we need to describe these things. Anyway, I'm all right because I have 5 minutes time. I can nip off and let Nicky come in and join you. So here is Burgess running in again. Bowls to Azad, who drives through the covers pleasantly. I think that is going to go for 4. It's just about going to reach. Yes, it is. The boundary over to our left where the hover cover is. So 4 to Azad. He goes into the 20s. 21 to him. 40 for no wicket. The lead goes up to 143.
Second division, Yorkshire struggling to finish Glamorgan off. Glamorgan 175 for 2 in their second innings following on. They're 52 runs behind now. Good game at Hove, where Leicestershire are chasing 499. That's a slightly odd. You think you'd have had 1 more run to the target, wouldn't you?
Burgess in bowls to Azad, plays it on the onside, no run.
But they're 288 for 4.
Oh, they've lost they must just have lost a wicket then, 'cause
Okay.
they had a long 4th wicket partnership. Colin Ackerman got 100, didn't he? But
It is Ackerman who's out for 136.
okay.
So 289 for 4, need another 210 to win. You'd think Sussex would still win that, but Leicestershire making a fist of it.
Burgess to finish the over. Bowls to Azad outside the off stump, left alone. 40 for no wicket. The lead is 143. Azad is 21. Gay is 19.
They may struggle for a result at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 18 without loss. 8 runs behind Derbyshire's first innings, total of 403. A few games in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. I wish they wouldn't put initials on these. I'm trying to remember. That will be the Vipers. 74 for 1 against the South East Stars at Southampton. The Northern Diamonds are 83 for 2 against Thunder at Sale. The Sunrisers are 64 without loss against Blaze at Loughborough. Coming off Blaze a little bit. Central Sparks are playing. They're playing at Taunton against Western Storm. They have them at 45 for 2 in that game. As Yates gives that plenty of air, going well down the leg side. It's helped on its way by Gay. I still think it was helped on its way by Gay. It's going to go down for 4, and in fact it's 4 byes. He didn't make contact with it. So, at least Burgess doesn't. Michael Burgess doesn't concede those byes.
Well, he doesn't, but then again on the scorecard, it will still say Burgess as keeper, and in years to come, centuries to come, people will castigate Michael Burgess for that.
Yes. Grace Potts and Katie George got a wicket each in that Central Sparks game. That one's 4 defensive, and there is no run. 44 without loss. If you're just tuning in, it's this somewhat unsatisfactory stage of a cricket game, which you get less often than you used to, but still happens from time to time, where we're going through the motions towards a denouement later in the day. That one's played back to Yates as no run. Warwickshire have brought on, well, a part-time bowler, what you might call an amateur bowler, really. With the greatest respect to him, Michael Burgess, and Rob Yates being the part-timer. He was appealing for an LBW there. Front foot was quite a long way forward from Gay. The angle seems to be going down the leg side. And there's no run. I might be reading too much of this, but the umpire's body language suggests they're a bit fed up, and I think getting decisions out of them might be quite tricky here. Yates walks in, bowls, gives that a bit of air. That's going down for Will Rhodes. Dear me, stick to your day job, Will. That's 4 more byes. He's just pointed to Rob Yates while he wants the ball to be bowled. 48 without loss.
There's that great story, isn't there, of I think it was Surrey against Essex in the 20s, where the Surrey, most of the Surrey players got lost on the way to the ground, and they had to go out at the start of the game. I'll finish the story at the end of the over.
Yates in to bowl, and that's taken by the wicket-keeper. There is no run.
And I think the story was that Percy Fender and Johnny Douglas, who were captaining Surrey and Essex, had a bit of a fallout. So there was no question of them, delaying the start while the players got there. So they had to start. So the batters went out. There were a couple of Surrey players there because they sort of made their own way to the ground. So the batters just stood there, didn't attempt to play anything. One of the players, Surrey players, bowled, the other kept wicket until eventually, a few minutes later, they arrived at the ground, sort of ran onto the field, and Herbert Strudwick, who was the great Surrey keeper, Surrey and England keeper, later became Surrey scorer for many years, was heard to shout as he ran onto the field, "Were there any buys?" It's a similar sort of situation. 48 for no wicket. You can wander off down memory lane for a little bit anyway, because there's not an awful lot of keepers to occupy us in the present at the moment, apart from Michael Burgess running into bowl again outside the off stump to Azad, who leaves alone with exaggerated care. Do you remember this? I don't know if you were on with me last year, this game, same two sides again, but the 600 plays 600, and almost the highlight was Emilio Gay taking the third new ball from the far end, from the Birmingham end, in the gathering gloom before they called it off. Short ball, dabbed down by Gay, but can't elude Ed Barnard at backward point, and there's no run. Stays at 48 for no wicket. I think Emilio probably said it was one of his career highlights, running in with a new ball. He looked as though he meant it as well, didn't he? He steamed it.
Well, that's how these part-time, very occasional bowlers get their bowling generally these days, isn't it? When a match is completely dead and they're just waiting for time to elapse.
Here's Burgess outside the off stump, left alone by Hassan Azad. Goes through to Will Rose, this time takes cleanly. He could always stand back to Rob Yates, of course, if he's not
That's true.
if he's not too comfortable standing up to him. Bit more cloud around, sort of fluffy white clouds, but the forecast is good for the rest of the day, so I don't think the weather's going to have any sort of impact. Outside the off stump, left alone. Was that slow hand clapping from the crowd, or was it somebody just on the field?
I think it was someone on the field.
Okay. I thought
the crowd won't be liking this, but I suspect they understand the motivation, and at least it's going to give them, because this game could of course been completely dead if Warwickshire had just batted on and it's gone through.
No, absolutely.
It could have been completely dead.
Here's Burgess in again, bowls to Azad, who plays defensively forward again with studious care. So they've obviously, you're absolutely right, the point you made earlier, Clive, they've got an over.
Yeah.
It is just a question of achieving the mathematics of it, isn't it, really, now, and making sure they don't score too quickly. The last thing was somebody to go in and smash 6 fours in an over, and they realise, crikey, we've now got to play out 10 maidens before we can declare. Burgess is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, end of the over, 48 for no wicket. The lead is 151, Azad is 21, Gay is 19. There are 8 buys, and I shall go and have a lie down in a darkened room for the next half an hour and make
don't take your eyes off this, though.
And make way for Nicky Chowdhury.
Well, there we are. These two teams will say needs must. Not everyone will accept that, but just making sure we are on the stream when we are, because we wouldn't want our listeners to miss any of this thrilling stuff. We're going to... what's happening here now, then? The batters are having a drinks break. Well... hang on a minute. Where's that coming from me? It is coming, I beg your pardon. Let's stop that. There we go. Yeah, so they're having a drinks break. Whether there's some instructions being sent out to them, I don't know. Are you enjoying this, Nikki?
Yes, I am. I definitely think that's a strategic drinks break for sure.
Strategic timeout. Rob Yates, I think we all need one of their bowls. An incredibly slow ball, which has just about reached the batter now. And he plays that, does Gay out into the deep for a single. 49 without loss. So it's 103 was the first innings lead for Notts, so they're 152 ahead, so we've still got some way to go before something is set. Yates bowls, that's quite wide, and it's paddled away to point for a single. That's 2 pretty ordinary balls for Rob Yates. I don't know whether someone said to me, You're bowling too well, mate. We need them to score some runs. I thought he'd be very happy with that, because he is a genuine, albeit fairly occasional bowler. That one turned quite sharply. Outside off stump. No need for the batter to play it here, but definite turn there for Yates. The 50. One person applauds the 50, which has come up on the scoreboard. As that's left, there's no run. I normally work out how many balls the 50 has come from. I'm not going to bother with this innings because it feels totally irrelevant. Yates bowls to Gay. Again, a bit of turn, very slow turn. Gay doesn't bother playing at it. Will Rhodes takes it, says Rob Yates. That's the place, rather than firing it down the leg side. Well, he's actually put some protection for those leg side buys. There's a fielder half a way back. That one again is outside off stump. It's left by the wicketkeeper. It's 50 without loss. 12 overs are being bowled. 71 scheduled left in the day. Now there's a Warwickshire substitute with a green bib coming out. So whether there's some instructions now to be handed into to the Warwickshire players about what's going on.
Pretty sure there is going to be.
Yeah, well, there's a drink being brought out to Will Rhodes, who I'm not aware actually asked for one. So it may be that maybe the coaches have had a chat and they've renegotiated or something. In fact, correction, it was Michael Burgess has taken that drink. My apologies. So again,
It's going to be Michael Burgess from the Birmingham City end, and interesting watch this, isn't it, Clive?
no, frankly. To be perfectly honest, no, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Always have done. I know people justify it, and that's fine. But I personally absolutely hate it. I thought I'd seen the last of it. It's a long time actually since I've seen this. Now I can't remember the last time I've seen this.
I didn't really think it happened that often.
Doesn't anymore. It used to happen all the time, especially as Andrew was saying earlier when we had 3-day cricket.
And it's Burgess to Azad, and he decides to leave this one as it dies on its way into the gloves of Rhodes. I believe it's Rhodes.
It is Will
Yes.
Rhodes, yes.
It's all happening in a bit of slow motion. When we came on and Northamptonshire were trying to up their overrate, then it was all, seems like it was in fast forward, and now suddenly things were just taking a slower step. As here's Burgess again, and Azad defends this off the back foot, drops dead in front of him. It's another dot delivery.
Well, the fact that Warwickshire made no attempt to score any runs, we added 5 in total in that spell, did suggest that there's a particular figure and overs that's been agreed on, and part of that equation involved Warwickshire not scoring rapid runs when they came out to bat again.
Burgess to Azad, who off the front foot, leaves this one outside the off stump.
Because I would have thought the ideal for Warwickshire would have been just to declare overnight and then try and bowl Northants out, and also bearing in mind that Northants would need to declare at some point to make a game of it anyway. That would have been the idea, but I imagine Northants said, well, please don't do that because we don't want to lose 5 points for a slow overrate.
Fuller delivery, it's blocked out to extra cover.
Although Warwickshire could have answered, sorry, beg your pardon, Nicky, but Warwickshire could have answered that by saying, well, that's all right. You declare, get us in, and you can get your overrate sorted out in the second innings while we try and win the game. But they've been too, I don't know, I think Warwickshire have been too friendly here, actually.
I think there was a few options that they could have taken. Obviously, they've resorted to this one, which, I'll be honest, I think it's maybe the second time I've seen something like this happen, so I don't see it that often. As here's Burgess, and Azad again forward, defends into the offside, and it's just all happening in a little bit of slow motion. Northamptonshire not really exactly looking to take on this opportunity that Warwickshire are giving them to pile on the runs as well. They're a bit still reserved in their manner.
Which, again, is clearly calculated.
This whole spell seems calculated at this point. That's all of it is. As Burgess at the top of his mark, he's jogging in from the Birmingham City end, and Azad's crouched in his stance, and he's forward, leaves it outside the off stump into the gloves of Rhodes, and it brings up the end of the over, 50 for no loss.
The more I think about this, the more I think Warwickshire have been too nice here and should have been more hard-nosed. I think they should have said to Northants, look, you're the ones that need to win the game. We'll do our best to make a game of it, but what we'll do is we'll declare overnight, Never mind you're 5 overs short of the overrate. We'll try and bowl you out. Meanwhile, if we can't bowl you out, you set us a target, get us in again. You'll be able to sort out your overrate in the second innings, and we'll try and win the game. I think that's what I'd have done if I'd been in Warwickshire's shoes. But maybe they felt they were in a strong negotiating position, and maybe when it comes to the declaration, it will be quite kind to Warwickshire. Bearing in mind that scoring quickly in this pitch has not been easy, and there's a long chat going on between Rob Yates and Danny Briggs. Danny Briggs is probably saying, "But excuse me, why are you bowling and not me?" But he's obviously offering some thoughts. 13 overs bowled, 50 without loss, and Emilio Gay batted very well in the first innings. Hasn't had to in the second, as Yates comes round the wicket to bowl to him, and he just guides that into the deep and almost apologetically runs through for a single. 51 without loss. The problem is this may go on for quite a while, because they're going to need, I think, to get towards the 250 lead, which are currently standing at 154. That one is quite a wide delivery from Yates. Azad stretches for it, gets a single. He's on to 23.
That was generously wide there.
He comes in again. Yates bowls, and that's left. There's no run. Hasn't bowled so much with the red ball this season, Rob Yates. It's something he's done in the past. Has been used as sort of a second spinner on occasions. We're waiting for here now. She's just checking the ball. I suppose the other thing Warwickshire got to be careful about, they get through the overs too, or rather Northampton's got to be careful about in a way, is if Warwickshire get through the overs too quickly. That one is left, completely close, hitting the stumps. The overs remaining, of course, is a minimum number of overs remaining, and if they get through the overs too quickly, they might find they get a few extra ones in, which probably won't be what Northampton's want. Which might be why there's a little bit of, I don't know whether this is deliberate time wasting, but there's a lot of chatting going on, and Burgess holding onto the ball and then tossing it slowly. I wonder whether that was the message that was brought out, actually, to Michael Burgess. Just take your time a bit, let's not get through the overs too quickly. Warwickshire are okay on overrate, it's level now. Might have been one behind at the start of the innings, but they've knocked that off. That's a single to Gay. That's 53 without loss. So there are all sorts of things that are having to be considered here. Rose. Again, there just seems to be a little bit of delaying going on here.
I feel like that was what was delivered during that little drinks.
Yeah, may have been. That one is left. And that's the end of the over. So at the moment we have a minimum 69 overs left. So there's a couple for change of innings, unless that comes at an interval. I don't think it could it come at lunchtime? I don't think it could. Not at the rate they're scoring at the moment. Well, so
more drinks are being brought out now for the Northamptonshire batters.
Yeah, which clearly aren't needed. So there's a message here somewhere. Again, this might actually be a deliberate attempt to slow the game down a bit. On account they don't want to give Warwickshire extra overs in the run chase.
It's funny this, you don't see this in the women's game.
Oh, I don't know. I think that some of the elite women's teams are getting quite canny at playing the
yeah, I think the element is
core.
What Andy was talking about earlier with the whole joke bowling.
Well, I suppose because you don't play much red ball cricket.
You don't play red ball cricket, which is a huge shame.
Yeah.
I think they would benefit so much from red ball cricket.
It's just, this wouldn't work in a 50-over match, would it? Or
no,
a
it wouldn't.
game.
You'd have the umpires coming up and saying, excuse me.
I was about to say, I'm slightly surprised, actually, the umpires, I mean, maybe they're agreeing to play the game as well, but
maybe they're all in on it together.
Well, I'm slightly surprised they didn't send that particular substitute fielder off, because they just had drinks 5 minutes ago, so I'm slightly surprised they didn't say.
And it's not exactly like it's boiling out there. It's the back end of the Indian summer that you've had, and I've heard it was absolutely glorious. As it's Burgess in to Gay, who leaves this one outside the off stump. But yeah, in a way you'd probably think the hot spell that we've had came rather too late, don't you think? We had
Well, we lost a whole day play yesterday. That's obviously that's why this is happening. To be fair to both
because of
teams.
the rain yesterday, yes, for sure.
But also the match did move quite slowly when they were out there in the first 2 days. I think I worked out about 2.3 and over between them, the two teams.
Spurges to Gay again, and again left outside the off stump into the gloves of Rhodes. But overall, as a summer in general, it's probably not going to go down as one of the most summery summers.
No. Warwickshire had reasonable fortune weather-wise. Didn't lose a single white ball game to the weather. I mean, they had one 50 over match reduced to 10 overs per side, but they didn't actually lose a single white ball match to the weather this year, so they were quite lucky.
Burgess in and played into the leg side, no run.
We lost the whole of the first day of the championship on a very nice sunny day at Taunton, but that was down to problems with the outfield at Taunton.
Oh yes, I think I remember this.
I do. I rocked up at 9:30, went to the gate, says my pass on the gate. The person said, "Oh, I wouldn't worry, mate. We've called it off for the day already, so just go on in." It was great. We just got the train there. Thanks.
Hope it wasn't too long a journey. Burgess in again, left outside the off stump by Gay.
Well, I wasn't alone because I got off the train, and you can spot, I'm sure I'm exactly the same, but you can spot a cricket watcher and someone who's going to a cricket ground. And I got off the train, and there were clearly quite a few that were heading for the cricket ground, also oblivious to the fact that the match was never going to start on that first day.
It's funny how you can spot a cricket watcher from a mile away. It's just something about them and their whole approach when they're on their way to the ground.
Yeah, there's a bit of delaying going on here from both teams, so they're both trying to calculate this.
He's in again, and it's left out lone outside the off stump by Gay, and again, the ball's taking quite a while to get around back to Burgess.
So lunch is at 12:30, isn't it? So where are we going to be? We're going to be about 58 overs left at lunch. They're not scoring any great urgency. So the lead.
This time Gay's forward in defence.
The lead will be about 180. So they won't be able to declare at lunch. 180 with 58 overs to go. How much longer after lunch will we have to go before we get a declaration? Oh, here we go. More drinks have been brought on.
Safe to say they're not going to be dehydrated by the end of the day here at Edgbaston, any of these Warwickshire or Northamptonshire players.
I'm a little surprised the umpires are allowing that. They obviously know what's going on, and perhaps they feel that it's not their job to intervene, but this is getting a little silly.
Surely at some point it is their job to intervene, because you don't want to be taking the mick out of it, really, the whole situation.
So if we have about 58 overs left by lunch, they bat, I don't know, it's probably going to be about 45 overs they give Warwickshire, something like that. Before then, Andrew reckons they're probably going to have to push the scoring on a bit, I think. I would have thought maybe they'll do that after lunch. Anyway, we've got an exhilarating drinks break going on at the moment. Oh, thank you, Andrew. Andrew spotted that Kent have moved towards victory by taking a couple of Notts wickets. 182 for 7 Notts. They lead by 1. So Kent will have to bat again, but only 3 wickets left for Notts. Middlesex are now in. Lancashire didn't declare. They're eventually bowled out for 413, leaving Middlesex 219 behind. They are 4 without loss, so they'll just be batting for survival at Old Trafford. Cardiff, still Yorkshire, can't get through that Glamorgan batting. Glamorgan 201 for 2, following on, still 26 behind. One more success for Sussex. They have Leicestershire at 299 for 5. Leicestershire need 200 more to win, and still looks like a draw at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 55 without loss, leading Derbyshire by 29. In the Rachel Hare-Flint Trophy, the Vipers 112 for 3 off 22 overs against the South East Stars. The Northern Diamonds 102 for 3 against Thunder. In the 22nd over, Sunrisers 102 without loss against Blaze, who's scoring those. And Grace Scrivens and Arena Dowse are scoring the runs there.
Blaze have already qualified into the playoffs as well, so they've had a great season.
Yeah, but they're faltering a little bit because they lost their last game, didn't they? And now they're maybe. Anyway, Sunrise 103 without loss at Loughborough against the Blaze. And Central Sparks, no further wickets, keeping Western Storm reasonably becalmed, 64 for 2 off 16 overs. Central Sparks, who are battling for a playoff place. They had a setback in their last match, which dropped them out of the places, but they've still got a decent chance of making the playoffs.
There's loads of eyes down.
Well, now, we've got Ed Barnard bowling now, so we're getting towards having proper... Oh, is he bowling? Oh, no, he's not. Sorry, it's Dan Mosley. There's me. Ed Barnard's just allowing Dan Mosley to practice. Again, Mosley does bowl from time to time, so he's not a complete well, he's a part-timer, but he's not a complete joke bowler, if you like, because he does bowl from time to time, mainly with the white ball, but occasionally with the red. And he'll be bowling to Azad round the wickets. Oh, goodness me, what was that? That was a sort of quickish short delivery going down the leg side. That's not what he usually bowls. That's a single to Azad, who's on to 24. It's 54 without loss. So the lead now is 157. So nowhere near enough, clearly. Dan Mosley comes into bowl, and again he's not bowling his usual spin. One of the wags in the among the Warwickshire fielders says, "You never forget your first down." Bowling in a somewhat different style from usual, bowling with a very short run up, but trying to whip the ball in quickly. And that one he gives a little bit more air to, and it's left outside off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, he hasn't got a first-class wicket. That's why they were saying he's bowled 162 balls before today. He's got 35 white ball wickets, but he's not actually got a first-class wicket to his name. So that's why they're telling him you'll never forget your first. Because he's still after it. He comes into bowl again. It's a quickish ball on the toes of Gay, who turns it round down to fine leg. And Mosley has head in hands. He was convinced he was going to get an LBW there, but Gay got a bat on it, 55 without loss.
Ball's taking an awful lot of time still to get back.
It is, isn't it? There's no great urgency out there. And Mosley into bowl to Azad. That's a short bounce that didn't really warrant the oohs and ahs. A bit of tennis ball bounce past the chest of Azad, who just ignored it. And then goes through to Will Rhodes, who's behind the stumps. Some of the fielders trying to inject a bit of humour into all this. That's another quicker ball outside off stump. Again, it's ignored by Azad. So again, you do slightly struggle to work out what the point of all that was. 55 without loss. Burgess has bowled 8 overs in a row. Surely he needs a break after his think that's right. Anyway, it's 12:30. I'm pretty sure that's the case. As ever, though, I'll just wait and see them when they walk off, then I'll know. Again, we're taking a determinate time to get ready for this over. Dan Mosley's going to bowl it. Bowling, I don't know what you describe it, I suppose, sort of medium paces. Zippy medium paces. He comes in now. Again, bangs that in shorts, turn around the pads by Gay. He'll get a single. Gay on to 25. 57 without loss. In some ways I feel sorry for someone like Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who needs I think it's 6 wickets to bring up his 50 for the season, which is a significant landmark. He'd like to the opportunity to bowl properly at Northants in this innings to try and get some of those wickets. Mosley comes into bowl, that's left, there's no run. But he won't get that opportunity, so...
I believe he's also on a hat-trick.
He is on a hat-trick, yeah.
Come in to have a bowl.
He might have to rely on the last 2 games of the season to try and get the 6 more wickets he needs to reach the landmark for what would be the 2nd season in a row. But Dan Mosley comes in slightly short to run at this time. Again, he's banged it in short. It's quite wide. Azad stretches forward, hits it into the ground, but only as far as backward point. 57 without loss. Just tuning in, we had a bizarre 20 minutes where Notts were bowling overs at a lightning pace in terms of getting through them, that is, in order to avoid a points deduction for a slow over 8. That one is short for Mosley. It's pushed out to point. There's no run. Warwickshire weren't really trying to score runs. They added 5 in total. Declared on 147 for 4. That's 103 behind. And now we're seeing Warwickshire use their occasional part-time bowlers, Michael Burgess, Rob Yates and Dan Mosley, and Northampton not batting with any huge urgency, so they're 57 without loss in the 18th over. Mosley into Azad, who pushes that to the offside. There's no run, so one assumes that there is some sort of plan agreed by the 2 teams in terms of how many Warwickshire should be set and in how many overs to try and win the game.
Well, it's clear they've had some conversations between the 2 of them. We had plenty of messages being brought out into the middle as well, with far too many drinks breaks.
Mosley, again, it's a quickish bouncer, and that's the umpire's lost patience and signal that as a wide. 58 without loss. Mosley, who's still without a first-class wicket. He's taken plenty, particularly in T20 and 100 cricket. A few in 50-over cricket, but none in red ball cricket. And that's a quicker ball, which is played back to him by Azar. That wasn't a bad delivery, to be fair. It's the end of the over, 58 without loss. 65 overs scheduled minimum of in the day, and the lead now for Northants is 161.
So Clive, what do you think, how many overs do you think they'll hand over to Warwickshire? It's a hard one.
I was thinking somewhere around 45. I think Andrew thinks it might be a bit more than that. If they keep scoring at this pace, I would have thought it's going to take a little while before they're in a position to be able to come in.
A bit of stalling going on now still, as Rhodes hasn't made his way to the other end with the gloves and doesn't seem to be in a rush to do so either, as he's just having a chat with Hazard as well as he walks through.
I guess Kent and Middlesex will be the most upset. So you got to. I'll be on in about 1 minute and 12 seconds. I know exactly one. So you carry on for a minute, Nikki.
Okay,
I'll jump in.
Well, we've got Yates from the Birmingham City end. The sun is shining as he's bowled a fuller delivery, and Gay is forward and solid in his defence again.
I'll do my bulletin, and then I'm going to drag Andrew kicking and screaming into the commentary position here to take over from me.
He's in again, and this one not flighted as much, and Gay is off the back foot. It's played down to deep cover, and they'll pick up a single here and tick things along slowly but surely. But yeah, something similar happened back in 1992 actually, with this sort of scenario between Yorkshire and Lancashire, when Sachin Tendulkar ended up having a bowl, and he had a 7-2 offside field, and for the majority of it, it was just being pulled over mid-wicket.
I will jump in after this ball. Do this ball and I'll jump
Yates
in.
is in, and this one's played off the back foot by Azad. No run.
Goodness knows what I'm going to say in this update, but I do have to do one. Here we go. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston on the final day of Warwickshire's Championship match against Northamptonshire. It would be fair to say we're going through the motions towards what presumably is an agreed run chase at the end of the day. And a match which lost a hold there yesterday to weather. The two seem to have contrived a plan to avoid it petering out into a draw. Warwickshire declared on 147 for 3. It looked like they only batted on in order to allow Northants to reduce the number of overs that they were behind the over and avoid a points deduction. Warwickshire have been bowling with their occasional bowlers, Rob Yates, Dan Mosley and Michael Burgess, with Will Rose keeping wicket. And Northants have been scoring without any great intent either, which suggests that the equation is a complex one involving numbers of overs as well as runs. And there has been a certain amount of time wasting going on as well to make sure they don't get too many overs in. It's not great to watch, but it might produce us a good finish at the end of the day. Northants are 61 without loss. They lead by 164.
This one again left alone by Gay. Gay is a really wide one outside the off stump, and it brings up the end of the 19th over, 61 for no loss.
And I wish I could say that I'm sorry to be coming to the end of my stint, but I have to say I'm not, and Andrew is going to come take my place.
Well, thank you for that, Clive. It was a pleasure. You can now go and relieve yourself after what you've just witnessed for the last 60 minutes or so, and have Andrew join me back in the commentary box once he's set himself up.
Well, this is fun, isn't it?
Fun's an interesting word to use.
Well, it has. Yeah, as you've been saying, and quite rightly, it's a means to an end. But it's not a pretty sight, as Eric Morecambe used to say. But nevertheless, hopefully, as we've been saying, we'll get something interesting to watch this afternoon. For now.
Now we've got.
For now, it's. I mean, it's like a slow bicycle race at the moment, isn't it? When nobody wants to win it, they are. I think there is. I think that might be a slow hand clap coming from somewhere. Here's Mosley round the wicket, net bowler, pushed out into the offside by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. Northamptonshire's highest opening partnership of the season in county championship cricket was 65. Between Ricardo Vasconcelos and Hassan Azad down at Taunton, coronation weekend back at the beginning of May. And this is the best since that game, which tells you quite a lot about Northamptonshire's top order this season. Here's Mosley in again, bowls to Gay, pushes forward, out into the onside, and there's no run. So yeah, we're just trying to sort out what the target might be. My feeling is, and I think Warwickshire rightly will have struck a fairly hard bargain on this one, and I don't think they're probably going to be chasing what on the face of it is a big total, but it is of course a question then of working out how many overs they're going to have. But I say, given the rate of scoring in this match up to now, as Mosley bowls down the leg side. Now, did they get a bit of bat on that? It wasn't taken cleanly by Will Rhodes, and all eyes will be on the umpire whether he actually got any bat on it or not, and whether it was a chance. No, it wasn't. It was a bye. Oh, well, Will Rhodes can breathe easy. One more onto the total, 62 for no wicket. The lead is 165.
Andrew, when you mentioned May feels like absolutely months ago. I know it was actually, but
yeah,
we've had the summer and it's just absolutely flown by. So much cricket has been played, and so much cricket's been played here at Edgbaston as well. Be it County Championship, you've got the T20 Blast, we've had 100 cricket.
Here's Mosley in again on leg stump and clipped around the corner by Hassan Azad. Out to deep square for a single. One more onto the total. Azad goes to 27. Northamptonshire to 63 for no wicket in their second innings. That's a lead of 166. Down at Canterbury, Nottinghamshire 212 for 7. So they're 31 runs ahead. Joe Clark is still there, 64 not out, and Brett Hutton has gone in and whacked 32 not out of 28 balls with 6 fours. So Northamptonshire will hope very much that their former player, Brett Hutton, will do them a favour today and make a biggish score and deny Kent. A long way to go, though, as Gay is forward, running that ball from Moseley down to backward point, and there's no run. Lots of little subplots, of course, and if Middlesex lose today, then that will obviously keep them right down in the relegation basement. They're 15 for 1. They've already lost a wicket in their second innings against Lancashire, so they're still 204 behind. And they've already lost the wicket of Sam Robson, who batted a long time in the first innings, gone cheaply in the second. Is Moseley in? That was a little 24-yarder, wasn't it, I think? Bowled almost level with the umpire, and it beats the outside edge. Moseley can't believe
he's gasping.
That the batter hasn't got a nick on it. End of the over, 63 for no wicket. He's now just talking the umpire, Neil Pratt, through it, exactly how he did it. 63 for no wicket, 166 is the lead. As far as the overs go, there are 63 left in the day, so we could say potentially have to knock 2 off that. So at the moment it would be 166 in 61, which would be, what, 2.8 and over, something like that, which I suppose is roughly where the scoring rate has been in this match up till the silly stuff this morning, which makes me think that I don't think Warwickshire will have agreed to anything too much more, but we'll see.
Be interesting to see where this ends, as it's going to be Yates to continue from the Birmingham City end. He did switch ends. He was bowling from the Pavilion end earlier. He's decided he's going to take his fancy from the far end, and it's going to be Yates to Azad. Both left-handers out there in the middle at the moment. As in he comes, and this one's worked off the back foot into the vacant point area. Azad's going to pick up a single, and he walks his way through to the non-striker's end.
Anyway, the good news is that I used that last half hour to very good effect to sort out my train tickets to go down to the next match at the Oval. So I haven't been idle. Some good has come out of this morning's session.
Been productive.
Yeah.
As in comes Yates. It's a fuller delivery, and this time worked off the front foot down to deep square leg by Gay, and they'll pick up another single here. Safe to say they're not exactly running with too much intent out there in the middle. So you've done your train tickets. And
yes, that's fine.
That sounds very productive.
All ready to go to the Oval next week.
This one's left alone outside the off stump by Azad.
It's a good job they didn't have the speed gun on that. I'm not sure it would have registered. I think it might have been in reverse. It was so
might have
slow.
just flashed error at some point. Well, we're going to go again. This one, again, left outside the off stump by Azad. A bit of turn there off the wicket. So you head over to the Oval, and then where do you end the campaign?
Finish at home to Essex, so it's a tough last couple of games for a side looking to try and stay up.
This one left outside the off stump, and the umpire's decided that is going to be a wide, and rightly so.
Oh dear, it's like the old joke about not out because it wasn't going fast enough to knock the bails off, isn't it? It's that sort of pace that Rob Yates is bowling at the moment.
Well, his patience wore thin, and this time a bit straighter, and it's just defended off the back foot. No run, and yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a challenge, but
yeah, well, it's yeah, very, very difficult, obviously, to get down to the Oval against the side hot favourites to get that. They could even wrap up the title, of course, that one, and then second place Essex last up.
Left outside the off stump again, a wide delivery. It's not been signalled, but it brings up the end of the 21st over, and the score is 66 for no loss.
Well, this is now Northamptonshire's highest opening partnership of the season in the county championship, so they've done, I think the stewards have done very, very well to sort of restrict the pitch invasion, which obviously there would have been to herald this this major milestone in Northamptonshire's season. But anyhow, Sarcasm aside, the lead is 169. We have 61, 62 or 61 overs, 62 overs remaining in the day's play. We have 20 minutes to go until lunch. So the question is, are they going to be able to spin this out for long enough to to get us through to lunch, or will we see a declaration beforehand? So many fascinating questions to be answered in the next 20 minutes or so. They used to stay at the start of Fireball XL5. Anything could happen in the next half hour.
So many questions that we don't have the answer to. You're just going to have to keep tuned
well,
in.
Yes,
and
stay tuned for next exciting episode. At the moment, you're not missing any cricket because we have a sort of Zoom meeting going on down here at the pavilion end between Ed Barnard's in there, Dan Mosley's in there. Let's see, another one of the other Warwickshire fielders is in there as well. And it's Danny Briggs, isn't it? So they're trying to sort out what the master plan is here, or something like that. The slow hand clapping has started up again from, it's probably just from the scorers. So Mel and Terry are running out of patience. Here's Mosley round the wicket, bowls, and that's clipped away, and I think that was bat, and I think Will Rhodes has not quite managed to pull off a leg side catch that would have given Dan Mosley the wicket he wants. Is there a signal? Is there a signal? No, it was a chance.
It was a chance, and you can tell Dan Mosley definitely knew it was a chance.
Dan Mosley is mortified. He cannot believe it. His head in his hands. A picture of anguish.
It was just the way he ran and jumped up and down in frustration with his hands on his head. It was quite comical from him.
Whereas Will Rhodes looks decidedly crestfallen. Well, it was technically a difficult one, but it was a chance down the leg side. Takes Emilio Gay to 28, Northamptonshire to 67 for no wicket, the lead to 170. Dan Mosley can't believe it. Life is just so unfair, he says. Or words to that effect. Gets a bit of consolation from Danny Briggs at mid-off, and here's Mosley in again. Bowls very full, driven by Azad, but only as far as extra cover. And there's no run.
I would like to see Mosley's celebration should he be able to pick up a wicket, though. It will.
It'd be great, wouldn't it? It would.
It will provide the entertainment for sure.
Well, I suspect one or two of the spectators down below us may have headed to the Tom Dollery Lounge for lunch a little early today. You can hear one or two starting to give it the slow hand clap.
As a matter of fact, before we start clapping in the comms box.
Here's Mosley, bowls on leg stump, turned away by Azad. Are they eventually going to come through for a single? Yes, they are. So one more to Azad. He goes to 29, and Northamptonshire to 68 for no wicket. The lead is 171. So we await to see what the target is. I mean, I said earlier what I thought 180. Well, don't know, we'll see. I think maybe it might be a few more than that, but who knows?
Who knows? Maybe we'll be around the 200 mark.
Yep, could be. Could be. Here's Mosley. Round the wicket again, bowls to Emilio Gay, on drives pleasantly up to Ed Barnard, deepish mid-on, and they're through for a single. Gay goes to 29, joins his partner on that figure, and Northamptonshire to 69 for no wicket. I think is the board a run behind? It's unheard of. The board here is so efficient.
It's actually quicker than the game.
It is. You have to look up. They've often got there before you, but I think they might be a run behind, which is in itself something of a rarity. Here's Mosley round the wicket, bowls to Azad, who runs it down to backward point, and there's no run. Yes, I suspect a few spectators may have decided to take lunch a little early, so I hope there's some fish and chips left. I had fish and chips on the first day, and I thought I might have them today as well, because it's.
I didn't realise they serve fish and chips every day here.
Oh no, it's the sort of the culinary trademark of Edgbaston. It's very, very good. It's something you always look forward to coming here to the fish and chips. But the wise spectator, if they're here, or commentator for 4 days, will have it on the first day and the last day, and have dish of the day in between. But I was planning to have the fish and chips today if there's any left. Here's Mosley in, bowls to Azad, who pushes out into the covers, sets off for a single. Emilio Gay is not remotely interested, and that is the end of another over from Rob Yates. Yes, Mosley's over rather. Rob Yates presumably to continue from the other end. 68 for no wicket. The lead is 171. 61 overs remaining, which could go down to 59. So at the moment, we're looking at just about 3 and over.
Azad was halfway down the wicket, and then
yes.
he just like put both arms up, being like, "Are we going? Are we not going?" Questioning.
Well, he almost ran one because he ran 2 halves, didn't he?
He did.
He ran halfway and then had to run back again. But
and Gay just stayed grounded at the non-strikers end, thinking, "Where are you going, mate?"
Emilio wasn't going anywhere, was he? Yeah. 68 for no wicket, 171 the lead, and the question we are all asking is, as the old board copy takers used to say in the old days, Nicky, when you were phoning over copy and you actually had to phone it through to people, copy typists at the other end. If you were going on a bit, you'd get the dreaded expression, "Is there much more of this?" And this is a bit like how we feel at the moment, I think.
It's like when you've got kids in the back of the car and they're like, "Are we nearly there yet?"
Yes. Are we nearly there?
Are we nearly there yet?
Absolutely.
Oh. And not, because Yates is in. And it's a very slow delivery, which is worked off the back foot. Somehow, Emilio Gay's managed to create some power on that shot, and it's...
I tell you what, Nicky, it's slightly reassuring to see somebody in first-class cricket, county championship cricket, bowling at the pace I used to bowl. It's very...
There's always hope there, right?
It's very reassuring.
There's always hope. Could always make your comeback.
I don't think so, somehow. I think there's enough grief in the world without that.
Well, it's Azad on strike, and Yates is in through his run-up, and another very slow delivery, and Azad plays this off the back foot and just taps it into the ground. They'll pick up a single here as well, as it's hit out to deep cover, and deep cover very lethargically just walks over, picks the ball up. And
of course, if the innings ends in the next sort of 3 or 4 minutes, then they could just take, it'll be the interval between innings, and they'll just take lunch early, won't they?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Surely that would be...
Yeah, so that might be what they have in mind.
We've played out so many scenarios in our head, yet we have no idea which one is more likely. As in comes Yates, and this one again worked into the offside by Gay, and
well, by my watch it's about 19 minutes past, so presumably if they had this over and perhaps one more, then they could declare, take lunch, and then we just start again this afternoon with the run chase, if they've got to where they need to be. Well, there's an awful lot. Oh, here we go. The field's now coming in.
I was just going to say, everyone seems to be coming in now.
Or have they seen enough? Is that it? That is it. They have declared. So, well, our 180 wasn't a million miles away.
They're pretty close.
So, Warwickshire are going to need 176 to win. 176 to win. We'll confirm the overs. It's going to be around about 58, something 59, 58, something like that. We'll obviously, because with lunch, they'll absorb that. So it's probably just going to be what, 6:59. They won't lose any, no, of course, because they've declared at lunch. So it will be pretty much 3 and over, which is again what we sort of thought. But anyway, there we go. The declaration has come at lunchtime, which was an early lunchtime, with Hassan Azad not out 30. Emilio Gay not out 31, and it is 72 for no wicket declared, and Warwickshire will need 176 to win. And I think, Nicky, it rather feeds into what we were saying earlier, and again, you know, absolutely you can understand entirely what Mark Robinson and Will Rhodes were saying. Northamptonshire want to try and win the game, and if they want to try and win the game, they've got to be prepared to risk losing it, and they've got to accept that Warwickshire, you know, are going to have probably not as big a total to chase as in an ideal world they would want. But it could be very interesting. As I say, it hasn't been easy to bat on this pitch.
No, it hasn't.
So, well, what do you reckon? Where's your money?
Where's my money? I'm just going to say, I'm going to go with Warwickshire. I'm going to have to go. I just think the amount of overs they have left and the depth of their batting lineup
I think you're absolutely right. I think clearly Warwickshire would are going to fancy the chances of getting this, but equally,
I just don't think Northampton's bowling attack will. Yeah, I'm not sure they'll be able to cut it.
well, we'll see. As I say, that Northampton bowled quite well in the first innings, and it's not. It's not the easiest of surfaces, but I think you're right. I agree with you. I think probably Warwickshire will start as favourites, but I think that was going to have to be the case. I think otherwise they wouldn't have, from Northamptonshire's point of view, if Warwickshire weren't going to start as favourites, they wouldn't have had a game. So that's where we are. Well, that's where we are. It's lunch. 72 for no wicket declared. Warwickshire will need 176 to win. We will nip off to see if there is any fish and chips left.
You're going to go get your fish and chips.
See if there's any left in the Tom Dollery Lounge. Nikki, Clive and myself will rejoin you when play gets underway. Could be a fascinating afternoon. We'll be underway again at just before 1 o'clock, so please join us then. For now, enjoy your lunch. We shall enjoy ours.
Inside edge and dragged on, knocked him over. It's got Edgbaston. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here in Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here in Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bastow. More drama here in Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shouts and catches, no on that.
Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bastow. More drama here in Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through. Brilliant. edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shouts and catch, there's no one there.
Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through. Brilliant. Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Inside edge and dragged on. Knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes. Oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
inside edge and dragged on, knocked him over. It's got him Bairstow. More drama here at Edgbaston. Oh yes, oh yes, it's just snuck through.
Off the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no one there.
Northants need the win more than Warwickshire. Warwickshire would like the win. Certainly keep them in contention for a third place, perhaps, in the county championship, but they don't desperately need it, whereas Northants do. And it looks like Warwickshire have rather benefited those negotiations. That said, it's not been an easy pitch to score runs on, and Warwickshire will have to score at a quicker rate than they did in the first innings if they are to win this match. So it is not a gimme. It's generous, without doubt, the declaration, but it's not a formality by any means. And Northants, well, I'll tell you what, if they do win this, they're going to take a lot of deserved plaudits. And it does have parallels with what happened in Warwickshire's final game of the season last season, when they knew they had to set Hampshire something ridiculous to make sure that Hampshire would go for it, because a draw was going to be fine for Hampshire. But they, I know they were bowled out in the end, but that was only because they were on the verge of a declaration, and they were determined to get Hampshire in such a way that Hampshire were almost obliged to go for the win.
Opening the bowling from the pavilion end, Ben Sanderson.
They did end up bowling them out. So,
yes, it's fair to say, Clive, afternoon everybody, it's fair to say that social media has greeted what's been going on with a certain amount of incredulity, but I think you've just summed it up absolutely perfectly.
Well, when Warwickshire 15 for 5, people will think differently. Sanderson comes into bowl, that's clipped off his toes by Yates, and Warwickshire on their way. 1 run down. Yates scores it down to fine leg.
I think the situation's probably best summed up by the old expression, beggars can't be choosers.
Yes.
You know,
yes,
Northamptonshire are in a position where they have to win this game, really, and Warwickshire don't. And so if that was what Warwickshire were prepared to go with, and the alternative was just to bat out for bonus points, then I don't think there's an option, really.
No, I'll read a couple of emails on that topic in a moment, but in comes Sanderson, bowl, and that's Brathwaite pushed that to mid-wicket. There's no run. Apropos, not very much. Every time I hear that expression, beggars can't be choosers, I think of Dave Allen's brilliant routine on that. It's very, very, very funny.
No, there was a comedian.
Yeah, great good fortune to see him live. He was.
And we don't mean the Hampshire archivist.
No, I'm sure I'll enjoy seeing him live as well. But yeah, Sanderson into bowl to Brathwaite. Let's go down the leg side. There's a couple of us in the slip cord and wonder whether there might have been a nick there, but there wasn't. A couple of early wickets. Give Northants some hope. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where this match has taken a rather remarkable turn on the final day of Warwickshire's championship match against Northamptonshire. Warwickshire chasing 176 in 60 overs to win after what seemed a very generous declaration from Northamptonshire. It would seem that negotiations between these two teams as to how to conjure up some possible result, Warwickshire took advantage of the fact that Northamptonshire absolutely need a win to retain any realistic chances of avoiding relegation. The morning session cricket, the less said about that, the better. Just to say, very low intense cricket set us up for this particular run chase. Warwickshire won without loss, chasing 176 to win. Sanderson comes into bowl, and that's clipped off his toes by Yates and beats the fielder at mid-wicket. That's a nice shot, but Northants have to be really sharp in the field and stop everything, because that's given Warwickshire 4 runs towards their target, 5 without loss.
Yeah, it's interesting listening to well, Mark Robinson was up with us on the second day and was saying that they were hoping to put a few overs into the legs of Sanderson and White in particular, and obviously they'll have had a day off yesterday and get a little bit of respite, but they're still going to be feeling, I suspect, the workload of the last few weeks.
Sanderson in, that's left, there's no run. We'll come to a couple of emails I've had. Not the one offering to advertise some soy sauce. That's not relevant. Yeah. So I'll read John's first, actually. He said, your valiant attempt to explain today's play notwithstanding, it seems like nonsense cricket. Is your commentary on the umpires fiddling with their light meters for over half an hour on day 2 available on the iPlayer? Somehow that made more sense, so I might listen to that again instead. I don't think it is, John, although there used to be someone who used to record all these commentaries and put them somewhere on the interweb. I don't know whether they still do. But I think it probably was my greatest half hour of commentary for a very long time. It was quite
entertaining.
Yeah.
It was like that, the famous Lord's Test of '76 when John Arlott spoke for about half an hour on them getting the covers on and off, and it's passed into sort of TMS lore, I think. But
I'm sure they haven't made a record of that.
Yeah. Here's Jack White from the Birmingham end. 3 slips in place, running into bowl to the left-handed Yates. Appeal for LBW as he comes across, tries to work it into the onside. Not out, says umpire Bailey, and he's going to signal a leg by because they were able to take one as it ran out onto the leg side. Taylor Fields, it's 6 for no wicket.
Gareth, a Warwickshire fan, wrote, and he wrote this before the Northants declaration. He says, we're enjoying the commentary on YouTube as usual. I don't understand why Warwickshire got involved in this horse trading to contrive a result. A draw would suit Warwickshire perfectly, so why get involved in the situation and risk a defeat? I would have batted on, aimed for a few batting points, took the points for a draw, and just about guaranteed mid-table safety in the top division.
Here's White, involves to Brathwaite, who drives beautifully through mid-off for 4. There is no mid-off. They've gone with 3 slips, a backward point and an extra cover, and that is absolutely blasted through mid-off for 4. 10 for no wicket, Brathwaite to 8.
I think we probably got our answer to that question, Gareth, as to why they got involved. It would look to me as if Warwickshire said more or less what you've just said there, that we can just bat out for a draw, we'll be happy enough with that. And so I've had to force Northants really to make a declaration which Warwickshire probably couldn't resist taking.
White in again, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's appealed, he's bowled him. It's nipped through, it was full length. Brathwaite is beaten, it's clipped the off stump. Thought at first it might actually take the outside edge, but it didn't, it took the off stump. And Northamptonshire have the early breakthrough. Brathwaite goes for 8. White has another wicket to his haul for the season. Northamptonshire's standout player strikes again, and Warwickshire 10 for 1.
Well, there we are. That's the reason why Northants have done what they've done. Just give themselves a little bit of hope. I don't want to keep going on about that. There's so many similarities of that final innings of the season last season, and Warwickshire took early wickets. Ollie Handorby will point out, by the way, that he took the first wicket before Liam Norwell got involved. It just kept them hoping, and because the target is so relatively low, Warwickshire are unlikely to withdraw from the run chase until they're very close to the end. So Northants will just hope they can keep picking up wickets.
Yes, that used to be one of the things with these chases, wasn't it? It used to be a sort of a condition, a gentleman's agreement, that the batting side would keep going until they were 8 wickets down or something like that. But That was a beauty from White. Brathwaite's just struggled a little bit, hasn't he, in his time with Warwickshire so far. Hasn't had a great game here. Didn't have a great game, I think, at the Oval as well. Made, what, 25 runs in his 2 innings there. 9 and 8 here. Jack White's got him both times. And it's 10 for 1. Yes, I've had the Northamptonshire media operation obviously was putting up just a thing at lunchtime just saying exactly what was going on, and the responses were, say, largely fairly incredulous, and one or two saying, well, he basically given Warwickshire the game. I'm not sure that is the case. We shall see. 10 for 1. Will Rhodes facing his first ball from Jack White, and he's turning that into the onside where Kerrigan fields and there's no run. But, you know, quite simply, if Northamptonshire want to try and win this game, they've got to give themselves the best possible chance. And, you know, to look at it from a positive point of view for Northamptonshire, they've got 60 overs to try and bowl Warwickshire out. And on a pitch that, as you've said, Clive, you know, 2.5 and over has been hard work in the first innings and a bit until we had the start of festivities this morning. Rhodes playing that next ball down to the left of third slip, and there's no run for the backward point. Warwickshire have to score at a quick. I'm describing this morning. I have no idea what the run rate is this morning. I don't really care. But in terms of whether there was proper cricket being played, Warwickshire will have to score at a faster rate than either side have done up to now if they're to win the game. Morning to, or afternoon rather, to Ian, Mr. Tainsend, one of our regular listeners. And I think his message slightly sums up many. Here's White in again, bowls to Rhodes, who's in behind it, plays it up towards mid-on. End of the over, and a successful start for Jack White, his 39th championship wicket of the season. It's 10 for 1. Warwickshire need another 166 to win. Ian says, I misunderstood you, meaning me. I could have sworn you said we'd set 175 off 60 overs. Silly me, no one would ever set that. Well, they have, Ian. Well, it's 176 to be pedantic, but that's where we are. But anyway, 10 for 1.
Well, we shall see. Ben Sanderson comes in to bowl to Yates. 3 slips in place, and that wraps on the pads that rolls out the onside. I'm getting a bit ahead of ourselves now, but I suppose if Warwickshire do lose this game, you do worry slightly what impact that will have. They're already a little on the fragile side, having been absolutely hammered by Surrey, having had those disappointments in the 2 big white ball knockout games. I mean, previously played very well in both competitions. They've stuttered a bit in the championship even before that Surrey defeat. 1 or 2 players have been a little bit out of form. Sanderson comes in to bowl, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. If they win this game, of course, it'll be a big pick-me-up for them. But if they lose it, you just wonder how they then pick themselves up to go to Lords and play a crucial, or could still be potentially a crucial game against Middlesex.
Yeah, there is a little bit of jeopardy there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, at Canterbury, Nottinghamshire 236 for 7. Brett Hutton 49 not out off 48 balls. Potentially doing his old side a favour.
Sanderson comes into bowl. That's left. There's no run. Well, things can change. It looks pretty grim for Northampton at the moment. If they do manage to win this game and Kent don't win, it's game on again, isn't it, in terms of staying up? It is. I mean, it's I think, again, the risk of any Northamptonshire supporters are starting to get a wee bit giddy. Even if Northamptonshire win this, they'll still be bottom of the table going into the last 2 games, but they will not be bottom by anything like as much as they would have been otherwise. Sanderson bowls, and that's pushed to mid-off. There's no run. It's frustration for them as they haven't been able to pick up too many bonus points in this game with the whole of the... Well, effectively the match got interrupted halfway through the first innings, didn't it? So that's how long. Well, if Northamptonshire were to win this, they would get 18 points, wouldn't they? 16 plus 1 batting plus 1 bowling, which would put them on 79, which is still bottom of the table with 2 games to go. But depending on what happens at Canterbury, the margin would not be that much, and obviously depending also what happens at Old Trafford with Middlesex. Yeah. Sanderson round the wicket, bowls, and he opens the face of the bat. Yates runs it down to third for a single. He's on to 2. Craig Brathwaite will be frustrated. It's 4 innings now. He's not really been able to make an impression. A couple of his innings, well, both first innings, he sort of worked quite hard and stayed in for a while, but not gone on to big scores.
42 runs in 4 innings.
Yeah. Mark Robinson was telling us what a good presence he's been in the changing room, which is part of the battle with your overseas player, but he'd be anxious for some runs. Mind you, Lords would be quite a good place to get them, wouldn't it? Next game. Sanderson with 3 slips in place, right arm over the wicket, has driven nice, a good shot from Rob Yates. The only thing that could have stopped, from Will Rhodes rather, the only thing that could have stopped that would have been the stumps at the non-striker's end, but it just beat them and has gone straight through for 4. Rhodes is off the mark with some style, and Warwickshire are 15 for 1, so they're certainly up with their run rate. If we carry on like this, we might be finishing quite early one way or the other. 3 overs gone, their target, remember, 176 to win.
So we would have been planning the sort of BBC Radio Northampton reports later in the afternoon, and there's 1 or 2 TBCs there, I think, see how this afternoon pans out. As far as events elsewhere, we talked about Nottinghamshire now 240 for 7, so they're 59 runs ahead. And at Old Trafford, Middlesex 35 for 1 in their second innings against Lancashire, still 184 behind. Here's White with 4 slips in place, bowling to Rob Yates, who's in behind that, pushing it up towards mid-off. Keogh comes across the field and there's no run.
And England, who were 13 for 2 at one stage, are 54 for 2. 1 ball short of the end of the power play, 9.4 overs. Dawid Malan's made 33 so far.
I suppose the other thing Northampton just need to keep half an eye on is, dare we say it, the overrate.
Yes.
Because having bowled 11 overs in 20-odd minutes this morning to get it right back up again, what they don't want is for it then to slip. I think it's +1 at the moment, so they're okay. Here's White in, bowls, and that's played by Yates out towards mid-wicket. Kerrigan comes around the field, cut off any chance of a single.
I'm sure there are some players who probably ask the umpire, does that mean we get an extra point then for +1?
Well, it will be interesting because, I mean, although it was joke cricket really for much of the morning session with the obvious purpose, when Kerrigan and Keogh were bowling in those first 11 overs, the ump one was gripping and turning a little bit, so they may actually still have a role to play this afternoon. We shall see. Here's White running in to bowl to Yates outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to Lewis McManus. Bit of fluffy cloud over the city of Birmingham at the moment, but it's such contrast to yesterday when I was conscious of the fact, Clive, that I think I took a photograph as you know we do to put out on social media at about 9:15 yesterday morning when I got to the ground, and the photograph I took when I was just about to leave at 4:45 was more or less identical. You couldn't really tell the difference. It was just gloomy and grim and miserable all day yesterday. Here's White in, bowls to Yates, again turns it out to Kerrigan at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But today, big contrast. Feels a little bit more like September really. It's just a little bit cooler, a bit of breeze, very pleasant.
It might be a little bit of a learning experience for Northampton, you know, that Warwickshire's bargaining position was probably strengthened by the fact that Northampton had to come back and get those overs on. Really, they shouldn't have got 5 overs behind in the first place.
And it's not as though we were talking about it on commentary, weren't we? How you talked about a lot of the pace of play on the second day. It was just so slow, painfully slow. Here's White in outside the off stump. Good carry with the new ball, but Yates leaves it alone, goes through to Lewis McManus. Yeah, it was one of the second day was just one of those, especially at the start of the Warwickshire inning. There just seemed to be any number of delays with fiddling around with the ball and drinks breaks and people coming on and off, and it was very the whole thing was just very sluggish, you felt. And in the end, Northamptonshire, as you quite rightly say, have finished up having to do a bit of remedial action in the early overs of the day. Here's White in, bowls to Yates, who's right over that one, plays it back down the pitch, end of the over, 15 for 1. Yates is 2, Rhodes is 4. I just saw Ben Sanderson having a chat down there with Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire coach, who's just having a little lap after lunch. And he was up here when he was with us on the second day. Mark Robinson saying what a fine bowler Ben Sanderson is, and he really has been a real stalwart since he came to Northamptonshire, what, 7-8 years ago. And his record and his fitness, which one feeds into the other, obviously, it really has been outstanding in that time.
So Ben Sanderson to bowl. 1 wicket so far. That was a maiden over. The maidens will help Northants. Well, wickets is what they really want. Sanderson bowls. It's left by Rhodes. There's no run. Northants fielders trying to encourage each other. Just keep nipping wickets. And decent intervals. I'll be up for this task. That's a potentially exciting one for them. If they do get close, then it could be very confidence boosting for them. That's left by Rhodes. There's no run. Actually, don't have to be in too much of a hurry. At the same time, they won't want to fall behind the required run rate, because we've seen there was just a brief spell when Will Rhodes and Sam Hain actually were together, where they did prosper and did score very quickly for a short period, but both of them then got out without being able to go on from there. Sanderson round the wicket, and that's left. There's no run. For the most part, scoring runs quickly on this pitch has appeared to be quite difficult. Northants are setting a reasonably attacking field, but they can't be too gung-ho. So they've got a field. They've got 3 slips in place. They've got a fielder on the 3rd boundary. There's no other sweeper on the short. Well, it's an offside boundary as the left-hander Will Rhodes faces from the Birmingham end. Mid-on and mid-off, mid-wicket, and then the other fielder they got on the boundaries down at wide long leg. Sanderson to Rhodes again. Lets that go by. Someone's clapping and shouting after every ball here. Northants up for this.
The leading cheerleader is Hassan Azad, I think, seems to have quite a lot to say.
I remember I sat on the sometimes went out on the skyline out here, which you have to have a head for heights for. Sanderson round the wicket, and that's left. There was a time when Yorkshire were the dominant team. Ryan Sidebottom bowling, Jason Gillespie as coach. I said they were so noisy, and frankly, it was really annoying. But clearly very effective, because they won matches.
It was interesting that I remember Phil Neal, was great, and you would have watched a lot of it, was great captain of, very successful captain of Worcestershire. And when he came to Northamptonshire as director of cricket, he had quite strong views on that subject, which we'll come on to in a sec.
Sanderson round the wicket bowls, and that's clipped through mid-wicket, and 2 runs there to Rhodes.
He was with Northamptonshire's 93 and 94, and his view was always, and I've always remembered this, he said, it's all very well starting off, you know, with all the bobble and the clapping and all the rest of it, if you can keep it going all day. But he said the trouble with it is, if you go, say, I don't know, an hour or whatever, and you haven't got a wicket, can you then keep that level of noise and bubble going? Because if you can't, then you're immediately handing a psychological advantage to the batter's side, who think we've shut them up. We've actually had a bit of a triumph here. So I always thought that was an interesting way of looking at it. Here's White starting a fresh over, and that's a beauty to Yates. It lifts and it leaves him, and it beats the outside edge and goes through to Lewis McManus. 4 slips in there waiting for the edge. And I mean, particularly in club cricket, Clive, you notice this, that a side will start off, with the wicket ball, this sort of stuff, and exactly that happens. And if they haven't got a wicket in the first 10 overs or so, it all goes deathly quiet. it's well, obviously from a very astute, very successful captain in Phil Neal. Here's White in, bowls to Yates, pushes it out into the offside. Zabe comes up from backward point to field, and there's no run.
I worked with Phil Neal a lot in my early broadcasting career because I first started covering Worcestershire when he was captain, as you say, highly successful captain at Worcestershire, and then of course he rocked up here as coach. And had some success here as a Warwickshire coach. He was one of those coaches who did complain a little bit, with justification, at the fact the only time I ever wanted to interview him was after they'd had a really bad day.
Coach days.
Yes.
Coaches don't like that, do they? I just don't blame them at all. Here's White in bowls, and Yates runs that cleverly past fourth slip. The gap between fourth slip and gully, they're going to pick up a couple of runs as Zabe has to chase down towards the third man boundary. It's 2 more to Yates. He goes up to 4, and Warwickshire to 19 for 1.
He was a pointless answer, Phil Neal, as well. Once it was on pointless. They put up a picture of it was the Ashes winning squad all sitting there with the Queen in the front, and it was just name anyone in this picture, and I immediately there's a pointless answer for you, because Phil Neal was sitting there in his role there, and he was a pointless answer.
White in, bowls to Yates outside the off stump. He leaves it alone, goes through to McManus.
But I think Ashley Giles was as well.
Was he really?
Yeah, I know. That was a bit of a surprise. Some poor contestant said as a joke, "Oh, shall I go for the Queen?" I said, "Well, you've said it now, so that's going to be your answer." And I think he got about 98 or something.
So that you have the Queen and the King of Spain as well on the same picture.
Don't tell Ashley that. Bit of a sore point for him, that is.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, when the last time Northamptonshire won here, he took 11 wickets in the match and finished on the losing side. Here's White in, and that's a nasty one, and that's hit Rob Yates painfully. Not quite as painfully as it might have been, but it jagged back in and hit him in the midriff, let's say. Drops down, he's just taking a few deep breaths, but he's okay. Doesn't need a glass of water. 19 for 1. Yes, and Phil Neal, I think the feeling was at Northamptonshire that he would have probably been there for the long haul, but then of course England came calling after '94, and he finished up with a role within the England setup as sort of team manager, wasn't it? I think
yes,
initially,
that's right.
Was with the side for a long time, different capacities. Here's White in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Yates. End of the over, 19 for 1. So Warwickshire need another 157 to win. Rob Yates is 4, Will Rhodes is 6.
Well, I think for a while he made a living as a sort of tour operator, and he would sell cricketing tours, watching tours to people, and I think he did that quite successfully. So his organisational skills were picked up on, and he had, I imagine, the unenviable task of looking after professional sportsmen who, have to be reminded. Well, they have everything done for them, that's a problem. So if they have to remember themselves to bring their passport, you're in trouble, because it's all done for them, isn't it? And I think that was his sort of role at England to some extent. Anyway, Sanderson round the wicket to bowl, and that's clipped straight to mid-off, and there's no run. 19 for 1.
There's I tell you what, Clive, I was just going through some more of the social media reactions amongst Northamptonshire supporters. I won't mention the person, but it's one of our regulars, and a very good afternoon to you. But he says it's a bit like giving the opposition a penalty kick without a goalkeeper. They're suggesting this declaration. Well,
I mean, it's not quite though. This isn't.
It's not. Well, as we say,
this is not a formality. Sanderson comes into bowl, and that's edged and cornered slip. There's the second wicket. And now it's beginning to look a little bit better. A declaration perhaps from Northants. Will Rhodes has edged a slip. He is gone, and Northants have 2 early wickets here. It's 19 for 2.
Well, we have called this, Clive, and we've said all the way along, given the way this pitch has played, and it's not been easy. And this was not, as you said quite rightly with the start of the innings, it was not going to be a formality. And yes, Northamptonshire relying very heavily on Jack White and Ben Sanderson, as they have pretty much all season, really, especially when obviously White has played in every game, Sanderson in most of them. And maybe Warwickshire will think, well, yeah, OK, we can see these 2 off, then it might be a little easier later on. But if Northamptonshire could nip 3 or 4 out early on, it certainly puts Warwickshire under a lot of pressure. Sam Hain coming out, we all know what his record is like against Northamptonshire, this phenomenal record. in first-class cricket against most counties, but against Northamptonshire in particular, say averaging 131 and a bit against Northamptonshire going into this match, made 30 in the first innings. But it's been a good start for Northamptonshire, nipped a couple out, one apiece for White and Sanderson, and maybe back home in NN country they'll be thinking they couldn't, could they?
Yeah, well, they were determined to give themselves a chance. They've had to gamble pretty heavily. But I suppose you call it a gamble, but in a sense they had nothing to lose. Because a defeat really is not significantly more damaging than a draw in the position they're in. And there'll be some anxiety now for Warwickshire. Sam Hain, not necessarily his last innings for Warwickshire this season, from what Mark Robertson was telling us. He could conceive to become available during the course of the final match of the season. I suspect it will depend where Warwickshire are as to whether they take up that option. And straight away he's bowled him! And Sanderson's on a hat-trick and Hain's gone first ball. And Northamptonshire are giving themselves a real chance here. What a start from them. And to get Sam Hain out first ball and for Sanderson to be on a hat-trick, this match has been turned on its head. Warwickshire are 19 for 3.
Well, would you Adam and Eve it? Again, it was an absolute jaffer for Sam Hain to get first up, and it doesn't matter who you are. As fine a player as Sam Hain is, a delivery like that, absolutely on the money from Ben Sanderson. And I think, you know, the Northamptonshire side, it's hard to, I think, overestimate the impact of, if you like, a bit of the siege mentality. And, you know, Northamptonshire players and the coaches know exactly what people are saying and have been saying for weeks and months, and some of it with justification, without a doubt. But they've got a chance here, and, you know, if they can, as we say, conjure up a win here, it still doesn't mean by any stretch of the imagination they're safe. The odds are, even if they win here today, they're still going to go down. But they can give themselves a chance. They give themselves a chance going into the last two games. And, well, 19 for 3. Ben Sanderson with his tail up. All things are possible.
Well, there might be a timeout the next batter. Clearly wasn't expecting to have to come in so quickly because they haven't emerged yet.
It's also interesting that Lewis McManus standing up for that first ball to Sam Hain. I've just had a look at that. That was well nigh unplayable from Sanderson. It pitched, what, middle and off, just moved away, hit the top of off stump. That is an absolute jaffer.
Dan Mosley is probably late because he's been chuntering his captain Will Rose for dropping that catch and denying him his first-class wicket. He's coming out to the middle. Would you like the honour of the hat-trick ball, Andrew?
Thank you. Yeah, it's. I was just thinking about Dan Mosley coming out for the second, to bat for the second time today. Obviously, he was one of the not-out batters overnight and continued the innings this morning in, frankly, slightly farcical circumstances, with spinners on at both ends, just trying to bowl overs as quickly as possible and not really trying to score any runs. And suddenly, he finds himself going out to the middle in a fairly serious pressure situation. 19 for 3. Sanderson on a hat-trick. Dan Mosley just making sure his pads are buckled up, as you say. I think it's been a bit of a hurried trek out to the middle. There are 4 slips in place. Then a point, big gap through the covers, an extra cover, no mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Ben Sanderson from the pavilion end on a hat-trick, bowling to Dan Mosley, who's edged, and he's caught it! It's a hat-trick for Ben Sanderson. Mosley goes first ball, caught at 4th slip. It's 19 for 4. Ben Sanderson takes a hat-trick. He's mobbed by his teammates. Ricardo Vasconcelos comes out with a drink. I don't think it's champagne, but that is a hat-trick for Ben Sanderson, and Warwickshire are 19 for 4.
Wow. Well, brilliant from Ben Sanderson. I think Mosley can't quite believe it. Head bowed and got the thickest edge.
Tom Taylor took the catch.
It was Right number of slips in place.
Well, it was, wasn't it? Because if it went straight to fourth slip, it would have been too far wide for third. So absolutely right to keep their field in. Sanderson round the wicket, edged it low. I mean, it wasn't a difficult catch for Taylor, but in all the with all the sort of additional pressure on it. And I tell you what, the players out there, and Luke Proctor, he's not the most demonstrative of cricketers, as you know, Clive, but he's really pumped up out there at the moment, and the players are pumped up. 19 for 4. I suppose they have every right to be.
Well, he's going to take a lot of credit if they do pull this off. Here's a bit of encouragement for Northants. And Warwickshire bowled out for 60 here by Middlesex this season, and they've been bowled out for less than 176, their target here, on 6 occasions this season. I would have to put the proviso in that 4 of those were against Surrey, but they have been bowled out here 3 times for less than 176, and throughout the country on 6 occasions, and so been skittled out for 6. You better take the rest of this over.
Well,
I think, Andrew.
I could mention, if I wanted to, that one Northamptonshire bowler has taken 4 wickets in 4 balls against Warwickshire, but it was in 1914. That was S.G. Smith, Sidney Smith, left-arm spinner. So, well, it is Ed Barnard who comes out to try and prevent the double hat-trick, if you like. 3 in 3 for Sanderson. Barnard facing his first ball, Sanderson in again, and well, he plays it solidly out into the offside, runs down to Zabe at backward point, and there's no run. I think I'm right in saying, I'll double check this, I think Andrew Hall might have been the last Northamptonshire bowler to take a hat-trick in the championship, if I remember rightly. I remember Richard Williams doing it back in 1980, and that stood for a long time as the last one, and I think Andrew Hall took one about 15 years ago, but I'll check that in a second. In all the excitement. Now, man's gone out at deep square. Kerrigan's dropped out on the boundaries. Sanderson is in, bowls to Barnard, who turns it down to fine leg. They're only going to get a single. Jack White comes in off the boundary to field, sends in his return. Applause, sporting applause from around the ground, and Sanderson getting a pat on the back from most of his teammates. There's Keogh and Emilio Gay and Lewis McManus, all patting Ben Sanderson on the back. A hat-trick in that over. It's 20 for 4.
Yeah, well, there we are.
I've always wanted to be on for a championship hat-trick.
Well, I'll tell you, when I first started covering cricket, we didn't do commentary, and I always made the point of recording myself commentating on the third ball after, and I did it, I don't know how many times, and it was always nothing's happened. And then the one occasion I was covering the game at an outground, can't remember the name of the place now, it was Kent anyway, an outground there as Jack White prepares to bowl to Ed Barnard, and I found myself at the other side of the ground. In comes White, right arm over, and that's hit into the ground, back to the bowler, there's no run. When Tim Munton was Maidstone, it was Maidstone.
The moat.
And it wasn't a great pitch. Anyway, Tim Munton took 2 and 2. I'm on the other side of the ground, but I thought, oh, well, it doesn't really matter, because it never, they never take the hat-trick anyway, and of course, sod's law, he did. But not only that, he should have had 4 in 4. Don't like arguing with umpires, but Neil Malder gave a not out for what was an absolute plum LBW with the 4th ball of the run. That's played out to the offside, and there's no run. 20 for 4.
Just to confirm, the memory for once wasn't playing tricks. Andrew Hall, the last Northamptonshire bowler to take a championship hat-trick. That was against Glamorgan at Northampton in 2010. Before that, it was Richard Williams, so 30 years before that, which I do remember, against Gloucestershire at the county ground in 1980. It's only the 2nd championship hat-trick by Northamptonshire bowler against Warwickshire. Back to that in a second.
White into bowl to Yates. A bit of an inside edge. Well, he's appealing there, White. It did seem to come off the inside edge first. And a run is awarded. 21 for 4.
And that was the aforementioned S.G. Smith, who took a hat-trick against Warwickshire here in 1914 and then went on to make it 4 in 4. And it's high time. I've long outstayed my welcome.
Well, you said you needed to lie down last time. I think you'll need one now, won't you?
I'll make way for Nicky Chowdhury.
We'll make sure you're back in when the 8th wicket's fallen. Okay, don't worry. Yeah, it's all Northants at the moment. Warwickshire are going to have to try and rebuild here. White comes around the wicket and Yates pushes that to point. He's been at the other end, of course, watching all the carnage. There's no run. So the one thing Warwickshire got in their favour is because the required run rate isn't too huge, they can afford to maybe just try and rebuild a bit and take a little bit of the bite out of this Northants attack, but they're very much up against it. They might be feeling slightly less clever now after the negotiations this morning. And the teams have got themselves a very good deal, but it's not looking quite so good now. White comes in to bowl, and that's, it's a play and a miss. There's a polite inquiry by Jack White, but I think that just moved sharply and going past the outside edge, taken by the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 4 slips in place. I was saying earlier, Northants can't afford to be too gung-ho. They probably can become a little bit more aggressive now, because Warwickshire are going to have to dig in a little bit here. White into bowl, round the wickets, and Yates plays that down to fine leg. To be fair, he's played pretty well so far, Rob Yates, despite that playing a miss off the last ball. He's on to 5, 22 for 4 at the end of the over. Hello, Nikki.
Hello, Clive. Yeah, I think now they've definitely earned that right as well to have those 4 slips in position, but wow, talk about a negotiation. I don't think they thought it was going to end up this way, did they?
Well, I keep going on about that final day of the season last season. It has so many parallels with what happened then. No one really expected Warwickshire to bowl Hampshire out, but they did. And the other good news for Northants is that Kent are still struggling to break up the Notts 8th wicket pair.
It's going to be Ben Saunderson from the pavilion end. Comes in, 4 slips in place, and it's left outside the off stump by Yates, and rightly so. And I think, as you mentioned, Clive, given what the required run rate is, Warwickshire, they could just decide to get in a little bit more, figure out how to go about it and rebuild from now, as there's no need to go all guns blazing.
Indeed. So Notts are 267 for 7, so they lead by 86. The less good news from a Northants point of view is that Middlesex haven't lost any further wickets. They're 46 for 1. They still need another 173 to avoid an innings defeat against Lancashire.
Thompson's in again. This one's been worked down to fine leg, and they'll pick up a single here. But as you can hear from our effects mic, they're very, very passionate out there now. They've suddenly had a burst of momentum with those early 4 wickets they've claimed. And
the other thriller going on at the moment is in the 2nd division, where Leicestershire have reached 367 for 6, so set 499 to beat Sussex. They only need another 132.
From here, Saunderson's running away from us, and it's left alone outside the off stump by the right-handed Barnard. And
if Leicestershire do pull that off, it'll be the 2nd time this season the team has chased down around about 500. Surrey chased down 501 to beat Kent at Canterbury. They did it with the loss of just 5 wickets. And now Leicestershire chasing 499 to win their game.
4 slips in place, Saunderson in, and this one played straight back down. That's fielded off Saunderson from the back end of his follow-through.
Lots of keen shouting from the Northants fielders now. They'll be excited. I suppose keep control of their excitement. They need to take every chance that comes their way, not snatch at anything. Keep the bowlers going.
Here's Saunderson, and oh, it's a play and a miss. Nice little bit of movement, just going away from the right-handed Barnard off the surface.
Talk about keeping the bowlers going. It's interesting, Nicky, because we had Mark Robinson up yesterday, and he was saying, as Andrew's pointed out, that they wanted to try and take some legs out of Sanderson and Jack White. And again, going back to that final game of last season, Liam Norwell was absolutely shattered while he was bowling, and he needed the encouragement, particularly of Dom Sibley, who was fielding the side of it mid-off.
Well, this one played into the vacant square leg area. They'll be able to pick up a single here. And moves the score on to 24.
And Will Rose as well. At one point, Liam Norwell had said, I can't do any more. I'm absolutely, and Dom Sibley, sorry mate, you're staying on. You've got to keep bowling. And they encouraged him, they talked him through it. There might be an element of that here from Northants. They need to keep, I mean, Jack White and Ben Sanderson will be feeling energised right now.
They will, as it brings up the end of the 9th over, 24 for 4.
But they may need their fellow fielders to keep them going and keep them encouraged. So the target of 176 looks like a monumental one now for Warwickshire. They need another 152 to win with just 6 wickets left. 51 overs still to go. Jack White from the Birmingham end comes into bowl, and nice enough shot from Ed Barnard, but straight to mid-on, so no run. Sun's shining now, the weather is not going to be a problem.
Make the most of it before those cold winter nights draw in. We're officially into autumn from next week. I think the 21st is the official date.
In comes White, right arm over, and that's defended by Barnard. Every ball, Northampton jumping up and down, so if they think it must be a wicket-taking ball, they really have their tails up. If you're just tuning in, a Ben Sanderson hat-trick is what's got Northampton to this position. Warwickshire set 176 to win. It was actually Jack White that struck first. Craig Brathwaite bowled him, just knocked the off bail off for 8. But then 3 wickets in 3 balls for Ben Sanderson. Will Rhodes edged a slip where Karen took the catch. He went for 6. In comes White, and that's gone past the outside edge. White is appealing, not with a huge amount of conviction. It's another very good ball from him, but it hasn't found the outside edge. Sam Hain was bowled by an absolute Jaffa first ball, and then Dan Mosley edging to, I think it was 4th slip. Tom Taylor took the catch. A hat-trick for Ben Sanderson. And that's why we are where we are, 24 for 4. Well, what a game it's turning into. Which I dislike what we saw this morning, and I still do. We always did say that the aim was to produce some entertaining cricket this afternoon. It's certainly done that. Ed Barnard drives, doesn't get it past the fielder though.
We were huffing and puffing up here in the commentary box earlier.
And I still stand by it. I don't like it. I'd rather we didn't see it. But I did always, to be fair to myself,
at least now
say that I understood why it was being done, and that's.
At least now we're getting some entertainment.
Yeah. That's Keogh made the stop there, by the way, in the covers. White into bowl. And that's edged and bounces short of second slip. Jack White stands there, looks as if he can't quite believe it. And remains 24 for 4. Fielder at second slip, who was Emilio Gay, just taking some paces forward as if to say this is where I would need to have stood to have caught that, but he's not come forward too much. Second and third slip are well in front of first. And that's going down the leg side. They're appealing for a leg side catch here. The umpire immediately turned away. He wasn't remotely interested.
Dropped his head and...
Yeah. Jack White was appealing enthusiastically. There's a few standing around as if they can't quite believe it, but I'm going to take a punt out here and say that I think they probably accept that it's the correct decision. 24 for 4. Probably just clipped the thigh pad, but as you say, the umpire head pad wasn't. It didn't look as if he's even expected an appeal.
Definitely. As soon as he heard those voices, he just dropped his head and started walking for the end of the over. And we're now going to go into the 11th over, and it's going to be Saunderson carrying on from the pavilion end.
So Middlesex have lost a second wicket now. They're 50 for 2. They're 169 behind Lancashire's first innings total.
Here's Saunderson round the wicket. Oh, and it's a beautiful delivery. It's a play and a miss. Middlesex have lost 2.
Yeah.
I think England lost 2 when I last checked.
Yeah,
score.
they still have though.
They
They were 13 for 2, but they've recovered 108 for 2 now, the 18th. That's at the Oval, where Northampton are next.
Yeah, so Andy Rudd's going to be making his way. He's booked his ticket, so that's where he's going. As here's Saunderson, and this one's caught at first slip. It is a beautiful delivery here from Ben Saunderson. And Warwickshire, well, they've now lost their 5th wicket, 24 for 5. Ben Saunderson has picked up his 4th.
Yeah, Rob Yates goes, just getting the edge. I did say it earlier, much as you can understand why Warwickshire really fancy their chances with this, there is a danger this could actually have a bit of a negative impact on them. Bowled out by Middlesex for 60 not so long ago. If they get rolled over very cheaply here and lose this game, it could be quite a difficult last couple of games for them this season. There's been a lot this season to be positive about for Warwickshire, but just the second half of the season is proving pretty hard going and perhaps is undoing some of the positivity they secured in the first half of the season. Michael Burgess out next, and Warwickshire now, I mean, they're probably too far out to think about batting through and hanging on for the draw with 49 overs still to go after this one.
Yeah, it's too much time. We've lost too many for them to even consider that, I think, at this point. It's great stuff here from Northamptonshire.
Especially from Ben Sanderson, who is now 4 for 15. I mean, Jack White has bowled well in support, but it's been an absolutely brilliant performance from Sanderson. And Warwickshire's batters are beginning to look a little shell-shocked.
So far, this negotiations turned out in Northamptonshire's favour. As Burgess is the new man out there in the middle. He decided to take out 2 slips. Apologies, they decided to take the 1 out. So we've got 3 slips in place. As I say that, I believe they've just decided against that. Mid-wickets come in to 4th. So it's Saunderson to Burgess, running away from us at the pavilion end. He's forward and it's a solid defence and it's a dot ball.
Yeah, well, Northants obviously with their tails up. Can they make quick work of this? Or can Warwickshire offer some sort of resistance, try and somehow get back into the match? But it's all Northamptonshire at the moment.
Yeah, McManus is up to the stumps as Saunderson turns at the top of his mark and straddles in. And this one again, forward defended, picked up by a very athletic fielder at point.
Crowd quite quiet.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of them picked up their bags and started to walk off.
Northants field is making all the noise at the moment.
That's definitely being picked up on the effect, Mike. Claps all round as here's Saunderson again to Burgess. Does exactly the same shot as the previous delivery. He's played it to Poynant. And dot delivery. It's a funny game of cricket, right? You can't really ever predict how something's going to go, especially once you think you might have an idea, things can take a turn rather quickly. Here's Saunderson in for this last delivery, and Again, forward defended by Burgess, and it brings up the end of the 11th over. Warwickshire 24 for 5.
So another successful over from Ben Sanderson, and Northants 5 wickets away from victory. A victory which will certainly give them a small chance. They do have 2 very tough games to finish with, of course, but they will have a chance of what would be a pretty remarkable escape if they did pull it off. 4 for 15 now, Ben Sanderson in his 6 overs, including a hat-trick. Jack White, his 5 overs have only cost 8 runs. He has 1 wicket. Bowling to Barnard, hits that off his toes, but can't get it past mid-on. Barnard, who showed very good batting form with the white ball, opening the batting in the 50-over competition. So he's got a little bit of confidence about him, Ed Barnard, but under pressure at the moment. And in comes White to bowl, and that hits Barnard high on the gloves, or high on the bat rather. He takes one hand off it, he plays it down to the ground to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Interesting one for how the batters approach it. Do they just sort of dig in and try and build an innings, or do they take the view that one's going to have my number on it sooner or later, so best to try and score runs while I'm out here. White right arm over, and Barnard gets plenty behind that to defend it to mid-on. There is no run. 12th over of the innings, minimum of 60 overs in total in this innings. For Warwickshire to try and chase 176, or for Northants to take 5 more wickets and bowl Warwickshire out and pull off what will be quite a remarkable win. Jack White, right arm over, and Barnard defends that to the offside. There's no run. I think whatever happens from here now, Northants' decision to declare so early has been justified now, because it's given them a chance. Whether they take that chance or not, time will tell, but given them a chance of winning the game. They absolutely have to win. Looks like Tom Taylor's just preparing to enter the bowling attack. White comes into bowl, and welcome runs for Warwickshire. Barnard has clipped that through mid-wicket. It is a long boundary there. 2 fielders are chasing it from different parts of the ground, and the ball just crosses the rope and actually nestles just about an inch over the rope. But a good shot from Barnard. 4 runs for Warwickshire. Hint of an ironic cheer or two in the crowd. 28 for 5.
Yes, there's a long old boundary out there, especially where we are positioned at the ground today in this game. We're on the far right-hand side in terms of where the track is here at Edgbaston. So that leg side is, fair to say, going to have to get your legs on.
Barnard this time drops it into the offside, but only as far as point. There's no run there. So Warwickshire was a happier over for them there. They did get the 4, 28 for 5. 12 overs bowled. Still 148 required by Warwickshire. 5 wickets needed by Northamptonshire. I think probably right now, maybe it always was, but a draw is probably the least likely result. Could still be that tie that I've been longing for so long.
I think things are going to have to go very flat for us to end in a tie. Northamptonshire, well, they've done a terrific job, and especially this chap right now with the ball down in front of us. Ben Saunderson has picked up a 4-fer so far. He's in, he's going to keep going. He'll be starting his 7th over. Burgess on strike. This time McManus has decided he's not going to stand up either. So Saunderson runs away from us. And this one, oh, it's a beautiful delivery. It's carried through into the gloves of McManus. It's moved off the surface, and Burgess just looked a little bit confused.
Well, this is Sanderson's 7th over. Warwickshire will be wondering how long he can go on for. Maybe 2 more, including this one in this spell. Or will he go on even longer than that? Because at the moment he's looking absolutely unplayable.
He's in again. And this time striding forward, and it's defended by Burgess. Picked up at extra cover.
Some bright sunshine out there.
A few clouds, but it's nothing like we had yesterday, so that's always good. I don't think the weather's going to be threatening a result here at Edgbaston this afternoon. As Ben Saunderson turns at the top of his mark. This one just slightly back of a length, and it's had a bit of height. And Burgess defends its result delivery.
It's a fairly untypical innings of Burgess. Well, he's only actually faced 7 balls. He's not had much of the strike yet to score.
I believe we're due an update soon, aren't we, Clive?
Yeah, about 3 minutes. You're all right for a bit.
Some field adjustments. And
Going to put a short leg in by the looks of things.
yep. He's got his helmet on. He's in position. So, taking a man out of slip, he's come into short leg.
I think the other side, it was a different helmet. I think he was borrowing a helmet from the wicket keeper there, the fielder, but it decides obviously that's not a comfortable fit. So Azad has had a helmet fetched from the changing rooms. Northampton wanting to get on with it, but in the end just had to fetch the correct helmet.
Orders resumed, and
Oof.
Saunderson in and out's been played down to square leg. It's just jagged off the surface there a bit as well, and
Well, that almost worked straight away, Nicky, didn't it? Putting the short leg in there.
yeah,
It just bounced in front and slightly wide of him, but you can see why he's put him there.
it's almost fell victim. Short legs in place, 3 slips are in place. And the rest of the field on the offside is just a point and an extra cover. This time Barnard just decides he's going to pull out, and Saunderson now halfway through his run-up has to stop and turn back. Here he is now. Barnard in his stance, and that one's just beaten the bat. And it's gone straight in to the gloves of McManus. It's not an easy track to bat on. We've seen that throughout the course of this game, and still now on day 4, still a little bit of movement off the surface. We do your update any second now, are we, Clive?
It will be in 45 seconds time.
All right.
So you can describe.
I'll finish this over for you. As here's Ben Saunderson, and again another beautiful delivery. It's beaten the bat of Barnard. It carries through into the gloves of McManus. It also happens to bring up the end of the 13th over, and Warwickshire 29 for 5.
I just want to desperately see Ben Sanderson off here, Warwickshire. It's been an absolutely Exhilarating bowling performance from him, well supported by Jack White, who hasn't always had the luck. He's also done a very good job. He's just stretching his leg now as he prepares to bowl. Warwickshire got to think these two may be coming towards the end of their spell. Update coming up in a moment. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where the Warwickshire's county championship match against Northamptonshire has taken a pretty remarkable turn. Warwickshire are 29 for 5, chasing 176 in 60 overs to win. It looked an incredibly generous declaration from Northamptonshire, who desperately need the win, but Northampton's decision has been fully justified, as Ben Sanderson in particular has ripped through the Warwickshire top order. Craig Brathwaite was the first to go to Jack White for 8, but then Sanderson claimed a hat-trick, dismissing Will Rose for 6. Sam Hain bowled first ball off an unplayable delivery, and Dan Mosley caught in the slips. He since has added a 4th wicket in Rob Yates, who was caught at slip for 6, and Warwickshire in some trouble now at 31 for 5. And Jack White is coming into bowl to Barnard. So 4 slips in place. Right arm over to Burgess, I should say. Just squirts it out to the offside, and there's no run. I'll bring Andrew back in at the end of this over. I look forward to telling the folks in Northampton they'll be dancing in the streets of wherever they danced in Northampton. At this rate, still work for them to do, of course. They need 5 more wickets, and they are going to have to rely on their first change bowlers pretty soon, you would think. Burgess plays that one to point for no run. Warwickshire must feel, much as the Northants have a lot of work to do, they must feel a million miles away from what they may have thought. They never would have thought it was easy, but they may well have thought could be a relatively straightforward chase. It is not proving so. And Notts are still resisting against Kent, 286 for 7. They lead by 105. On the other hand, Middlesex are resisting against Lancashire, 56 for 2, still 163 behind. White comes into bowl, and it's off an inside edge from Burgess to mid-wicket for no run. The other one to keep a close eye on, Leicestershire, now just 103 runs away from their target, with still 4 wickets in hand. They're 396 for 6 against Sussex at Hove. 31 for 5 the score here. Derbyshire giving themselves a sniff of a chance, because they got Gloucestershire at 111 for 5 at Bristol, just 85 ahead. But Glamorgan still resisting against Yorkshire. They're just 3 down. They lead by 74 now, 301 for 3. White into bowl, and that's driven by Burgess, and that's through the gap, through the offside for 4. Northampton setting attacking fields, don't have a sweeper in there, and Burgess is able to take advantage. You can almost hear the relief among the home support's applause.
That's a good looking shot through the Cubs as well. Played that gap nicely.
35 for 5. That is 11 so far, which in the context of this innings is quite a partnership. In comes White to bowl. That's short. Oh, and Burgess almost fell into the trap there. Is a fielder down at long leg. He swung round to pull it there. Almost got a little edge, but missed it. End of the over, 35 for 5. And Andrew Rad will join Nicky Chowdhury.
Thank you, Clive. You deserved yourself a nice warm cuppa. Scores 35 for 5 at the end of the 14th, and by the looks of it, going to continue with Ben Saunderson from the pavilion end. He's now making his way to the top of his mark, and the fielders still having a little bit of a discussion as to who should go where, and we're going to stick with the short leg in place as well for Barnard. And Andrew Rad's back in the comms box with me.
Afternoon, Nicky. Afternoon, everybody. Chris Liddell, Northampton's bowling coach, doing his post-prandial lap down to our left, so he'll be feeling a little bit happier than he was perhaps an hour ago as Ben Saunderson comes in, bowls to Ed Barnard, who's running that down to backward point, safe save fields, and there's no run. Lots of stats, of course, as a result of that Ben Sanderson hat-trick. First championship hat-trick for Northamptonshire for 13 years. Andrew Hall got one against Glamorgan back in 2010. The first for Northamptonshire against Warwickshire since the summer that saw the outbreak of the First World War, 1914, when Sidney Gordon Smith, left-arm spinner. Sanderson in outside the off-stump, left alone by Ed Barnard. From Trinidad, took 4 in 4 here. It's the 17th championship hat-trick for Northamptonshire, and thanks to Mikey Fenn, who keeps an eye on all the stats and comes up with some absolute humdingers through the season, who tells us that Ben Sanderson is now Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in championship cricket in the 21st century.
Oh wow, that's quite the achievement.
Going past Jason Brown, his 342nd is Saunderson in, and that's outside the off stump. Doesn't bounce a great deal, just kept low as Ed Barnard sort of gestures to his partner Michael Burgess that it kept down. Well, that's not a great sign, but it is, I was just saying to Brian Halford, our colleague, a lot now hinges. We talked earlier when I was on with Clive about the importance of Ben Sanderson and Jack White with the new ball, who've been outstanding for Northamptonshire this year. Now the change bowlers, who perhaps haven't had a great deal of success this season, really need to come to the party. Here's Sanderson in, bowls, and that's turned past forward short leg by Ed Barnard. They just come through for a single, chased back towards the Hollies stand by Simon Kerrigan. 36 for 5. Ed Barnard up to 8. Tom Taylor, who presumably will be in the attack fairly soon, this year has taken, going into this match, 14 wickets at around about 44 apiece. Luke Proctor, I imagine, will be fourth seamer, as he was in the first innings. Has taken 8 championship wickets this year. Ben Sanderson in bowls to Burgess, who plays it down, back down the pitch. Sanderson, I was going to say he fields, he actually hoofs it towards the stumps at the striker's end, but misses. I tell you what, Chris Little's steps, he's a great one for getting his steps in. He's taking this boundary a lot quicker than I would have done.
Yeah, he's already raced along.
He's got about half the sort of circumference of the ground at Edgbaston in the place of this over. Clipped uppishly but firmly by Michael Burgess for 4. And anything on his legs Burgess is going to help himself to, and that races away to the Hollies stand for 4. So slightly more productive over there. 40 for 5. Warwickshire need another 136 to win, and the question is how much longer Sanderson and White going to be able to keep going. Tom Taylor's been off the field, I would imagine, perhaps to just get his bowling boots on. He's back on the park now, and if nothing else, he will go in the record books as the man who held the catch at fourth slip to give Ben Sanderson that hat-trick. But he's going to have to show his mettle in the bowling department in the next next 10-15 minutes, you would imagine.
You'd expect to see a change up soon, as here's White from the Birmingham City end and played off the back foot by Ed Barnard, and it's a dot delivery.
Extraordinary goings on at Canterbury, where Nottinghamshire are now 299 for 7. Joe Clark is 113 not out. Brett Hutton 69 not out of 91 balls. Those two have now put on 119 for the 8th wicket, and Nottinghamshire's lead now 118 against Kent, 3 wickets in hand.
White's in again to Barnard, who decides to leave this alone outside the off stump. There's a big appeal. I think I thought it's probably hit him on the pads.
They were appealing, yeah, he didn't play a shot,
but
so they were appealing for LBW, and it, well, I'd like to have another look at that one.
Say from our angles, it looked like he left that alone.
He did. He didn't play a shot. It hit him on the pad, and it was just a question of whether I don't know, whether it was doing a little bit too much. Let's have a look. Maybe a little bit high. Maybe a little bit high. May just have been angling down. Enough doubt in Rob Bailey's mind to say not out. But tight.
White starts charging in, and Ed Barnard decides he's not ready and just pulls out and sent White back to the top of his mark. We've got 4 slips in place, point, extra cover on the offside, and then mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as in comes White now. And it's played off the back foot, and it's picked up by 4th slip. Dot deliveries, done well to keep that along the ground, has Ed Barnard. It's actually just picked up a little bit off the surface, and more often than not, we've actually seen it die a little bit more, so a little bit more in this delivery from White. Lots of chirps from the Northamptonshire players as White steams in from the Birmingham City end, and this time Barnard opens up and plays that to mid-wicket for no run. Andy, how long do you think we're going to go until we see a change in bowling?
Well, I would imagine fairly soon. I think they've bowled, what, 8 apiece. You would think they're probably going to have to think about getting Tom Taylor on at some point in the not too distant future. So I would think one more maybe. If he picks up another wicket here, probably have another one.
It's White, and he slashed at this one. And it's gone straight into the gloves of McManus, and it'll bring up the end of the over as well.
Another ball to go, I think, but he absolutely threw the kitchen sink, the washing up bowl, the rice cooker, the microwave, and everything else at that one. If he'd made contact, it would have gone into the Hollies stand, I think, but he didn't.
Apologies, you're right. It's what you mentioned earlier, the scoreboard's quicker than us, so by the time you've actually looked at it, it's already accounted for.
It is very, very sharp here.
Well, this should be the last one as in comes White this time.
Oh,
and Barnard's forward, he drives a beautiful looking cover drive. It's gone over and kissed the boundary, and that brings up the end of the over. 16 overs gone, score moves on to 44. Warwickshire 5 down at the moment.
And nicely fielded out of the boundary by the aforementioned Chris Liddle, doing his lap. He's just gone past the Stanley Barnes upper at the moment. He's in the gap between the Stanley Barnes upper and the Hollies stand. Just going to have a little word, I think, with Jack White as White goes down to his fielding position down there. He's worked very closely with Jack White over the last couple of seasons, Chris Liddle. And, well, he'll be absolutely delighted, obviously, with the way Sanderson and White have responded to the challenge here so far, but still a lot of work to do, and Warwickshire are not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. 44 for 5. Sanderson's going to keep going into his 9th over, 4 for 21 so far, including the hat-trick, 3 slips in place. He's in, bowls, and Burgess drives, but Sanderson sticks down at right hand and fields, and there's no run. Ben Sanderson going into this match with modest figures by his standard of the season so far, 19 wickets at 33. Hasn't, of course, played every match. He had 1 or 2 injury concerns over the season. Generally, his fitness over the last few years has been exemplary. Down the pitch comes Burgess, drives on the bounce, back to Sanderson, who fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Still 3 slips in place and a forward short leg. Bright sunshine here at Edgbaston, although there's quite a bit of cloud around. I think parts of the city centre in shade at the moment. Hassan Azad is he going to go? Yeah, the keeper's now standing up, Lewis McManus. So they have 3 slips rather. And now, as he did earlier, not least when Sam Hain was out, keeper standing up. Sanderson in, bowls, and that's punched off the back foot by Michael Burgess up to extra cover, and there's no run. Tom Taylor now going through his warming up routine in his fielding position at mid-wicket, so he's going to be in the attack soon. Obviously heading away from Wantage Road at the end of this season to start a 4-year contract with Worcestershire, so he, I know, will be very keen to Finish on a high note with Northamptonshire. He's been at the club since the very back end of 2020 when he came on loan from Leicestershire. Here's Sanderson. In bowls and push forward from Burgess out into the covers. Zabe fields. And there's no run. So 176 the target. Warwickshire have lost Brathwaite for 8, Rhodes for 6, Hayne for 0, Mosley for 0, that was the hat-trick, and Yates for 6. 4 wickets for Ben Sanderson. Jack White getting the first. Sanderson turning, running in from the pavilion end to bowl again to Michael Burgess, who stands tall, plays it up to Proctor at mid-on. And there's no run. Nottinghamshire 301 for 7 now, so leading by 120. Middlesex still gritting it out up at Old Trafford, 67 for 2, so still 100 and, well, just then as I speak, they've just lost another one, 73 for 3 now. So still adrift. Cracknell's gone for 33. Tom Hartley, the left-arm spinner, is into the attack. He's picked up an early wicket. Here's Sanderson in. That's whipped away by Burgess, but only as far as Taylor at mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. Is that, I wonder, Ben Sanderson's spell? 44 for 5 at the end of the over. Burgess is 11. Barnard is 12. Ben Sanderson's figures: 9 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 21. But Jack White is going to take a blow, and it is going to be Tom Taylor to come into the attack from the Birmingham end.
And I think we just had a bit of a conversation out there in the field between Saunderson and McManus, and I couldn't tell who else it was, but maybe discussing if Saunderson's going to end his little spell as well. Who knows? We'll find out shortly after this over from Tom Taylor. It's going to be in to bowl against Ed Barnard, and got the 3 slips in place now. As in comes Taylor from the Birmingham City end. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Barnard, straight into the gloves of McManus. And there's been plenty of news in the cricketing world recently, don't you think, Andrew? There's been breaking news like over the course of the last 3 days, and just now, as of 15 minutes ago, it's just been announced that the ECB are set to invest $2 million into programs designed to encourage participation from ethnically diverse communities, state schools and people with disabilities. As here's Taylor, and this time played off the back foot by Barnard, and it's again a dot delivery and picked up by Gully, who comes running in. So I believe the SACA, so South Asian Cricket Academy, are getting some funding. The MCC Foundation is getting some funding, and I believe the third one is the ACE program as well, and there are some more which we'll come to shortly. As here's Taylor, and this one's just worked off the hips, and it's played down to fine leg, and they'll pick up a single here. Takes the score on to 45.
Yes, it's sometimes difficult when you're following one side around the country. Often there's things going on, and you tends to be rather in head-down mode, and you sometimes miss what's going on in the wider cricketing world. But as you say, obviously lots going on, and some very welcome developments.
Yeah, it's very encouraging to see, and hopefully many players and aspiring players can benefit from.
Now, this is interesting. I wonder if Taylor's going to try the short ball, because they're dropping Safe Zabe back about 2/3 of the way back at deep backward square. Sanderson's already back at long leg. Is it the bouncer? Is it going to be the double bluff?
We should wait and see, as in comes Taylor now, and it's going to be the double bluff as Burgess is forward and plays that to mid-on with a full face of the bat. So yeah, the monies are going to be split across 5 charities: the ACE program, the SACA program, the MCC Foundation, Chances Shine, and the Lord's Taverners. So that's £2 million worth of investment from ECB going into those charities. Here's Taylor again, and this one, attempted drive by Burgess. He hasn't quite timed that well enough, and it's just towed and ended up being picked up by Taylor on the back end of his follow through as well.
Meanwhile at Hove, Leicestershire, chasing 499 to win, are 423 for 6. They need 76 more runs to win. 4 wickets in hand. What a win that would be. Tom Scriven, 67 not out.
Taylor into Burgess again, and it's a beautiful delivery, just beating him on the outside edge, and it's gone straight into the hands of McManus. Again, just that little bit of movement that we're getting off the surface here at Edgbaston on day 4 of this encounter between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. It brings up the end of the 18th over. Score moves on to 45 for 5.
So the good old county championship continues to delight and amaze with stories and storylines developing all over the country this afternoon, not least here at Edgbaston. And Mel Smith, who's on the public address, had just announced that Ben Sanderson was taking a blow and Luke Proctor was going to come into the attack, and then had to correct himself because indeed Ben Sanderson's going to have another one. You might need a crowbar to get the ball out of his hand at the moment, but 9 overs, 4 for 21. But he is going to have, well, at least one more from the pavilion end. Keeper standing up, 3 slips in place, and he's running away from us to bowl to Ed Barnard and beats him, and it's well taken by Lewis McManus, standing up to the stumps. He often does to Ben Sanderson. Adam Rossington, of course, was keeping wicket for Northamptonshire up till the end of 2021. He often stood up to Sanderson. Michael Burgess gesturing to the dressing room for something, for a drink or something, but I thought, no, gloves, I think. I was going to say, I thought we had enough drinks breaks this morning.
Plenty of drinks breaks. I lost count of how many drinks breaks.
It was one long drinks break this morning, wasn't it, really? 45 for 5. Sanderson in bowls and played defensively by Ed Barnard out into the covers. Safe Zabe fields, and there's no run. Batters to come for Warwickshire: Danny Briggs, Craig Miles, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Seen, say, Taylor into the attack. Presumably Luke Proctor will bring himself on at some point, unless he might want to give possibly Jack White a go from this end. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Barnard, who's playing that off the back foot. Down the pitch, Sanderson half stops, deflects out into the offside for Rob Keogh to tidy up. We were saying, Nicky, and it's great, it was really impressive to hear the reception that Ben Sanderson got after the hat-trick over when he went down to his fielding position down to our right in front of the pavilion, and a very warm round of applause from, obviously would have been predominantly Warwickshire members and supporters, but that's just terrific to hear. Good sportsmanship. Is Sanderson in, bowls, and it beats Barnard outside the off stump. He's still getting it to nibble around, Ben Sanderson.
Yes, definitely. There's a few of them around as well. Saw them at lunch.
Yes, we did say actually earlier that although the crowd first thing was a bit thin, we did think if there's a possibility of an interesting afternoon, then we might see a few more drift in, and I think that's probably been the case. There's certainly a few more at the far end of the ground in the sunshine down at the scoreboard end. Sanderson in again, bowls to Barnard, who is forward, playing it out into the covers. Rob Keogh comes across to field, and there's no run. But yeah, plenty of Warwickshire members enjoying their lunch. In fact, Clive Eakin obviously is here an awful lot more than you or I are. Was saying he thought it was the longest queue for the fish and chips he'd ever seen.
It was a very long queue.
It was so long that, having planned to have fish and chips for lunch, I must admit I thought this might take us into this afternoon session, so I settled for the dish of the day, which was still very nice. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard, through to Lewis McManus. End of the over, 45 for 5.
It was so long by the fact that actually I got my food. I rocked up to the table where you both were sat, and you already finished your lunch.
Yes, I was just having to. It was nothing personal. I had to go back upstairs to do some stuff for BBC Radio Northampton before 1 o'clock, and yeah, it was, and that was even me having crumble and custard as well. But
Didn't even go for the fish and chips, and it was still a very long queue.
It was, yeah, but anyway, it's good to see a lot of people supporting county cricket, and it is, Luke Proctor's starting to whirl his arms around, so one imagines he's going to be into the attack fairly soon, and surely now they've got to think about giving Ben Sanderson a blow.
As for now, it's Tom Taylor, and Burgess advances down the track, and that's gone straight past him into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
Almost goes down as a stumping chance, isn't he?
He was so far down.
A long way down. So Sanderson at the moment, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 21. I wonder, can they squeeze an 11th over out of him? I'm sure he'd be willing, but they might need him to come back later, of course.
Here comes Taylor. Ooh, it's nicked, but it's shy of first slip. I believe that's Karanara at first slip. Hasn't carried.
He's held a couple of catches in this innings, hasn't he? Got the one to get Will Rhodes and to get Rob Yates. Good pair of hands.
Safe pair of hands, but unfortunately there didn't quite carry to him. It's gone down in the book as a dot. 3 slips in place as in runs Taylor. This one played off the back foot and fielded at cover. He's played some solid looking shots here, as Michael Burgess, and we've seen a couple of nice cover drives as well. Taylor just at the top of his mark and turns towards us from the city end, and he's in, and this one's slashed away and it's dropped at third slip. He flung the kitchen sink at it. That went hard.
Hassan Azad, yeah, it was travelling, but it's gone down, and just hope from Northamptonshire's point of view and from Hassan Azad's point of view that doesn't prove costly. It was carved, it went chest high just to his right, and he couldn't hang on.
Taylor's in again, and this time Burgess decides to leave this one outside the off stump. Two close chances here actually for Michael Burgess in the over. The first deliveries decided to walk down their track, and that's beaten him. Obviously no chance there, but then there's one shy of Karanara at first slip, and then just there that put down one by Azar at third. So he's in to face Taylor once more. This time he's back and across, defends into the offside. It's a dot delivery, and it brings up the end of the 20th over. The score moves on to 45 for 5, and on that note I shall take your leave, and I'll welcome Clive Eakin back into the comms box.
Yep, it's well, 45 for 5, and I think we are going to see, yes it is indeed, we're going to see a little bit of Luke Proctor. I'll just we'll just do a little bit of swapping over so that Clive is sitting where he needs to be to do his updates. So I'll just hand over the headset to Clive.
Seamless.
Smooth, well-oiled machine and all that.
Yes. Well, 45 for 5, Warwickshire. Well, these two are just trying to stop the madness, really. And now it's down to the second, or the first change bowlers. Proctor bowls to Barnard, who plays that to mid-on, and he gets a single. One thing Northants do have to do, though, is hold every chance that comes their way.
Yeah, and this is also, you feel, an absolutely crucial phase, because as we mentioned, Sanderson and White have been superb today, as they have been for much of the season. The change bowlers haven't had anything like the same level of success, and they do need really to contribute here, you feel. Can't always be just left to the two new ball bowlers.
And this one is just pushed out to the offside, and there is no run. 46 for 5. right edge has gone out slightly less shouty in the field. They're still trying, absolutely, and nothing 1 wicket wouldn't change. Just feel that Northants need that wicket. Proctor bowls, and they might have got it there. It's an appeal for LBW, and to Proctor's apparent chagrin, it's given as not out.
I just wondered with that one. First thought in real time, and we're not behind it, was whether he might just have got a little feather on that inside edge, but we'll have a look. I'm sure it'll come up on the replay, but we're seeing it from. That was the drop that we're seeing now. If you're watching on the stream, that was the Hassan Azad drop.
That one's clipped off his toes by Burgess to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, maybe just a little edge on it. Maybe hit him just outside the line. Let's have a look. Here we go. It's either possible. Good shout, but it's difficult to tell from that, but it may just have been a little inside edge.
Proctor bowls, that's clipped onto the leg side by Burgess. It will be cut off, will it? And it's a good stop, which saves a couple of runs.
Simon Kerrigan herring round the boundary like a good one.
Yeah, no, that was important. Saves 2 runs, keeps that target. So quite a long way away for Warwickshire, 48 for 5. Yeah, here's the problem when you set a target that's relatively low like this. One partnership and suddenly the batting side thinks they're getting there. However, still some way to go. Proctor bowls and he just drops the bat on that. Burgess plays it past the slip cordon down towards third. It will be another 2. And it brings a 50 up for Warwickshire. A rather traumatic 50, but they've got there in the end off 126 balls, but for the loss of 5 wickets, 50 for 5.
Yeah, all results still possible. You know, you said about the tie earlier, Clive. You never know. You might get your the tie you've been hoping for all these years. Just looking at the Northamptonshire Championship hat-tricks. We saved Sanderson's today, the 17th, and it's worth mentioning because we sadly lost him just a few weeks ago. Mike Dilley, Tex Dilley, playing for Northamptonshire, late 50s, early 60s, took 2 championship hat-tricks in the space of 6 weeks in 1961, and so he passed away recently at the age of 84, and much missed. Tex, good man. Here's Taylor. In and bowls to Barnard, who drives up past the bowler, fielded by White at mid-off, and there's no run.
I think Ben Sanderson has to buy a jug of beer at the end of a...
Well, they have what they call the CB round, so the career best.
Okay.
Well, I suppose a hat-trick probably counts for that, doesn't it? You would imagine so, but yeah, they usually it's. He had to buy one this year, I think, when he got his career best score. He made 46 against Kent earlier on in the championship campaign, which was his career best. 3 slips in place, Taylor in bowls and beautifully driven. That's a fantastically timed stroke by Ed Barnard, and he's laced it past extra cover for 4. It's a good dive by Rob Keogh. Might just have got a finger to it by the look at the fact that he's looking at his finger a little ruefully, but he hit that hard, and that's raced away to the boundary for 4. 54 for 5. Barnard to 18. 122 more runs required by Warwickshire to win this match.
Psychologically, they can get that down to double figures.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Still, well, this one could well go down to the wire.
Here's Taylor from the city end, in outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard, goes through to McManus. Yeah, I mean, if you were a betting man, and I'm not, but I wouldn't like to invest anything on this at the moment. It really is anybody's game. As you say rightly, I think the draw is probably the least likely eventuality at the moment. The tie's still on, but there are still 38 overs to go after this. You would think that's probably not going to sort of figure in the calculations, but here's Taylor in and bowls to Barnard, who lets that go again through to Lewis McManus, and there's no run. There's also, we're talking about hat tricks, and Northamptonshire's championship ones, but inevitably there've been a few taken in other first-class matches that weren't in the championship. Nobby Clark got one against the West Indies way back. Here's Taylor turning and running in again to bowl to Ed Barnard, who again leaves it alone, goes through to McManus. Good judgment by Ed Barnard. But there was also an interesting performance. Northamptonshire did play a couple of first-class matches against Dublin University way back in the 1920s. And a chap called Reginald Worcester, Dick Worcester, has a unique achievement of taking a hat-trick in his only first-class match. Here's Taylor outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard, goes through to Lewis McManus, and that's the end of the over. He was a Kettering Town stalwart, and he was given the chance to play against Dublin University at Wantage Road in 1925, and he took a hat-trick and never played again.
Thought it was too easy, obviously.
Never played it. He was presented with a match ball, mounted and suitably inscribed, but and played for Kettering for many years after that. And indeed his family still playing cricket in Northamptonshire, but he never played another first-class match. So a hat-trick on his only appearance.
I was trying to remember when I saw a championship hat-trick, and I remember he's not necessarily always the best, but I cannot remember one since I saw Tim Munton do it at Maidstone. Anyway, Proctor into bowl to Burgess, who clips it off his toes. That's a beautifully timed shot. 4 runs, and this is just becoming a bit of a problem for Northampton. These two are beginning to look, dare I say it, a little bit settled. 34 they've added now, 58 for 5.
I wonder at what point, it's difficult, isn't it? At what point Luke Proctor might, if these two settle in and they perhaps put on another 20 runs, at what point he thinks, should I risk, you know, get some spin on, just have a little look and see if there's anything in it for Simon Kerrigan or Rob Keogh. Yes, we know there's a short boundary, but just try something different.
Proctor comes into bowl. Let's play back to there's no run. It's a danger from Warwickshire point of view that they might get a bit excited about that and actually make a mistake.
Yeah.
But Burgess on 19, Barnard on 18. Two batters who have been in reasonable form. The debacle at the Oval, Burgess was one of the batters who came out of that with a bit of credit. Batted very well in the second innings. So he's got a bit of form there, Barnard, say, bringing his white ball form into this. And that's a nice shot there around his pads from Burgess. It should be cut off. It is. Kerrigan again, and they get 2. So they are doing their best to stem the flow of runs here. Northampton with some good fielding, 60 for 5.
He's been super out there, hasn't he, Simon Kerrigan, this afternoon, flinging himself all over the place. Whether he gets a chance to show what he can do with the ball in circumstances other than just trying to push up the overrate.
Well, you might say, just Captain, look, I've saved you a few runs here, mate. How about giving me a bowl? Proctor comes into bowl, and that's hit again onto the leg side, but doesn't get past Azad in the close field, and therefore there is no run. Well, we said it all morning, really, for all, and I've chanted about it more than anyone, and I still do. What we saw this morning, that's what I kindly call low-intensity cricket. All a bit farcical, but we did say the aim was to set up a thrilling afternoon, and it's certainly done that. Proctor comes into bowl, and that's driven, but it will be cut off, I think, at mid-off by Sanderson. But he did have to move a little bit to his left, so there was time for Burgess to scamper through for a single, 61 for 5. And from Northampton's point of view, I guess they had to kind of take the draw out of the equation. And not put Warwickshire in a position where they think, well, we'll just bat out and save the game. No, I mean, as I say, people will have different views, and that's absolutely fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but if you've got to win a game, you've got to be prepared to lose it. Yeah. Proctor comes into bowl, and that's Edge run down to, it's stopped at second slip Don't think that was in the air. I know you oohed there, Andrew. Was it in the air?
Just, I think, landed just in front of and well wide of game. He just managed to get a hand on it. Not a chance.
62 for 5. We were talking about Phil Neal earlier. I remember, again, these days of 3 days cricket when all sorts of declarations. I remember in one away match and he was taking terrible stick from the home crowd because he wouldn't declare and set a target. And his argument was, which is absolutely correct, I thought at the time, it was Worcestershire's, if I declare now and set a target, you might get an exciting finish, but we won't win.
No.
So what's the point? What's the point of me declaring to only lose the game?
No, absolutely right. But we were saying earlier, you know, captains back in the 80s and that sort of era, 70s and 80s, counties needed to have a captain, one of whose skills was judging a declaration. And say Northamptonshire were very fortunate. Jeff Cook was a bit of a master of that, and especially with, as Northamptonshire tended to have for most of his years as captain, a relatively limited bowling attack, relatively limited seam attack at any rate. He had to be a little bit creative, and was a bit of a master at it. Here's Taylor in, bowls very full, driven by Ed Barnard, but only as far as Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. He used to say, I mean, the late great Dennis Brooks, obviously captain Northamptonshire in the 50s, but made his debut back in the 30s. And he used to say he was, again, absolutely could judge almost to the minute when was the time to pull out. Just dangle the carrot enough to keep the opposition interested whilst giving yourself a chance to win. 62 for 5. Taylor in, bowls outside the off stump. Barnard leaves it alone, goes through to Lewis McManus. Warwickshire need another 114 to win. Of course, these were the days, I think it was still the case when this Phil Neal incident happened, where you got no points for a draw. No, that's right.
So, and I think Phil Neal prided himself on not losing matches, and you did see some teams, perhaps exaggeration to say they didn't care, but because they got no points for a draw, right, once they were losing a match, they sort of tended to throw the towel in a bit. And I think that's one of the reasons why they brought in draw points, wasn't it? Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Barnard, who flashes that through the covers for 4. That was 4 from the very moment it left the bat. It gave Rob Keogh an extra cover, absolutely no chance. 4 runs to Ed Barnard. He goes to 23 and Warwickshire to 66 for 5. You're beginning to hear a bit more enthusiasm in the home crowds applauding now. A bit more belief in it. It was 24 for 5. These two have put on 42 for the 6th wicket. They've been watchful, they've been patient, but when the bad ball, the scoring opportunity has presented itself, by and large, they've taken full advantage and capitalised on it. 66 for 5. Taylor from the Birmingham end, bowls to Barnard outside the off stump. He leaves that alone. It goes through to Lewis McManus, and I think I've mentioned this before on commentary, but I do remember one of the slightly toe-curling moments of my reporting career was when Northamptonshire played Middlesex. It would have been early 90s, I think, and Middlesex were in the running for the championship and needed to try and get a win. Mike Gatting left Northamptonshire quite a generous target on the last afternoon, and Alan Lamb played one of his trademark innings, got 100. Northamptonshire won fairly comfortably. The players were trooping off at the end of the match. It's Taylor in bowls, very full, driven by Barnard down the ground. This could go all the way for 4, and it's going to. It crosses the rope in front of that Anedin line sight screen at the far end of the ground. And that's 4 more to Ed Barnard. He goes to 27. It's 70 for 5, 106 to win. And chap on the public address for Northamptonshire then, Ron Staniford, lovely chap, Rambling Ron as he was affectionately known, decided he would thank Mike Gatting on behalf of everybody in the ground for the generous declaration. And Gatting's expression as he left the field was an absolute picture, but that was abusing generosity a little bit too much, I think. But anyway, 70 for 5, 106 more runs needed. Here's Taylor in bowls to Barnard, who just drops it down through backward point for a single. Kerrigan comes in off the boundary to field. It's another single to Barnard. He goes to 28, and at the end of the over, 71 for 5. So Warwickshire need another 105 to win. Northamptonshire need
5 more wickets to win, and there are 36 overs remaining.
I remember captains they're sort of down to the do and down to the don't, aren't they? And then there was a match a few years back when Darragh Maddy was captain here, and the late great Shane Warne was captain of Hampshire, and we were at Southampton. We actually had a day of sunshine with no play at all because the ground had taken so much water they couldn't dry it. So we lost a whole day's play, really frustrating. And the two captains clearly came together and they set up a run chase for the final day as Proctor comes in to bowl to Barnard, and that's played back. There's no run, and Hampshire got them. They got the runs and won the game. And I spoke to some Warwickshire supporters sometime afterwards, and they felt that Maddy had been sort of lured into it, sort of conned, a bit of a strong word, but maybe a bit naive. And I always contended that was a bit unfair. The only reason why they lost the game was Michael Carberry played the innings of his life, or one of the innings of his life, and they could just as easily have won it. But of course, if you lose it, then you immediately if you declare to lose, you're going to get stick for that, aren't you? But that's just wraps Barnard on the pads. It rolls back down the pitch. There's no run. Was it Gary Sobers, of course, who famously declared in England? I mean, it is in Test cricket. It's particularly regarded as a fairly heinous crime to declare and then lose.
Colin Cowdery's tour was in 1968.
Proctor into bowl to Barnard, turns that round his pads. There is a fielder down there at fine leg. Northants have had to just put 1 or 2 fielders in defensive positions. They can't afford the runs to flow quickly. They still have some time to get these 5 wickets, but they've been held up at the moment, 72 for 5.
And it's not as though these sort of declarations, if they do go wrong, are instantly forgiven. There are some people that still blame Keith Andrews' caution against Middlesex in 1965 for costing Northamptonshire the championship.
Proctor bowls, and that's played down from high on the bat by Burgess to point. There's no run.
And that was sort of nearly 60 years on, and Keith sadly has long since left us. But one or two of the older generation still say, if he'd been a bit more positive against Middlesex, we'd have bowled him out and we'd have won the championship.
Yes. Of course, in those scenarios, everything would have happened the way you expected it to as well. Proctor comes into bowl, and that's clipped around to mid-wicket for a single. I did hear someone on the Northants field shout they still need 100. Just reminding the bowlers that they're being held up at the moment. There's still a long way for Warwickshire to go. Actually, to be precise, need 103. 35 overs to go, so that's not really an issue. I hate to say it, but the sun's disappeared behind the clouds, getting slightly darkish. I think we'll be all right.
Well, that's all we need.
Exactly, yes.
That light coming into the equation.
Proctor comes into bowl. That's driven to mid-off. There's no run. I'll tell you what, the umpires in particular would hate that. Being forced into a position when they have to make a decision which will be wrong to half of the people
yes, that's right.
involved. 73 for 5.
Justin Broad is trotting on the field to replace, I think, Jack White. So maybe he just needs to nip off for a comfort break or whatever. Possibly. They'll want him to have another little burst before tea. Maybe. For now, it's going to be Taylor to continue from the Birmingham end. Birmingham at the moment bathed in sunshine. I think it's that hotel, isn't it, with the rather distinctive blue-green glass that always looks very attractive when the sun catches it. But the ground at the moment actually in shade. Still 3 slips in place. Proctor just having a word with Taylor. He's into his 5th over, no wicket for 14 so far.
There's one crane that looks particularly tall, but it's actually because it's on top of a tall building.
Crikey. That's one job I wouldn't fancy. It's a little precarious. Here's Taylor into bowl to Michael Burgess, pushes forward, goes off a thickish inside edge. They go through for 1 as it runs out into the onside. It's smartly fielded by Safe Zabe. They come through for a single, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. They've put on 50 off 89 balls. Very, very valuable partnerships taken Warwickshire to within 102 runs of their target, and indeed Simon Kerrigan is now starting to warm up out there at extra cover. The overrate is level, so despite all of the jiggery-pokery going on this morning with 11 overs in 19 minutes.
I think thinking Andrew after this ball.
Here's Taylor. He's in bowling to Ed Barnard, who runs it wide of second slip. They've only got 2 slips in now, and it's chased back towards the boundary by the substitute fielder Justin Broad, who fields smartly and keeps it to 1. Barnard to 30, 75 for 5.
Well, Notts are 328 for 8 now. They lead Kent by 147. There are about 40 overs to go in that game. So if Northampton were to lose this, but Kent not win, and obviously Middlesex won't win, best they can hope for is a draw, does that still keep Northampton's hopes just about alive?
I did. It was one of my scenarios. I'll find one of my bits of paper. Here's Taylor in bowls, hits Burgess on the pad, appeal for LBW without any great conviction. Not out, says umpire Bailey. Right, so if Kent draw, they would have, I think, 93 points. Now Northamptonshire at the moment are on 61 plus whatever they get here. So if they win, they will have 79 points, so they'll be 14 behind Kent.
Defeat only gives them 2, doesn't it?
Defeat only gives them 2. Here's Taylor in, bowls to Burgess, who drives. He's going to get a run as it goes out through the gap with extra cover, and Taylor and Keogh has to come around from mid-off to field. So it's 1 more to Burgess, who goes to 25, 76 for 5, 100 to win.
So I suggest in that scenario they would still just about have a chance, but they need 2 big wins and a fair amount to go their way as well.
They've, you know, as we said earlier on before lunch, Clive, even if Northamptonshire win, they're still bottom.
Yeah.
So, you know, they've still got a lot to do, and they're probably going to have to win the last 2 games. Here's Taylor in, bowls to Barnard, pushes forward, plays it out into the covers. Kerrigan fields, and there's no run. But, you know, if that scenario did play out, and if Kent didn't win and Northamptonshire managed to win this one, then Middlesex 87 points. Again, it depends what happens with Middlesex as well. But they're still going to be pushing a win up from safety with 2 games to go. So here's Taylor in and bowls, and that's forced off the back foot by Ed Barnard, through backward point for 4. Again, it's the short boundary down there, and that's gone like a rocket down to the boundary. It brings up, well, the 80 for Warwickshire, so they're 80 for 5, 96 more runs required. It takes the requirement into double figures, which you talked about just a moment or 2 ago, Clive. Barnard is 34, Burgess is 25, 80 for 5, 96 more runs to win, and just that scenario that we talked about as soon as Sanderson and White went off, can the change bowlers keep up the pressure for Northamptonshire? Well, the answer so far has been no, but now we are going to see some spin with Simon Kerrigan coming on from this pavilion end.
Just looking at it from Warwickshire's point of view, I mean, if they win this, and even if Kent win their game, a win for Warwickshire effectively ends any lingering fears that they might be dragged into the relegation zone. Looking the other way, by my reckoning, they'll be 38 points behind second place Essex, so probably second place, almost definitely second place, will be on their reach. However, they would only be 7 points behind third place Hampshire, so third, they'd be 8 points behind Lancashire if Lancashire win, which doesn't look particularly likely, but is still possible. As Kerrigan comes round the wicket to Burgess, well, it's played on the offside, there's no run, but they will be within single figures of third place if they win this game. So there's that would be a boost towards their final position. Kerrigan round the wicket to Burgess, who drives out, doesn't get it past the inner field. If they lose, of course, and if Kent were to win, let's say Middlesex were as well, neither is well, certainly be surprised they both win, but let's just say for a minute, for the sake of argument, they did. This next one is whipped away into the offside, there's no run. They would only be 29 points clear of the bottom 2, which with 2 games to go would just be a little bit uncomfortable. But I don't think both Kent and Middlesex are going to win. Kerrigan bowls, and that's driven to the offside. There's no run.
Well, it would be Middlesex. I think you can write them off. The best Middlesex can do. But
yes, that's talking nonsense. They can't win, can they?
Well,
no,
it would be surprising, but.
I mean, it's 123 runs behind, so I don't think they can, but I think it's possible for Middlesex to win. That's played out into the deep for 2 runs by Burgess. Yeah. So Middlesex the best they can hope for. Which they are on course for. They've still got a bit of work to do. 3 wickets down, 123 behind.
The thing is, it's almost, from Northampton's point of view, it's never nice when it's not in your hands, and, and it isn't really going to be in all probability.
Kerrigan bowls, plays back to that. Burgess is no run. 82 for 5, Warwickshire. A couple of runs coming off Kerrigan's first over. And Warwickshire are just nudging their noses ahead now as they chase what would be their 5th win of the season.
Well, there's all these little psychological targets, isn't there? I mean, he mentioned the getting down into double digits. Another few runs and they'll be over halfway. It's just these little things. Maybe batters have different views about this, don't they? I know Alan Lamb always used to like saying, right, well, we look at score another 20 runs and see where we are or whatever, and he just liked to chunk it up. Others just say, well, I'm just want to play the game, take each ball on its merits, but different batters have different thoughts about it. 82 for 5. Here's Taylor bowling short, pulled away by Barnard. Is it going to go to the boundary? Yes, it is. A long chase round there for Saif Zaib from long leg. And, well, one thing we do know about this pitch is that it's not a huge amount of pace in it, and if you drop short, then there's every chance you're going to get dispatched, and that's exactly what happened there. Just sat up nicely, and Barnard pulled it away for 4. He's 38, 86 for 5, 90 to win.
So if you're the sort of batter who doesn't particularly like doing it in chunks, it must be really irritating to have a batting
somebody on the other end
who does.
Here's Taylor bowls short again, not quite as short, but is more runs for Barnard. Pulled away out through mid-wicket. Chase back towards the boundary, but they come back for 2. Barnard into the 40s. And Warwickshire now exactly halfway, 88 for 5. Halfway runs, halfway wickets.
Yes, so both teams are halfway.
What's not to like?
A tie.
There's that wonderful story of talking about having a sort of batter at the other end who's doing it that way. Mike Brearley told a wonderful story about batting with Derek Randall in a test in Australia. Here's Taylor in bowls, and that just bounces a little bit on Ed Barnard, but he plays it well. It goes down to Sanderson at long leg for a single. Barnard to 41, 89 for 5. And I think they were batting to try and save a match, and they talked about, this whole business of chunking it up a little bit, and Brearley said Randall came down really excited. He said, that's absolutely brilliant, Skip. You're doing fantastic. Do you realise in 10 minutes it'll only be 20 minutes to go until tea or something?
Yeah.
Taylor. Bright sunshine now, running in to bowl short again, and pulled by Burgess. Burgess out for 2 runs, out to deep mid-wicket. So I think we can probably deduce from this, Clive, that there is a theory and there is a plan, and Taylor's being asked to drop short, and they've got 2 men back. They've got a deep mid-wicket. Well, in fact, they've got 3 back now. They've got deep mid-wicket, about halfway, a little bit more back. Saif Zaib similarly deep at backward square, and Ben Sanderson at fine leg. So there's an arc of 3 on the leg side. Burgess on strike again, driven it crisply out to extra cover, fielded by Keogh, no run.
Ben Stokes 122 not out off 87 balls. Lamb was out for 96. England, who were 13 for 2 at one stage, at 244 for 3 after just 33 overs in the one-day international.
I think they'll be pleased he didn't go through with his retirement then.
Yeah.
One-day international cricket.
I'll be doing an update in about 45 seconds.
Dynamite. 1 ball to go in the over, 91 for 5. Taylor in bowls to Burgess, drives back past the bowler, going through for a quick single, shy at the stumps at the non-strikers end, but misses Luke Proctor in their home. And that's the end of the over. 30 to Burgess, 41 to Barnard. Warwickshire 92 for 5, need 84 to win.
Yeah, it looked a little bit tight. Element of running in treacle at one point as well. So just trying to get to the danger end, but survives it. Things are just going Warwickshire's way at the moment a little bit. And
Rob Keogh limbering up now.
So here comes the update. This is Clive Eakin from Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire is heading for a very interesting finish. Warwickshire are 92 for 5, chasing just 176 to win after what looked like a very generous declaration from a Northant side who desperately need the victory in their battle against relegation. It was looking a little less generous when Ben Sanderson in particular reduced Warwickshire to 24 for 5. Sanderson taking 4 wickets, including a hat-trick, as the top 5 batters all fell for single figures, and 2 of them, Hayne and Mosley, going first ball. But Michael Burgess and Ed Barnard have steadied the ship considerably and got Warwickshire back on track. Burgess on 30, Barnard on 41. Warwickshire 92 for 5, chasing 176 to win. And you can make that 93 for 5 now, as the ball's pushed out to the offside for a single. So what is it, 83 to win? Yeah, 83 to win. And in comes Kerrigan, that's played back to him. And there is no run.
We shall nip out at the end of the over and let Nicky Chowdhury keep you company through until tea.
Oh, I'd forgotten tea. Kerrigan comes into bowl. That's a sweep shot. I always think when a match is this exciting, you always don't want to come off for tea.
No,
let's get on with it. But anyway, well, maybe it might help Northants just be able to come firing back after a tea break if they can stop too many more runs being scored between now and then. It's forward for a bit of excitement from Kerrigan. Obviously, he thinks that's going on to pad first, then on to bat. But it rolls out to the offside. There's no run. Slip in place, Kerrigan round the wicket and plays back to that Barnard. He's hurried up a little bit, survives it, 93 for 5.
Yeah, it is boiling up very, very nicely indeed. It's what the crowd were hoping for when they had to go through. We all did. But, rather curious passage of play this morning, but being rewarded now for their patience. 93 for 5, and I'll make way for Nicky Chowdhury.
Now Rob Keogh is coming into the attack. More spin from the Birmingham end. Northants want wickets. If they can't get wickets, they need to somehow try and restrict the runs and maybe hope that a quick blast after tea might get them back in it, but they are running out of time in terms of runs required. 83 required now. Still plenty of overs left, 31. Need to break up this partnership.
Afternoon, Clive.
Afternoon, so I think Proctor just trying to get his fielders in the right places. He's going to slip on a shortish mid-wicket, cover, mid-on, mid-off. No one on the short offside boundary. Right arm over Keogh, and Burgess plays that to the offside. It's a dot ball. Not a huge crowd witnessing this, but those here now are enjoying this interesting contest. Burgess tries that to mid-off for a single. Warwickshire feel are on top now, but nothing that 2 quick wickets wouldn't change dramatically. 94 for 5. Keogh gives that a bit of air. It's a pin. He's got him, LBW. Barnard tried to sweep. He has a rueful look at the umpire, but the finger's gone up. Barnard goes, and the wicket that Northants desperately needed, they've got. Barnard's batted well, but he's gone for 41. It's 94 for 6.
There was no hesitation with that finger going up. It was a quick and easy decision out there in the middle for our umpire. And as you just mentioned, Clive, there's nothing that 2 quick wickets couldn't change, and it's just like they heard you.
Well, it's the standard 70. We are taking tea now, so sorry, Nicky, that's one of the shortest commentary stints that you'll do. But with the wicket, it does mean that we go to tea. And it's still nicely poised. Well, that wicket will certainly lift North. Oh, he said Durham there. Will lift Northampton the tea interval. Warwickshire still need 82 more runs to win. That will feel just a little bit of a bigger number right now, because they've only got 4 wickets left. This one could still go either way, Nicky.
It could still go either way, but we're going to have to wait and tune in after our tea break to find out, as the umpires make their way off the pitch here.
So there we are. It's been an extraordinary session. 4 wickets for Ben Sanderson, including a hat-trick. 1 for Jack White. Craig Bathwaite fell to Jack White for 8. Then Will Rhodes 6. Sam Hain first ball. Dan Mosley first ball for Sanderson's hat-trick. And then Rob Yates follows soon after to Sanderson for 6. And now Rob Keogh has got into the act, removing Ed Barnard for 41. Michael Burgess is still there at the close on 32. And Warwickshire chasing 176 to win on 94 for 6 at tea. We'll see you again in just under 20 minutes.
Some scores from other matches taking place around the country today, starting first of all with the Oval in the ODI between England and New Zealand. After 36 overs, England are currently 277 for 3. At the first Central County Ground Hove, the match between Sussex and Leicestershire. Sussex 262 and 344 for 9 declared. Leicestershire 108 and 453 for 7. Leicestershire require a further 46 runs with 3 wickets in hand. At the Seat Unique Stadium, Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire. Gloucestershire 377 and 169 for 6. Derbyshire 403. Gloucestershire lead by 143 runs with 4 wickets in hand. At Sapphire Gardens, Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. Yorkshire 500, Glamorgan 273 and 354 for 4. Glamorgan lead by 127 runs with 6 wickets in hand. At Emirates Old Trafford, the match between Lancashire and Middlesex. Middlesex 194 and 106 for 3. Lancashire 413. Middlesex trail by 113 runs with 7 wickets in hand. And finally at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury, the match between Kent and Nottinghamshire. Kent 446, Nottinghamshire 265 and 348 for 8. Nottinghamshire lead by 167 runs with 2 wickets remaining.
Come on, lads. Right, get Brody. Ass, you got your kit on? Yeah, not actually, yeah, very close. Yeah.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston. The players are about to come back on for a denouement of this what's proved to be a fascinating match in the end. Whole day's play lost yesterday, plus about the equivalent of a session in the first 2 days, so best part of 4 sessions lost. And it left the two teams having to come up with something imaginative. We endured some fairly horrific low-intensity cricket in the morning session to set up a run chase which has proved to be dramatic. Warwickshire set a target of 176. It looked a very generous declaration from Northampton, who of course need the win probably more than Warwickshire do. Some incredulity from people, well, perhaps in the ground and outside the ground as well, about that declaration, but it looked more justified when Warwickshire were reduced to 24 for 5. Then a stand of 70 between Ed Barnard and Michael Burgess seemed to get Warwickshire back on track, but a wicket just before tea, the last over before tea. Ed Barnard going for 41 to Rob Keogh, who will complete his over, has left the game still open. The Northampton players are getting into a pretty tight huddle talk themselves up. One final go. Let's make this a famous victory, they'll be saying. No doubt we'll see Ben Sanderson and probably Jack White as well. They're both on the field, I note. Will no doubt. I say that is Ben Sanderson on the field. Jack White certainly is. Oh, yes, I think Sanderson, yes, Sanderson's there as well. So,
and Danny Briggs.
Actually, I can't see him. He probably is out there, but I can't actually see him. Ben Sanderson.
Rob Keogh, and to face the first ball of this session.
So anyway,
I think we've got Curran Ayers padded up to go into short leg. He's got his helmet on and
yeah. Anyway, Keogh will complete his over. Danny Briggs is coming out, the new batter. There were 3 balls left of this over. It came off for tee because a wicket fell in the over just before tee. And so, it's a rather more attacking field for Keogh now. He's got a slip and he's, Nicky's saying, a forward short leg. And another wicket now would really hot it up for Northants. There is a substitute fielder in. I don't think Ben Sanderson's out there. Now, whether he's just putting his bowling boots on is going to come out a bit late, we shall see. But that would be a blow for Northants if he couldn't bowl. Briggs whips that one away. That's a good start from Danny Briggs. He's hit it for 4. Take a little bit of the pressure off of the wicket Keogh got just before tee. 98 for 6.
it's a nice way to get off the mark for Briggs himself as well. Boundary off his first shot, fast delivery.
He does tend to quite like batting in this sort of situation, Briggs. Probably out next ball now, I said that, but he defends that one to the offside for no run.
Haven't jinxed it yet, Clive.
Yeah, I try to be rational about these things. I keep telling people nothing I say in the commentary box actually affects what happens out there, whether people believe me or not. That one is driven to mid-on. There's no run. And we're getting told off by countless Coventry City fans when I said Brighton shouldn't score from this free kick. It did. And to try and point out, it wasn't because I said that they scored. But not everyone believes that. Anyway, 98 for 6 at the end of the over. 78 runs required. Well, exactly halfway through the innings in terms of overs, 30 overs to go, so it shouldn't be a problem, the over situation. It's all about whether Northants can bowl Warwickshire out or not, and Simon Kerrigan is continuing after lunch, and I will check with Andrew, but I can't see Ben Sanderson on the field. No, he's not. So that could be a blow for Northants.
Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and we're going to have Kerrigan from the pavilion end. Note short leg.
He's probably gone to the cash point so he can buy his jug for getting the hat-trick afterwards.
No short leg in place now for Kerrigan to Burgess. Just the one slip in place. As in comes Kerrigan. It's played off the back foot by Burgess. Fielded at short extra.
It is quite a defensive field for the situation Northants are in, but I guess Kerrigan's thinking.
One's in now, and this one's a shorter delivery. Punched forcefully off the back foot, but it's fielded at mid-off.
If he can frustrate Warwickshire and stop the runs from being scored, he could get a mistake out of the batters.
Good delivery here from Kerrigan. Slightly more flight in the delivery, and Burgess' forward defends. He's in again, and Burgess forward. This just played down to deep square leg, and he'll pick up a single here.
You would kind of expect 2 or 3 round the bat in this situation, and that one was a bit off an inside edge. It was in the air. I don't think it would have carried a short leg, but it would have been in that area. But it doesn't matter because there isn't a fielder there. Fielder's made the prediction he's going to be caught mid-on here. Let's see what happens.
It's Kerrigan to Briggs, who's forward and opens the face of the bats. Played to backward point, who does a good job to keep it down to a dot. Yeah, I agree with you, Clive. You probably think you would be a bit more attacking, and as you say that, we're just going to see another change in the field, and we're going to have two slips in place for Kerrigan to Briggs. Fuller delivery, and he's driven this down to mid-off, and they'll pick up a single in the process. It will bring up the end of the 31st over, and Warwickshire, they manage to put on 100 on the board now, and you can hear rounds of applause go around the ground from the fans and supporters. It's 100 for 6.
Well, that came in 186 balls. The second 50 has actually come off just 60 balls, and they've lost just 1 wicket in that time. Well, if Ben Sanderson is incapacitated, then... Oh, he's back on, is he? Okay, so that solves that issue. But anyway, I was going to say, if he was, it could be down to Jack White now, who actually did bowl well without Sanderson that got the wickets. As so often happens, two bowlers bowling well in tandem. Often one of them gets all the wickets, but the other does an important job. Again, as Ollie Handolby will tell you, after that Liam Norwell 9-for, his bowling at the other end, joking aside, was actually pretty crucial in that. So, but anyway, is Jack White. Ben Sanderson's now down here at wide long leg. As Jack White comes in to bowl, and that's left, there's no run. I won't use the line about Jack White needing to call onto the whole of the Seven Nation Army again, because I've used that in a white ball game, so can't use it twice. 100 for 6. 3 slips for Jack White. Briggs a new batter. His first ball for 4, but he knows he needs to build another partnership, at least a smallish partnership, something. Briggs plays that back to the offside. There's no run. We should have, I suppose, we might call a little bit of a tail. Chris Rushworth at 11. Ollie Handolby is a very competent batter, but he is, he is a very much a lower order batter in truth. So if Northants were to get down to him, then Warwickshire would be getting quite anxious. Having said that, having got a career best with the ball, just his story to hit the winning runs. Briggs leans back, cuts that and plays it down to third. I'm not sure that's entirely where he intended it to go, but it's got him 4 runs. And I think he was looking to get it a bit squarer than that. But he moves on to 9, 104 for 6, and every 4 is a little bit of a stab into the hearts of Northants. Still plenty of runs to play with, though. 72 more required.
Yeah, that flew away down to the boundary. Made it slightly easier with the pace of White, and then Briggs really slashing his hands through the shot.
White comes into bowl, and Briggs has repeated. This time he has played it where he intended. First time, that's just in front of point, and that's 4. Just a little shortish and wide from White, and Briggs looks to be in the mood. One thing I would say, from Northants' point of view, particularly if they win this game, I cannot see Kent winning their game now. Notts are 348 for 8. There's only 35 overs left in that match, and they're 167 ahead. But on the other hand, Middlesex look like they're going to probably get a draw. Still got a bit of work to do, but they're 106 for 3, 113 behind Lancashire at Old Trafford. White comes into bowl, and Briggs is defensive. There's no run. Leicestershire, though they have lost the 7th wicket, are still closing in. They're 45 runs away from a remarkable victory at Hove, 454 for 7. And the other championship games, it's pretty much a certain draw at Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 355 for 4, leading Yorkshire by 128. And it looks pretty certain to be a draw also at Bristol, where Gloucestershire 176 for 6, they lead Derbyshire by 150. Next one, Briggs pushes out towards mid-off, there's no run. Central Sparks are going well against Western Storm, having restricted the opposition to 241 for 8 at Taunton. Eve Jones Central Sparks captain and sometime commentator up here, is on 30. So again, she's obviously been listening to the wisdom of the commentators she's been commentating with. Agabel Freeborn, who made huge runs in the last match, is also in there. She's on 31, so they're looking quite good at the moment. Mind you, they do need to score 5.4 and over, so they've still got some work to do. And just to wrap up, Nick England 308 for 4
Yes,
in the 41st over.
Ben Stokes 152 not out to his name, his fourth ODI 100 for England, and first since his unretirement as his Kerrigan to Burgess, and this is a full toss delivery. It's hit sharply and it's fielded at extra cover, and that's gonna hurt.
Well, that was I mean, he's lucky not to concede runs there. That didn't come out right from Kerrigan.
This is a better delivery pitching from Kerrigan. It's defended into the offside. It's a dot ball.
Full toss, which should have been dispatched.
He's in again, and this one worked off the back foot, and they're going to pick up a quick single as it's placed into that vacant mid-wicket area. Yeah, it's a good knock from Ben Stokes, 152, and he got his century of 76 deliveries. It's like he never left. He's got 2 slips in place for Briggs. Kerrigan's in. Briggs just off the back foot. That plays that down to deep cover. Just waited for it, played it very late.
It's a no ball. Really.
It's picked up a single though.
Well, I know they get 2 for the no ball, so I know it's easy to play the game sitting up here, but one thing Northampton cannot afford to do is give Warwickshire runs by a spinner overstepping.
It's Kerrigan to Burgess now, and this one's again worked off the back foot, played down to deep cover, and they'll come back here for a single, and the score moves on to 113.
I mean, if you were to get a wicket with the 7th ball of the over, you'll feel a lot better, Kerrigan. Getting a wicket with the extra ball, but
63 runs needed for Warwickshire to win. We've only got 4 wickets in hand. And we're going to have a quick change in the field as well. Fielders in the deep on the leg side have come in as Kerrigan's in and bowls, and Briggs is forward, defends. So deep square leg and deep mid wicket come in, and now they're back out. They're being sent back out for the final delivery in this over from Kerrigan. As he's in and bowls, and he's pushed off the back foot to deep cover, and they'll pick up the single. They'll bring us to the end of the 33rd over, and the score's 114 for 6.
I guess Northampton's thinking here maybe keep Kerrigan at one end, and as long as he's keeping things reasonably tight, hope that he might be able to make a breakthrough and then rotate the 2 star bowlers, star seamers from the Birmingham end, Jack White, who's about to bowl his 10th over of the innings, and Ben Sanderson, who took the hat-trick early on, took 4 wickets in total. Looks to keep a potent weapon going from that end. 3 slips for Jack White, who turns to come into bowl to Danny Briggs, who clips it off his toes, and he's found a gap there. Danny Briggs, that may go all the way. It's been chased, and the ball is just going to get there. 4 more to Danny Briggs, who I have to say has come out and looked really good. I said, we were discussing earlier, with a colleague Brian, he was saying it's just the sort of match situation he tends to like, Danny Briggs. And he's certainly come out impressively. He's on to 19, 118 for 6.
Yeah, it was a good shot from him, and it went all the way on that large leg side boundary as well. I don't think our listeners will even be able to comprehend how big it is. It's a long chase.
White in again, and Briggs defends that back to the bowler. There's no run. I mean, he's had a fairly minor role with the ball in this game, Danny Briggs. Just bowled a few overs in the first innings. But he might be having a key role with the bat. These two have now added 24. I just feel Northants need wickets to come in clusters. Warwickshire trying to prevent that from happening. Slip has moved wider, so we've now got 2 slips. So third slip's moved wider. We've got 2 slips and a gully now, you'd say. As or potentially a 4th slip position. That's played into the onside, there's no run. Field's still trying to encourage Jack White. Ben Sanderson is loosening up, so maybe he'll come from the pavilion end. That is the end where he did take his wickets in the early part of this innings to give Northants real hope. Remember, Warwickshire were 24 for 5 at one stage. And now 118 for 6 as White comes into bowl. Oh, and Briggs nibbles at that one outside off stump. And just about manages to keep his bat out of the way. I suspect Jack White will feel he hasn't had a great deal of luck in this match. He's beaten the bat countless times across the 2 innings. As always, getting the reward.
It's been Saunderson getting the rewards today for Northamptonshire.
White. Well, he gets sent the first. It's quite an ungainly run-up he has, but that one is again a rather tentative shot from Briggs. He's looking to cut at it and misses it. He goes down the pitch and does a bit of gardening. Michael Burgess has a word. Mid-wicket is dropping back towards the boundary. Will Jack White tempt Danny Briggs with a short delivery? Or is that a bluff? Or is it a double bluff and that Briggs might think it's a bluff and then it isn't? See what I mean? White comes into bowl and Briggs drops a bat on that and then scampers through for a single. White has to race along the ground to do the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over, 119 for 6, and Warwickshire need another 57 to win. 26 overs to go, so I don't think that's really in the equation. It's all down to the wickets. Northants need 4 more wickets.
We're going to have a change in bowling as well. It's going to be Saunderson back into the attack from the pavilion end. He's picked up 4 so far. Will he get his 5? Will he help Northamptonshire?
Developments at Canterbury, where Nottinghamshire have lost their last 2 wickets very quickly. Joe Clark finished 141 and Kent are chasing 168 in 34 overs to win.
It's going to be a nail-biter down there as we've got 3 slips in place. Saunderson's back into the attack. 10 overs, 4 for 21 so far. He runs away from us. This is flicked off the legs by Briggs. It's a beautiful looking shot. It's run away down to the boundary. Effortless from him.
And a dramatic finish also at Hove, where Leicestershire are now 9 down and still need 39 to win. But former Warwickshire night watchman Chris Wright is at the crease. But 2 quick wickets for Sussex have put them in with a chance of ending that remarkable run chase.
Saunderson at the top of his mark. It's going to be back into Briggs, who's played some lovely shots so far in his innings. And the finger's gone up. They asked the question, and unfortunately that is going to be the end of Briggs. He is going to have to depart for 24. Warwickshire, they lose their 7th wicket, 123 for 7.
Well, it was a delayed decision by umpire Pratt, and Danny Briggs, fair to say, not happy about it. But Sanderson has his 5-er. A remarkable effort from him, and it's kept Northants' hopes very much alive. He was batting really well, Briggs, but he's gone for 24, and Northants need another 3 wickets to win. Craig Miles now marches out. So we've got a bit of a tail. Miles can certainly bat. Devon coming in at 9, and then Ollie Hand will be 10. They will feel they've opened up an end here a little bit. Northants. So some pretty exciting finishes. So not so exciting at Old Trafford, where Middlesex are hanging on at the moment seemingly quite comfortably. 113 for 3, still 108 behind. But elsewhere, it's there's some tense stuff around the place.
Well, Saunderson has picked up his fifer. He just asked the question. He's delivered first up. Miles will now be on straight, the new batter out there in the middle.
Still 56 required, still some way to go.
7 down. And we're just going to have a quick change in the field. We're going to send square leg back on to the boundary as in comes Saunderson. And this time Miles' forward defends. And it's picked up at mid-wicket, no run. Suddenly things back with Northamptonshire at the moment. It's an important wicket. Briggs looked in fine form. Really beautiful shots from him. Unfortunately, he has to depart. Saunderson at top of his mark runs away from us at the pavilion end. And this time Miles is forward again, solid in defence and picked up by Saunderson on the back end of his follow-through.
Yes, whatever happens, it's been a fantastic bowling performance from Ben Sanderson. He'll be very disappointed now if it doesn't get them the result, but it's certainly not for want of trying on his part.
Well, he's in again, approaches the stumps, and again Miles forward, defends. Still 25 overs remaining in today's play, and we've just had a change in field again as Saunderson's getting ready to bowl the final ball of his 11th over. Point's just been sent out slightly deeper, not all the way given how large the boundary is on the offside here at Edgbaston. 3 slips, a deep point and a mid-off on the offside as here's Saunderson to Miles, who's forward and drops it in the vacant gap at extra cover and comes in for a quick single, and it brings up the end of the 35th over. Warwickshire 124 for 7.
Miles happy to keep the strike with a single the last ball of the over, but Warwickshire do need to do that, keep the scoreboard ticking and try and count these runs off. 52 more required to win. Northants need 3 wickets. The tie is still on.
All possibilities.
All possibilities. I said the least likely now would be a draw. I mean, I can't quite see how events could lead us to a draw now, unless I suppose if Warwickshire were to lose the next 2 very quickly and then just try and bat out for the draw, but I think a draw is highly unlikely. White then, who's also bowled well without necessarily getting the wickets. He comes into bowl and Miles drives at him back to the bowler and there's no run. Ball getting softer since its 36th over. Interesting one for how Burgess approaches now. Naturally positive player. Does he look to play his shots? He's got plenty of time, so kind of has a decision to make in terms of how he approaches it. Miles turns that round to mid-wicket, but finds the fielder. 124 for 7.
to make way for Andrew Radd. I believe it's time for a quick swap in the commentary box. I'll catch you later.
What's your prediction now then?
I'm going to go with Northamptonshire.
Okay.
We'll see if I make it back.
Right. Jack White in to bowl. Short and Burgess as Skyday's going to be out. Is he? He is! And Burgess gets a lead. Miles gets a leading edge. Trying to play it onto the onside. Skied it and the catch is taken. And Northants need 2 more wickets to win this game. 124 for 8.
Yes, I thought for one horrible moment from a Northamptonshire point of view that Rob Keogh hadn't picked it up. Because he seemed just to hesitate before coming in. It went up a long way. It was coming out of the sun, but he managed to hang on. And Craig Miles is on his way back, and now a huge amount resting on Michael Burgess. I think his wicket is now absolutely crucial. And a question, I suppose, now of how he plays it, how much. I suppose he'll know that Ollie Hannon-Dolby, as we know, can hang around for as long as you like, but to what extent does he now try and force the pace a little bit? Just 2 wickets left, 52 needed to win, and Northamptonshire, you feel now, very much on top.
Yes, indeed. I don't know whether the coach will do it yet. Talk us through that shot, Craig, in the match situation.
Well, it's like you said just a moment or two ago, Clive, you know, positive player. It's, you know, coming in this sort of situation, you think, well, you know, if I have a couple of good overs, middle half a dozen, then we're going to be very, very close. But on the other hand, obviously it's a high tariff and goes straight up in the air. It's not a great look, is it, from that point of view?
The 2 at the crease now have got history together of a very simple approach where Hannon-Dolby just keeps the ball out at one end and Burgess hits it to all parts of the park at the other. I wonder whether they'll go for that approach in this situation. Certainly I think Hannon-Dolby will. He will just try and keep it out. Burgess might not go quite as gung-ho as he has in the past in partnerships between these 2, but I'm sure he'll look to play positively. He has got 3 balls this over now to survive, Hannon-Dolby, and it will be about survival for him, I'm sure.
Jack White's 40th championship wicket of the season.
He's coming round the wicket. 3 slips in place. The bowler Hannon-Dolby, who guides it onto the leg side. And it's fielded, there's no run.
It makes you wonder, Clive, you look at plight that Northamptonshire find themselves in. Even if they win this one, as they say, they'll still be bottom of the table with a couple of games to go. It makes you wonder how much worse things have been had it not been for Jack White. He has been absolutely extraordinary this season. His resilience and his stamina and his skill.
In he comes again to bowl to Hannon-Dolby, who's allowed to leave that. He'll be a bit disappointed with that one, Jack White, because that was an easy one for Hannon-Dolby to let go and leave.
But as we were saying a little bit earlier, you look at around the country and all these games that are just bubbling up. What's not to love about the county championship, eh?
I know.
It's just fantastic. Because whichever way this goes, it's going to have been a very exciting afternoon, and I think those that have been in the crowd will feel they've had their money's worth.
Yeah, well, a couple of fielders are dropping. I was trying to give Ollie Hannon-Dolby a single now. There's a couple of fielders going out to the leg side behind him. I don't think he's going to hook it there. Jack White bowls, wraps him on the pads. Jack White likes it. Umpire doesn't. Don't know whether you get outside the line, did it come off an inside edge? He doesn't look all that aghast. It was an impassioned appeal from Jack White. I think he's actually patted the umpire on the back there.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a nick on that one.
Yeah.
Clive, having just had a look on the replay. Nevertheless, 124 for 8, 52 to win. Ben Sanderson with a fifer.
That's a good move to pat the umpire on that back, isn't it? Yeah, next shout, you know.
It's always a good idea, isn't it? Yeah, I tell you what, I think it's a day like this, you guys, you really earn your money, don't you?
Yes.
Whether it's on a hot stroke cold day like this, you really earn your money. Yes, I know. Well, a little bit of psychology comes into it sometimes, but it's, as far as Ben Sanderson's concerned, it's basically been an awful lot of skill today. 5 wickets, 5 for 28. He's into his 12th over, start of his second spell. And he's running in from this pavilion end to bowl to Michael Burgess. Keeper standing up. Burgess drives. Sanderson fields off his own bowling, sticks down a right hand and field. So the field, keeper standing up, 2 slips, deep backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on the boundary, deep mid wicket on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, long leg on the boundary.
Well, there's an element, I guess, of giving him one, but I think more it's to make sure that he doesn't try and launch it over the short boundary.
Absolutely, it seems to make sense. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Burgess, plays it up to long on for what would have been a very long single to Luke Proctor, and they decide against it. So that gives us a clue as to how Warwickshire might be looking to play this.
It's all well and good, but Burgess, again, it's so much easier to play the game sitting up here, but Burgess will need to try and score runs. It's no good, really, him just batting out 5 balls and then trying to get a single off the last ball. He needs to score some runs.
Zach Crawley is out down at Canterbury. Kent 6 for 1. Sanderson in, bowls, appeal, well, half appeal for LBW. I think he just took an inside edge, maybe a bit of glove, ran down into the slip cordon. Emilio Gay fields and there's no run, but Sanderson asking questions. Most deliveries, that target of Kent's that we were talking about, they need 168 to win. They are 6 for 1 in the second over. Crawley is out. To Dane Patterson, who Dave Bracegirdle was always telling me he doesn't like to use the new ball, but he's obviously used it to some effect today. Here's Sanderson. In again, bowls, and he's cut away by Burgess. Now they are going to take a single this time down to Safe Zabe at deep backward point. So Burgess goes to 36 and Warwickshire to 125 for 8. 51 more runs required. There are 2 balls to go in this over from Sanderson. Batters confer in mid-pitch.
Just wonder whether how much Kent will go for it there, or will they, at what point do they start thinking, well, maybe we take the 5 points for a draw?
What we have, we hold. Well, they, I'm sure, will be having a look at what's happening here, and they'll think if Northamptonshire are to get a win here, then those 5 points for the draw could be very, very important.
I'm going to call the game at Old Trafford. That's going to be a draw between Middlesex and Lancashire.
Absolutely. Here's Sanderson. Round the wicket to Hannon Dolby, who drives elegantly off the front foot up to Kerrigan, and there's no run at mid-off.
I don't want to encourage anyone to go and listen anywhere else, but what a game at Hove. Hudson Prentice has just hit successive 6s, and Leicester's last wicket pair now need 19 more to reach their target of 499. But don't listen to that. This is much more interesting.
Well, I tell you what, there are some fantastic finishes boiling up around the country, not least here. Here is Sanderson, round the wicket, bowls to Hannon Dolby, plays it out into the onside, long single if they'd wanted it out to mid-wicket, but they don't, and that's the end of the over. 125 for 8. It means Michael Burgess will have strike at the start of the next over. 125 for 8. Warwickshire need another 51 runs to win. We have 23 overs remaining, so
they can't do what they did last over every over and just score a single and keep.
Won't quite do it.
Dolby off strike, not unless they're playing for a draw, of course. Anyway, they've got Burgess on strike at the start of this over. Jack White. Brilliant, Sanderson's bowl. I don't think you should underestimate Jack White's contribution when they bowled in tandem.
Yeah, quite agree.
So, 2 slips in place. Again, they got fielders out on the short boundary. Plenty of places for Burgess to get a single, which he started running for one, but then presumably he was hoping there might be a 2, but he hit it too well for that. So he turns back, and it's a dot ball. It's another run turned down.
Afternoon to Adrian, one of our regular listeners at Shady8042. He said he was regretting not taking his Bluetooth earpiece out on his bike ride, I think, for the hat-trick, but he's now listening to us and praying for a Northamptonshire win. James Bashford as well. He says Northamptonshire can do this, nail-biting, listening to the commentary.
The field has dropped back on the 3rd boundary now, so just 1 slip in place. As White comes in to bowl to Burgess, who defends that back to the bowler. I mean, he's keeping them out here, Burgess, but at the moment he's not finding a way to score runs. And that will be a concern. He goes on a little walkabout.
Because the thing is, I mean, I suppose you could say, well, OK, you maybe think if he can see out White and Sanderson and wait for the other bowlers to come on, but that's potentially going to be, what, 10 overs away?
Yeah. White in to bowl, and Burgess drives at that. That will go to long off. And they don't take the single. I imagine he will next ball. It's usually the case. Doesn't mind giving Ollie Handorby a couple of deliveries to face. But the field has stayed back, so he can have that single if he wants it. Be doing an update shortly. In comes White, right arm over, and he's hit that upper sleeve, Burgess, and will get the single to square leg. So it's the same pattern as the previous over. It's not perfect from Warwickshire's point of view. 126 for 8, 50 more runs required.
Yep, and bright sunshine here at Edgbaston. Just the shadows of the stands and the pylons starting to encroach.
Update coming up, even though they're not telling us at the other end. But anyway, I should not take it. Well, this is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire is heading towards something of a thrilling end. Warwickshire are in severe danger of defeat now. They're 126 for 8. They were set what looked like a pretty generous 176 to win by a Northant side who desperately need the victory in their battle against relegation. But Warwickshire's top order was blown away, particularly by Ben Sanderson, who took a hat-trick and reduced them to 24 for 5. A partnership of 70 then between Ed Barnard and Michael Burgess appeared to have Warwickshire back on track, but Barnard went just before tea for 41, and since then Briggs for 24 and Miles for 1 have followed, Sanderson taking his 5th wicket, and Michael Burgess now has Ollie Handorby at the other end, and Warwickshire are still 50 runs shy of their target. They're 126 for 8. And White round the wicket. Handorby survives those 2 balls. White, I think, is a bit frustrated with himself because Handorby was able to leave both of those. But again, just 1 run off the over, and we're almost at a bit of a sort of, well, stalemate in a way.
It's all ground to a halt a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Afternoon to John Whiting, who says he's got us on the main television and listening to the end of the game at Hove on the iPad. So a bit of multitasking there. Well done. Nathan, listening to us, says, as it's the Ryder Cup later this month, could this be the start of Northamptonshire's miracle at Medina? Miracle in the Hollies, followed by it going oval-shaped at the Oval, and we'll be left wanting at Wantage Road.
Okay.
Very creative. Yeah. Nice one, Nathan.
Riss emailed, say, listening to a nail biter, is it possible to have OHD making another famous rearguard to save the day, as he did famously against Somerset a few years ago? Thanks for another great summer of great cricket coverage. Well, thank you, Riff, for listening. Appreciate that. Thank you for your comments.
Well, all things possible. 126 for 8, 50 to win. 2 slips, keeper standing up. Sanderson running into bowl to Michael Burgess. Plays it out into the covers. Easy single if they wanted it. They don't. Stays at 126 for 8. This is a... yeah, I from a trying to be as impartial as possible, I slightly share your frustration from a Warwickshire point of view. And I'm just not sure that this is going to cut the mustard, is it?
Well,
sooner or later,
yeah.
You feel Sanderson and or White are just going to get one to do a little bit, and then you're still a long way short. Anyway, they're out there. They know what they're doing. Here's Burgess playing that up to long on.
Well, they know more than me, that's for sure.
Well, likewise. Goes up to Proctor at long on, who fields, and there's no run.
I mean, I don't know whether they got in the back of their minds making sure they don't lose.
Yeah.
And
well,
just...
yeah. Well,
or maybe taking it to the last sort of 10 overs and then see where they are.
21 overs to go after this.
But as you say, you just think, good though Ollie Handorby is at keeping the ball out, will he be able to keep it out indefinitely?
Here's Sanderson running away from us. bowling to Burgess. And that just bounces on him a little. It plays it well out into the covers. There's no run. 50 runs away from victory. Warwickshire 2 wickets away from Northamptonshire winning a championship match on this ground for the first time since Matthew Hayden's side did it way back in 2000, when Northamptonshire were bowled to victory by Jason Brown, off spinner, despite a brave rearguard action from Neil Smith, who was Warwickshire's captain that year. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Sanderson, who goes for the little ramp down to fine leg, doesn't make contact. His keeper standing up, I suppose it's fair enough, but he didn't make contact with it. 126 for 8.
Did seem to come out of the blue a little bit, that one. Just suggests that Burgess is getting anxious now, but not scoring runs.
Yes, that was slightly against the run of play, I think.
Yes.
I think you call that. So,
as you say, perhaps he felt there wasn't too much risk involved.
Well, there's no, because they've got long leg, but it's quite square. Keeper standing up, so it's probably worth a try. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Burgess, who goes for a big expansive drive outside the off stump. Misses. Taken by McManus standing up, who flicks off a bail, has a look to see where the back foot is, realises that the keeper, that the batter's foot is grounded. Now,
last ball of the over.
Last ball of the over. So, Safe Zabe retreats back to backward point, deep backward point.
Well, that's surprising, because Burgess will take a single if he can.
He's going to say he's got no one for company back there. Safe Sabres, but lonely soul. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Burgess, who has cut it down to deep backward point for a single. Work that one out. End of the over.
Well,
that's a bit of a puzzle.
I suppose the only thing I can think of is that maybe Luke Proctor was thinking, what I was actually thinking is if he brings everyone to save the one, the temptation for Burgess will say, okay then, I'll crash it through you and take a 4 and then we'll worry about the strike later. So maybe he was worried that would happen, but it did make it rather easy for
well, it was
just to get the single.
Pushing backward point back almost onto the boundary. It was an easy single to be had. Anyway, Burgess goes to 38. It's another over ticks by. 127 for 8. Warwickshire need 49 to win. 2 wickets standing, 21 overs left.
48 to tie.
Yes, of course.
Jack White comes into her bowl. It's 8 points each for a tie, by the way, in case you're wondering. So there's a slip in place. Again, the field's well spread out. White in. Oh, Burgess comes down the pitch. He's launched that away, and he thinks he's going to have time to take 2, and they do. They're going to have to be fairly quick, but he has judged that right, and Burgess gets 2. And he'll be a little bit relieved to have done that. 129 for 8. He's on to 40.
It was in the air a while, wasn't it? But I think Proctor's pretty deep out there. They've now got long off on the boundary. Long on Proctor is about, what, 10, 12 yards in.
Still just that one slip, and everyone else pretty much spread out. Plenty of places for a single, but that's not what Burgess wants. He's clipped that round his pads, and he's gone on a run here, and I'm not sure they're going to get 2 here. They're not. I don't think that was intentional. I think he thought they might get 2, but Safe Zabe swooped on the ball quickly and they had to settle for 1. So Ollie Handorby comes to the strike with 4 balls of the over to go. 130 for 8. They've moved the scoreboard on with 3 runs, or 4 runs in the last 3 balls actually, but they've taken a bit of a risk.
Warwickshire have had 2 championship ties in history, against Sussex and Hove in 1952 and against Essex on this ground in 2003.
Okay.
Northamptonshire have had 3. Here's White.
That's a left, there's no run. I'm just trying to think about that 2003 one. I don't recall it. I mustn't have been here. I didn't go to every game in those days.
It was early season, 2003. Warwickshire 446 for 7 declared, hundreds for Jim Troughton and Dougie Brown. It was a double declaration.
Okay.
And Essex all out for 380. Ronnie Arani, 87.
So me saying I've never seen a tie, I mustn't have been at that game, or if I was, then I've completely forgotten.
5 for Ashley Giles.
White comes into bowl, and that's played to square leg for no run. Actually, if it's 2003, that probably was a year when I didn't do all that many Warwickshire games, so I probably wasn't there.
Well, Essex, interestingly, I mean, Essex were 365 for 7, and then lost the last 3 quickly, with 2 for Ashley Giles, picked up the last 2 wickets, including Middlebrook, James Middlebrook and Graham Napier in quick succession to win the game.
It's like a tie is always a bit of a disappointment for the batting side, because you're 1 run away from winning the game, and it sort of feels like a triumph for the bowling side because they've saved the game. White bowls, and Alan Dolby pushes that to mid-on, and there's no run. And Dolby goes on walkabout. He's kept 3, and White did well there, made him play, but he's kept 3 out this over. He's just done a bit of prodding on a pitch 2 pitches away. Now he's rehearsing the forward offensive. Desperately wants to keep this ball out.
So there was the Northamptonshire's 3. The most recent one was 1984 against Kent, which I did see. I was working on that one.
Jack White into balls. Last chance to get Handobby out this over, and Handobby gets a bit of an inside edge, squares down to the onside, and that, of course, is the unfortunate lot for a low-order batter. His career is denied an extra run onto his stats because he doesn't take what should have been a run, but he's done a job. He's kept 4 balls out. Warwickshire did manage to get 3 runs off that over. 130 for 8. They still need what looks right now a rather large 46 to win.
Yeah, that 1984 game, Northamptonshire needed 331 to win. All out for 330. Jim Griffiths run out, attempting the winning run against Kent after Duncan Wilde had made a very good 100.
And Leicestershire have fallen short. They have lost by 15 runs, 483 all out, 6 wickets for Jadav Undercat. What a game at Hove.
Kent, meanwhile, at 34 for 2 in the 5th over, so it looks as though they're going for it, but Daniel Bell-Drummond has now perished.
Crumbs, that's a big one to go.
So Tuanda Mayeye is still there on 21 off 16 balls, including a 6 and a 4, been joined by Jack Leaning. Ben Sanderson running in from the City end at the start of his 13th over bowls, and that's clipped away by Burgess, but they're not going to take the single, easy though it would have been. Out to one of the 4 fielders on the boundary in the leg side. Rob Keogh warming up at mid-off, so maybe, well, the overrate is level again, so they're perhaps, I don't know, maybe just that's at the back of Luke Proctor's mind that they don't want to finish up losing points.
Feels a bit risky.
Does, doesn't it?
Now.
Keogh did pick up the very important wicket of Ed Barnard just before tea. Here's Sanderson in again, and Burgess goes for the ramp, and this time he gets it. He's nailed it for 4. Down to fine leg again. Keeper standing up, no fine leg. Burgess reckons it's worth the risk, and he executes really well. 134 for 8. Warwickshire, they need 42 to win. Burgess goes to 45.
The umpire just adding a bit more drama to the occasion by having a good look at Ben Sanderson's follow through there. But yet 10 more of those from Burgess would do nicely from Warwickshire's point of view.
42 to win. 2 wickets in hand. We have 19 overs to go after this one.
There's a fielder on that long leg boundary now.
There is now. They put a man back.
Go for it.
Till the 2 slips in as Sanderson is in. Bowls to Burgess defensively forward, back down the pitch. Sanderson fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. So Sanderson, this is his 14th, isn't it? He bowled 10 in his first spell, so he's into his 4th over of this spell. Keogh is warming up. Sun has disappeared behind a cloud at the moment, but I don't think we're going to have any problems with the light. Here is Sanderson running away from us. Bowls to Burgess, pushes forward out into the covers. But there's one man saving one in that cover region. Hassan Azad goes straight to him, so there's no runs. Keogh just bowls one to Luke Proctor at mid-on, and Sanderson now having a chat with Proctor, his captain. Thought he was maybe gesturing save Zabe to come up, and they are. So they're not going to fall into the same trap as they did at the end of the previous Sanderson over when they got save Zabe back for the last ball and they were able to take an easy single. So Zabe now up into the ring at backward point as Sanderson is in, bowls, and that's handsomely driven by Michael Burgess. That could run all the way for 4. Keogh's in hot pursuit. He's not going to reach it. It crosses the rope. 2 boundaries in the over. 138 for 8. 38 to win. Michael Burgess to 49. We've seriously got a thriller on our hands here.
Well, it's going to go down to the wire one way or the other, isn't it? Brian's just pointing out to me that the tie we were talking about in 2003, apparently the scores were level and Graham Napier tried to hit Giles out of the ground. Well, presumably he should have just nailed him for a single, tried to hit him out of the ground and was bowled. I'm sure actually Giles would have enjoyed that.
Now, Sanderson changing the field, taking one of his slips out, so they're down to 1. And it's Karoon, who was in at first slip, is now coming out to short mid-wicket to try and save the single. Last ball of the over, Sanderson in. Bowls to Burgess, who's defensively forward, plays it up to Keogh at mid-off, end of the over. 138 for 8. Warwickshire need 38 to win. Northamptonshire need 2 wickets. 19 overs remaining. Now, is it going to be the spin of Keogh? Is Jack White going to have another over?
Well, it's the first time I think they've managed to keep Ollie Handorby on strike at the start of an over.
Keogh.
Just wondered whether he might have been tempted just to keep White on for one more over because of that. But then, number 10 batters aren't always the best when spinners come on. And probably, actually, we're talking about it potentially being risky. One thing Ollie Handorby won't try and do, I don't think, is hit Keogh out of the park. So, probably the worst case scenario from Northants is they get through this over without a run being scored. Probably, I might be doing Ollie Handorby a disservice. I remember one game they needed 8 in the final over to get an extra batting point, and he sort of, I thought, well, okay, they'll settle for not having a batting point to make sure he stays in. Last 2 balls of the over, cloughed him over the top for 4 and got the bonus point. So he can hit the ball if he wants to, but I'm not sure this is the situation to do it. 19 overs then. 38 required. These two came together with still 52 required. So if they're doing it in blocks, if they can get down to 26, they'll feel they're halfway there.
Afternoon to Peter Short at Northants legend. He says a lot of work's being done at the moment, and he sent me a picture of 3 screens on his desk, all showing different cricket matches.
Well, there's been some really exciting ones. Around the wicket comes Keogh, and very correctly front foot forward defensive shot. England all out inside the 50 overs, but they have scored 368. So it looks a pretty formidable score, but is it the Oval, mind you? Handorby plays that one away. Oh, he's going to get a run. In fact, he might even get 4. The ball is racing towards the rope. They're desperately chasing it, and he has got 4. Oh, and the Warwickshire supporters enjoy that. Such a popular player, Ollie Handorby.
That's the biggest cheer of the day, Clive, by a distance.
And, I mean, he does take his batting seriously. Whether everyone else does or not is another matter, but those 4 valuable runs, and if he could be there at the end, it would make quite a match for him, having taken career best figures. I might have him again at the end of the day. And that one, oh, it's an inside edge that wasn't far short of short leg. Azad was cartwheeled to his left to try and reach it. Still 3 balls of the over to go. Keogh still has a chance to try and get the number 10 out and get the number 11 in. Keogh comes into bowl, and that's a 4 defensive.
He's almost kneeling on the ball, wasn't
Yes.
he, there, OHD?
My greatest respect to him. Chris Rushworth is not as good as Ollie Handorby at keeping the ball out, so if they can get Rushworth in, they'll be very close, Northants. That was quite a wide delivery. He stuck his knee out at it, Ollie Handorby.
Kent have lost a 3rd wicket at Canterbury, 42 for 3.
Crumbs.
6th over. Jack Leaning's gone.
Now, in comes Rob Keogh. to bowl. And he's appealing for an LBW. I think it's probably outside the line.
Yeah.
And it's not out. Alan Dolby survives, more than survives. Got a 4 in the over, 142 for 8. 34 more required.
Just got himself outside the line, absolutely right, Clive. So, 34 to win. Well, as like you say, we had to go through the rain of yesterday and then the slightly farcical nature of the cricket before lunch today to get to this point, but it's well, it's given rich entertainment for the spectators that have stayed on today, or indeed have come into the ground a little bit later on, as I think a few did when they sensed that it might be an interesting finish. Could still go either way, could still be a tie, I suppose it could still be a draw, but 18 overs left. I think that's, as we've been saying all along, is probably a bit of a long shot. Here's Sanderson, 2 slips in, bowling to Burgess. Keeper standing up, Burgess is forward, plays it out into the covers, no run.
Another match to have been completed. It's the second individual match at Cardiff, which has ended in a draw. Glamorgan 401 for 5 in their second innings. I suppose it's at 4:30 the handshake time, but they rather cleverly declared. So they were able to finish 10 minutes earlier than that. So I imagine the next handshakes will come certainly at Gloucestershire, Derbyshire, and quite possibly at Old Trafford as well.
Ben Sanderson in again to bowl to Burgess, turns it out behind square on the leg side. There was a single there, but they didn't want it. Kerrigan fields down in front of the Hollies. So 2 balls gone in the over. Luke Proctor running across from long on to discuss something with Rob Keogh, his senior pro, who is at deep mid-off. Red Bull vice-captain is Lewis McManus, who's behind the stumps, encouraging Sanderson. 5 wickets in his bag already. And he's in again and bowls to Burgess, who plays it out square of the wicket on the offside. And Hassan Azad, wearing his shin pads, fields, and there's no run. I'll do one more ball, Clive, and then I'll just have to nip off literally for 1 minute, just to update BBC Radio Northampton, then I'll be back with you. Again, a bit of multitasking going on. It can be done. Sanderson turns, ground in shade at the moment. In and bowls to Burgess, who turns that out to mid-wicket. This time they are going to take the single. Applause around the ground now for every run. This is terrific. It's also the 50 for Michael Burgess. And what super level-headed, patient and valuable innings this has been by the Warwickshire keeper. 50 off 93 balls with 5 fours, and so much now resting on his shoulders. But it's 143 for 8. I'll let you finish the over, Clive.
50 in consecutive matches for Michael Burgess. Did finish up on the losing side last time. He'll hope not this time. He hasn't actually managed a century this season, but this is his 4th 50. And he's actually getting quite close to 500 championship runs for the season. Sanderson in, and Alan Dorby, that was the reason for the shout, is that was sort of in the air when it went past short leg, but they've got through for a single, which is interesting. 5th ball of the over. Again, I think they might have thought there was going to be 2 there. It does mean now that Burgess, facing the last ball of the over, will be anxious to get 1. But it is another run ticked off, of course. 144 for 8. 32 more required by Warwickshire. So often when you get lower order partnerships steering a team towards a victory, it's when they get very close that they start making mistakes and getting anxious. Sanderson bowls, and that's solidly played by Burgess, but it does mean Alan Dolby will be on the strike at the end of at the start of the next over. Was that a bit of a miscalculation by these two? Taking a single for Alan Dolby off the 5th ball of the over. 144 for 8. Alan Dolby on 5. Burgess on 50. Alan Dolby's kept out 18 deliveries so far. But he may have to keep at another 6 here. To Rob Keogh. Slipping a short leg. Keogh in. Hannah Dolby has gone past the outside edge. He played a forward defensive of that. It's missed everything. That will make him feel anxious with 5 balls of the over to go. And next one he defends very solidly. Gets enough bat on that to keep it out. Four more balls of the over to go. 16 overs to go after this one. He defends that. Bowler has his arm in the air. Not too sure why, because he did get a bat on that, Hannon Dolby. Just 1 for 9, Keogh. This is his 3rd over. Got the crucial wicket of Ed Barnard. Hannon Dolby stretches for that, wraps him on the pads, but not really an appeal, more a shout of anguish. 2 more balls of the over left. Short leg switches to short cover. And in fact, he's encouraged to go fine. He's now sort of at short mid-off. Silly mid-off, you could say. That one is clipped by Hannon Dolby past that fielder to backward point. Could have had a single if he wanted, probably. But, with the 5th ball of the over, he's not going to make that mistake this time. You just desperately want to keep this next ball out. And Michael Burgess have a go next over. Keogh round the wicket. And that is another forward defensive by Hannon Dolby. And the home crowd applaud. Seeing off another over. 16 overs to go, 32 required. Michael Burgess on 50. One thing that occurs to me is that Hannon Dolby has taken the strike for the last 2 Rob Keogh overs, and we did wonder whether it might be a bit of a gamble for Northants to put Keogh back on, and whether Michael Burgess might fancy scoring some runs against him. Well, Burgess hasn't had the opportunity, because they've found themselves with Hannon Dolby on strike each time. Hannon Dolby has hit 1-4 off in mind, but now it's Ben Sanderson, his 16th over. How much has he got left in the tank? Might only need 2 more balls, of course. He's coming into bowl to Burgess, who clips that to long on and declines the single that was available to him.
Back with you, having done my duty for BBC Radio Northampton.
Always good to do your duty.
Absolutely. I tell you what, you really just wouldn't want to put money one way or the other at the moment, would you? No, you wouldn't. Gloucestershire Derbyshire have given up their game as a draw, as in comes Sanderson. Right arm over, and that's clipped round the pads, and it's out in the deep, low run. It'd be a bit of a surprise if these 2 teams on Sunday now to shake hands on a draw, wouldn't it? That would, yes, I think that's probably not going to happen.
They haven't shaken hands yet at Old Trafford. So I mean, a quick flurry of wickets could still get them in, but they need 7 wickets still. And they can only have about 16 overs left to get them. Middlesex are still behind, but it looks like they're going to get the draw out of that one. Sanderson to Burgess. And he's wrapped on the pad. Sanderson turns and appeals. It's a very elegant appeal. Legs apart, arms wide. Not out.
I thought 2 noises there, Clive.
Yeah, might have been.
Did.
Yeah. Didn't get massive support from his teammates.
I think there might have been a little nick on that one.
How many wickets were Kent down when you last mentioned them?
3.
4 now.
All crumbs.
52 for 4.
Well, at some point they're going to have to decide if they're going to keep going for it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Only had 8 overs.
In comes Sanderson. And that's gone past the outside edge, through to the wicket-keeper who's standing up. Sanderson turns away in frustration. And Burgess just holds the pose. Should we ask a question or two this over? 2 balls left. He'll want to have the strike for a Rob Keogh over, I'm going to suggest. But the fielders, certainly on the offside, are coming in. We'll be doing an update on BBC CWI in a moment. Can they bear the excitement? In comes Sanderson to bowl, and that's placed nicely on the offside. There's going to be runs here. Tell you about those in a moment. We're heading for a dramatic finish here. Warwickshire are 147 for 8. Which means they need now 29 more runs to win, but Northants need just 2 wickets. This has fluctuated this innings. It looked like a generous declaration. We had some dreadful low-intensity cricket this morning, all designed to set up an exciting finish, and to be fair, it worked. Northants set Warwickshire, looked a very generous 176 to win, then reduced them to 24 for 5, with Ben Sanderson taking 4 wickets, including a hat-trick. A 70-run partnership between Ed Barnard and Michael Burgess appeared to have Warwickshire on course, but wickets have fallen at fairly regular intervals since. Sanderson now has 5. These two came together at 124 for 8. They have pushed Warwickshire that little bit closer, with Burgess on 53 and Ollie Hallen-Dalby on 5. They're 147 for 8. They need 29 more to win. So, no shot played there by Ollie Hallen-Dalby going down the leg side.
All the crowd are getting into it now as well, which is great. It's great. So, it's funny, Clive, and we were saying, talking about all the various permutations, and yeah, Kent now 53 for 4. Interestingly, Ben Compton, who would normally open, has just gone in at number 6. So presumably they were sort of keeping him back, and we're going to put the more aggressive players higher up and leave Compton there to...
So in fact we get an extra over there. Not that it's going to matter, I don't
we
think.
get a Brucey bonus over.
Yeah.
So 16 overs remaining, the signal of the last hour of this match. 29 runs required. When I was doing all the calculations about the various results, you thought, well, what I hadn't factored was a Northamptonshire win and a Kent defeat.
Yeah,
that could make life
interesting,
a little more interesting. That would make the gap quite a small one. But, well, there's a lot to go on both matches before that happens.
I think it'd make the gap 9 points.
9 points, yeah, it would be certainly single figures.
But obviously Middlesex are going to get an extra 5, so you'd be 16 points behind Middlesex.
Yeah, but still and you're still in the realms of having 2 sides that you need to do badly.
Warwickshire will roll Middlesex over next game for you.
I'm sure it'll do a decent thing. Here's Rob Keogh bowling to Burgess, who turns it down to Sanderson at long leg for what would have been an easy single, but they decide not to take it. So 29 more runs required. These two have put on 23 for the 9th wicket. Priceless runs. Here's Keogh in bowls short down the leg side. Good take by Lewis McManus, and Burgess must have been tempted to just lay into that one and paddle it round the corner, but he saw that Sanderson was back on the boundary. Also they've got a deep backward square. That next ball is turned up to deep mid wicket, and this time they do go for the single. So the 3rd ball of the over, the single has been taken. 148 for 8. 28 runs required.
Good finish for Central Sparks. They seem to be in a good position. 149 for 2 after 33 overs. They need 93 more from 17 overs, about 5.5 an over to win, with plenty of wickets in hand. Eve Jones is on 50, and that's at Taunton. Now they're bringing out, I think, another helmet. Yep, I think we're going to have another fielder just getting into Ollie Hallen-Dalby's eye line. They've got a forward short leg in, and Safe Save is now tucking his white floppy hat into the back of his trousers, and he's going to go across to forward short leg for the left-handed Hallen-Dalby, with Hassan Azad now going across to Silly Point, right in the eye line. Slip Silly Point forward short leg as Keogh is round the wicket. Bowls to Hallen-Dalby, pushes forward. Just pushed a little firmly at that. It
bounces just in front of the man in there at silly point. My goodness, what a master stroke that would have been if that had worked. 2 balls to go in the over, 28 to win. Keogh in bowls to Hannon Dolby outside the off stump, leaves it alone, goes through to Lewis McManus.
I do think Hannon Dolby is potentially vulnerable to the close in fielders. There's a few that have been just a little uppish off his bat. Close range.
Keogh in again, bowls to Hannon Dolby, who's beaten outside the off stump. Bit of turn from Keogh, goes past the outside edge, end of the over, so Burgess will have strike for the start of the next one. Applause from around the ground, I think, for Hannon Dolby for surviving it. 148 for 8. Burgess is 54, Hannon Dolby is 5. 28 runs required.
Yeah. Sanderson ball to Burgess.
Very surprised they haven't called it a day yet at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
That game really is going absolutely nowhere.
Sanderson to Burgess. And Burgess has clipped that. Oh, where's that gone? That's gone to the field on the mid-wicket boundary, so there's no run. Would have been a single, but he's not going to take it. Well, one result, by the way, in the Rachel O'Hare Fint Trophy. The Northern Diamonds have beaten Thunder by 48 runs at Sale. Never been to Sale. I mean, the cricket ground. Been to Sale. Done some rugby there. In comes Sanderson. Oh, that wraps him on the pass. He tried to work it on the leg side. Sanderson appeals, I think, more than in hoping than in expectation.
Going down.
And it's not out.
Yeah, good decision going down.
Come on, Benny. Someone shouts in the crowd. To which you probably respond, well, this is my 17th over, so I'm doing my best.
I don't think I've ever heard him called that, actually. So he's not really a Benny, is he?
5 wickets for him. Found 1 7-wicket haul in the match. If he can get that, he'll win the game for Northants. But that Burgess has whipped that one away. And it's a bit of a negotiation, I think, between him and Hannon Dolby as to whether to take the single, 3rd ball of the over, and eventually they decide not to. Clearly, Burgess probably thinks giving Sanderson 3 deliveries at Hannon Dolby might just be a little bit pushing their luck. But the field remains spread out, so if he wants a single off the 4th ball of the over, he can have it. Ben Sanderson backing himself to strike with 2 balls at Hannon Dolby, and that's exactly what he's going to have the opportunity to do, because that's played to long on for a single. 149 for 8.
One of those circumstances when a little inside edge for 4 or a little outside edge down to 3rd man or something like that just could change the whole complexion of this game. 27 to win. Warwickshire get it below 20, then they'll think that's another little psychological barrier crossed. I wonder how Chris Rushworth's feeling.
Yeah. He's either thinking, come on, let me hit the winning runs, or he's thinking, don't you dare. Sanderson comes into bowl, and Hannon Dolby leaves that. Holds the pose afterwards. Missing by enough as far as Hannon Dolby was concerned. A few oohs and ahs behind the stumps.
I bet they'll be having in the dressing room downstairs will be people not moving. They're not allowed to move. They'll have to stay where they are.
Yes.
Where they were when the partnership began.
It's not terribly rational, really, is it? But,
totally irrational, but everybody does it. There's a lot of consultation here about the field for the last ball of the over. Are they going to? I just wonder if they're going to put Taylor in a catching position, sort of leg gully. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They are. So giving.
It's almost
Hannon
leg
Dolby,
theory.
It is a bit of company here.
Sanderson bowls, course on leg stump, or wide of leg stump, and Hannon Dolby did have a little whip at it, but he missed. Which is probably good news for him. 149 for 8, end of the over.
And that is a terrific bit of keeping. It was down the leg side. It could easily have just skewed off the glove for a bye or 2.
I'm just going to bring Nikki in for 10 or 15 minutes before I do my next update, to bring her in on this thrilling finish.
Yes, absolutely. 149 for 8. 27 runs required by Warwickshire. It's just starting to get a little bit gloomy now. Obviously, it's coming up to 20 to 5. Shudder to think what it's going to be like in a couple of weeks' time when we're still playing with these out. Afternoon, Nikki. I tell you what, this is a corker, isn't it?
This really is. Yeah, I don't know what's it going to be like in 3 weeks' time. It's going to be colder, I can tell you that for sure.
Well, yeah, they're saying it's going to get warmer towards the weekend again, but well, we'll see.
Well, you got Keogh in from the Birmingham City end, and it's a full delivery, but it's played off the back foot by Burgess here, who's played terrifically. 55 of 107 deliveries. So close, yet so far taking his team closer to that victory. And this one again, fuller delivery, played off the back foot by Burgess. Probably made that slightly more challenging for himself than he needed to. As in comes Keogh again, and Burgess off the back foot works this into the leg side, and McManus leisurely jogs towards the square leg umpire to retrieve the ball, and no intention between Burgess and Hannon Dalby to take on a single as in comes Keogh again, and this time Burgess forward drives down to deep point, and they'll pick up a single, and Warwickshire, they touch the 150 mark. So they're just 25 runs away from victory here at Edgbaston against Northamptonshire. They've lost 8 wickets. There's a clear change in tactics for Hannon Dalby and Burgess. Now we've just had all the players decide they're actually going to come into the ring, apart from the man down at deep point. And now with Hannon Dalby on strike, who got a silly point, a short leg, a slip. Extremely attacking here from Northamptonshire as Keogh's in to bowl to the left-hander, who plays this off the back foot. A full delivery again, just refraining himself from getting forward. Perhaps just the pressure of men round the bat is adding to that. Makes it slightly more harder just to commit.
Confirmation draw at Old Trafford between Lancashire and Middlesex.
It's Keogh again to Hannon Dalby, who's forward, and this time defends it straight into the hands of Garunau in front of the bat, and that brings up the end of the over. 48 overs gone. Warwickshire have 150 for 8. They trail by 25. They need 25 to win.
26 to
26 to win.
Yeah, 25.
I'll need your binoculars.
26 to win. I reckon that was the first You Bears of the afternoon that we heard downstairs there. We haven't had, say, the crowd have it's been a sort of a slow boiler today, hasn't it, really? But in the last half an hour or so, particularly since Ollie Hannon Dalby got out there, they really have been getting into it and giving Northamptonshire bowlers a bit of jip when they appeal for something, and I reckon that was the first You Bears of the afternoon. Won't be the last if Warwickshire get past this total. Well-deserved drink for Michael Burgess, who's been out there a long time. Yeah, Lancashire against Middlesex is a draw. Middlesex finishing on 160 for 3. So they are still certainly very much in the relegation basement with Kent, who you think it's probably odds on a draw at Canterbury now. Kent needed another 114 to win, but lost 4 wickets, so
Apparently it was quite entertaining for all those down at the Oval, as well as 182 runs of 124 balls for Ben Stokes, the highest individual ODI score for England.
150 for 8 here, 26 to win, change of bowling. Sanderson comes off, his partner in crime Jack White comes on. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 39, 2 slips. He runs away from us to bowl to Michael Burgess, who's gone big. Is he going to be caught? Oh, it's over the top of him for 6. Went for the big swing. Tom Taylor out there on the boundary. And there's the You Bears again. I didn't think it'd be long. And Taylor leaping up to try and get a hand on that, but it's the short boundary. Burgess decided to target it. He goes to 62, 156 for 8, 20 to win.
Well, you heard the U-Bears being chanted again, and you're going to hear them.
Every run now, I suspect, will get one of those. But we have still a long on the boundary, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, long leg on the boundary. What does Burgess do this time? White is in, bowls to him. He's clipped that away, out to Taylor again on the deep mid-wicket boundary, all along the floor. They don't go for the single. So it was the first ball of the over. White, you can see, gazing to the heavens, can't believe that he maybe just a hint of a loosener about that one, and it was swung away by Burgess. Didn't clear the fielder by much, but it cleared him by enough to go for half a dozen. 20 to win. Here's White, runs in, bowls to Burgess, plays defensively, back down the pitch.
I tell he's taking that a bit more of an attacking sort of attitude here, Burgess. As White was through his run-up, he just took a few shuffles down the pitch.
Hannon Dolby, yes, he's clearly, maybe they think Jack White is maybe getting a bit tired. He's into his, what is he into his now? His 14th over. He's bowled an awful lot of overs this season. Here's White in again, bowls to Burgess, clips it back past the bowler, and they're going to have a single. As Proctor comes in off the long on boundary, shies at the stumps, almost going for a double play there. Could have hit either set of stumps, in the end hit neither. And they are through safely for the single. Burgess to 63. Warwickshire 157 for 8, 19 to win. We still have, after this one, 12 overs remaining. Well, I wonder if anybody on the ground decided to invest in the draw. I think they might lose their money, but it's long consultation now between Luke Proctor and Tom Taylor, who's come off his fielding position on the boundary in front of the Hollies and is now going across to mid-wicket, saving one. 2 slips and a forward short leg as Hannon Dolby is on strike with 2 balls left in the over. White round the wicket to him. Hannon Dolby drives elegantly up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Could have been Frank Woolley through half-closed eyes. Beautiful stroke. But not able to beat Proctor in there. Fairly deep at mid-off. Just needs to survive this delivery. They won't be looking, I wouldn't have thought, for a single. Want to keep Burgess on strike for the start of the next over. Here's White in, bowls to Hannon Dolby, who drives again fluently out towards the boundary, and Proctor was sort of running around, shadowing it, just trying to persuade Ollie Hannon Dolby that a beautiful stroke like that deserved a run. But Hannon Dolby puts the team above personal glory, as he would, and that's the end of the over. 157 for 8, 19 to win. Hannon Dolby is 5. Burgess is 63. We have 12 overs to go, and it will be Keogh to continue from the Birmingham end.
19 runs required as well. The result is imminent here at Edgbaston.
James Freeman, one of our regular listeners, just saying, what a very odd game. Yep. But we wouldn't have missed it for anything. It's still...
It was a very odd game.
And it's still anybody's. That's the point.
Here's Keogh from the Birmingham City end, and he's packed out his leg side with 5 men out on the boundary as he's in to Burgess, who drives to deep cover and does not decide to take a run. So we've got 5 men out on the leg side. You've got 4 men out on the offside, all on the boundary. As this time Keogh's in, and it's hit straight, and Keogh misfields, and it just ends up being fielded by long on. And again, no intention of any run here. So yes.
Just wondering if that was at least a technical chance, but I don't think it was. I think it just eluded him. Full toss. Oh, I tell you what, I think that might have been half a chance to rob Keogh. Caught and bowled.
Here comes Keogh now, and this is defended by Burgess off the front foot. All fielders out on the boundary here, and on the lakeside boundary, everyone's probably roughly 15 bases off, given how large it is. And it's Kyoto Burgess again, who this one time flicks it down to deep square leg, and they'll take the single here, which means we're going to have a change in field as Hannon Dolby comes on to strike. The last 2 balls of Keogh's 6th over. Just the 2 men out now. It's going to be a long on and a deep square leg.
Certainly crowding Hannon Dolby now. They've got a slip, forward short leg, silly point, and they're going to bring in a second slip or a gully. Yep, Taylor's coming across into the gully.
Talk about feeling suffocated as Keogh's at the top of his mark from the Birmingham City end, and all 4 men round the back, crouched, glaring at Hannon Dolby as he's off the back foot, and there's a big plead, and there is no interest from the umpire.
It was short, a bit high, I think. Yes, plea is the right word there. He was absolutely, well, trying to
There was desperation.
He was trying to persuade Rob Bailey that was out. He was on the back foot, which I think was why the interest was, but it was going over the top, I think.
And this time it's a full delivery. He's looked to sweep, and as he got bat on that, it runs away down to the boundary, it kisses the white rope. He's got something on it, be it some glove. And that is the end of the over. Warwickshire move on to 162 for 8. 14 runs required for victory.
That is a huge bonus for Warwickshire and for Ollie Hannon Dolby. It was almost a slightly frustrated ball from Rob Keogh down the leg side, and he just got a little bit of a bottom edge on it, and Lewis McManus was reading it and went down the leg side but couldn't get anything on it. Kent have lost another wicket. They're now 5 down at Canterbury, 60 for 5. Surely now it's just going to be a question of Brigadier block, but can they their last 5 wickets keep Nottinghamshire at bay? My goodness, so much going on. 14 to win now, and well, as you said, it was a little bit of a bottom edge, but the vast majority of people in the ground wouldn't care if it had come off boot, helmet, backside, or a combination of all the above. It's 4. It's 14 to win. It's 162 for 8. Long consultation between Jack White and Luke Proctor. Now, there's a lot of, obviously, field shuffling going on. They've got 2 slips in at the moment.
Not just on the field, there's going to be a quick shuffle in the commentary box
here
as well. I'm going to let Clive come back in as his team is edging towards victory here.
Well, Jack White will hope that he can still have a say in the result here in the positive way for Northamptonshire. He's running in to start his 15th over, 162 for 8. Burgess on strike, White is in bowls, and Burgess has gone big. That's enormous. It's 6 runs into the Hollies stand. Burgess standing and delivering, and that has gone a long way. That's gone quite a few rows back. We know it's a short boundary that side, but he picked that up so cleanly. First ball of the previous over from White. Burgess swung into the Hollies. First ball of this over from White, he swung into the Hollies. And now it's 168 for 8, 8 to win.
Well, if Michael Burgess does get Warwickshire over the line, this will have been some effort from him. 24 for 5, and even 124 for 8. They look second favourites, but Burgess has stuck through. He's 70 not out.
Well,
if he were to get out now, though, Rushworth and Hannon Dolby needing to get another 8 runs, that'll be interesting.
God, it'd be like Wilfred Rhodes and George Hurst at the Oval in 1902. We'll get them in singles, Wilfred. 8 to win. Here's Jack White running into bowl to Michael Burgess, who's gone big. That's gone straight up in the air. White has called for it. Is he going to catch it off his own bowling? He's dropped it. He's dropped it, he called for it, it went up many a mile. He called for it himself and he dropped it. It's a single. Burgess to 71, 169 for 8. Poor Jack White, who has been, as we say, the mainstay of not just Northamptonshire's attack, but of Northamptonshire's team this season. He took the responsibility himself, he called for it, but it went up a long, long way. And having got there, he couldn't quite hang on. It goes to the turf, and Warwickshire needs 7 to win.
Well, he did take the responsibility. You're absolutely right. It's a heartbreaker for him. I just wonder, though, because it was coming over his head, whether Luke Proctor running in might have found it a bit more comfortable.
The thing was, he called early, and Proctor then rightly thought, well, if I go in, we could finish up making a mess of it anyway. But in the end, White couldn't head on. He's just, you can see him at the end of his bowling mark now, just looking distraught. But he's still got a job to do. He could still win this game.
He's got 4 balls at hand Dolby potentially.
He has. Here he is, round the wicket, bowling to Hannon Dolby, who drives out into the covers. Kerrigan fields just on the perch there at short extra, and there's no run.
I think it was almost a loss of concentration, really. Burgess going for the single there. Obviously, probably thought he was going to be out, but no real logic to him going for it, because it's not as if it would have meant Hannon Dolby would have been on strike if he'd been out, because of course that doesn't apply anymore. So Rushworth would still have had to face the 4 balls, however.
So Jack White, bathed in sunshine as the whole ground is now. 3 balls to go in the over. Warwickshire needs 7 to win. Here's White round the wicket, bowls to Hannon Dolby, who's calm as you like, plays it back down the pitch, gets a round of applause from the crowd, and rightly so. And White just tosses the ball up to Keogh at mid-off.
He's steaming here, Jack White, isn't he? You really can't help but feel for him. It wasn't an easy chance,
no,
was it?
I was just watching it again, and he got into position, and then he just made a little late adjustment towards the ball, and in the end he finished up taking it too close to the ground, and it just went through his fingers. Here's White in, bowls to Hannon Dolby, who drives, but again straight to Kerrigan at short extra. No run.
I witnessed Warwickshire's 50-over game against Sussex. Admittedly, there wasn't a great deal riding on the game, but I've forgotten the guy's name. A young player who was actually fielding a substitute fielder. He had played in the competition, with Warwickshire needing 5 to win, 9 wickets down, dropped a catch on the boundary and effectively cost his team the game. It was hard to watch.
Can be very cruel sometimes, this great game of ours. Short goes White. Hannon Dolby has nothing to do with it. That was the end of the over. And another round of applause for Ollie Hannon Dolby. 169 for 8. Warwickshire rather, needs 7 to win. Replaying the game before. Burgess is 71. Hannon Dolby is 9. And 7 runs separate Warwickshire from victory.
What I will say about that incident at Sussex was it was notable at the end of the game. Every Sussex player went running up to the young man. Said, "What do you do that for?" No, they didn't. They went up there to encourage him and comfort him, and I'm quite sure Northants will do the same. Not that Jack White's a young player, but if that proves to be the moment that finally costs them the game, then I'm sure none of his teammates will have a go at him, although as Rob Keogh comes in to bowl, and that's played a long on for no run. Do you remember Bob Hatton, the former footballer, telling me that, I think it was when he was at Blackpool, and he missed a sitter in the last minute, which would have saved Blackpool from relegation. And no one would look at him, apparently, the changing room after the game. That's played the back of square leg for a single. He had to sort of say, bye lads. That's game of the season. Nobody responded. He wasn't there the following season, so it was all right.
Imagine.
Anyway, this game is still alive. Still 7 runs required. Keogh into Burgess is on 71. Guides that down to 3rd, but there's a fielder there, so he won't get a run.
Justin Broad is on the field. I'm just looking to see who's gone off. Might be Ben Sanderson, actually. I can't see him out there at the moment. Oh, you see, he's down there to the long on.
Keogh to Burgess, who clips that into the deep for a single. I mean, they can do this at 1 run and over now, but it's going to be fairly excruciating if they do. 170 for 8, 6 more required.
Well, how many U Bears are we away, you reckon, from Warwickshire getting these?
Well, lots of feelers going around the bat. Be interested to see if they get Jack White to do one more, maybe just to tempt Michael Burgess to go for that big shot again. Yeah. 4 around the bat, 3 on the offside and a short leg. Rob Keogh round the wicket. Hannon Dalby defends back to the bowler. 1 more ball this over to go. Chris Rushworth will be, what will he be thinking now? Just keep it out, Ollie, be thinking. Warwickshire looking for their 5th win of the season, a win that would keep them in the chance of finishing as high as 3rd, realistically. Hannon Dalby plays that down to the ground, and there's no run. There's a few U Bears and practically a standing ovation for Hannon Dalby as he keeps another ball out. How many balls has Hannon Dalby faced now? He's faced 42, so he really has done a terrific job at number 10. It's not one that he hasn't done before. Famously, that game against Somerset when he had a broken arm. Talk about Somerset supporters chuntering in the past. They chuntered at that one because he probably should have been, well, he should have been given out court at one point, but it wasn't given. It was a televised match, so the evidence was there for everyone to see. But anyway, he batted for a good half hour with a broken arm to save that game.
These two have put on, what, 46 for the 9th wicket so far. Came together at 124 for 8 when I must admit, I think Northamptonshire, certainly I thought Northamptonshire were probably just about going to...
Just got to do an update. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are closing in on a possible victory, but it's been very tense. They're 170 for 8. They still need 6 more to win, but the 9th wicket pair of Michael Burgess and Ollie Hannon Dalby have steered them towards victory with a stand of 46 so far. Burgess has hit 72. He's hit some splendid shots, but he did get a life a short while ago. There's an appeal there for a caught behind against him, which is turned down. He skied one in the air, and bowler Jack White wasn't able to cling on to it, and Burgess survived, leaving Warwickshire a little bit closer to victory. Sanderson's taken 5 wickets. Northants at one stage reduced Warwickshire to 24 for 5 after making what seemed a very generous declaration, but Warwickshire are close now. They're 170 for 8. They need 6 more to win. Yes, I'm not quite sure why our newsroom aren't actually playing the news to me. They normally do, so I nearly forgot that one. Just got there in time. Was it you and me? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Here's White, bowls to Burgess. It's gone up in the air. Is it going to be drop safe? It does just drop in front of Rob Keogh. It was almost similar sort of stroke to the one that went up and that Jack White dropped. That just didn't quite carry to... Rob Keogh came in, and I think he's done his...
I think his knee might have landed on the ball.
He's got a very grassy knee, and he's had to replace his divot like a well-disciplined golfer. Anyway, more to the point, it's not a run. There would have been one there, but they decided this time against it.
He's taking risks here, Burgess, isn't he?
Isn't he just? 170 for 8, 6 to win. White is in, bowls to Burgess on leg stump, turned down towards fine leg. Appeal for LBW, clearly going down. Goes down to the boundary, but they don't take the run. Stays at 170 for 8. Cries of lovely Jack. Hannon Dalby comes down and has a chat with his partner. Has Ollie Hannon Dalby assumed the role of senior partner here, do you think? Sort of telling Michael Burgess how to play it.
Yeah, maybe saying if you take a single, I can survive 2 balls.
Here's Jack White in. Bowls to Burgess. He swung that away. Is that it? That's it! Warwickshire win. It's the 3rd 6 in 3 overs for Michael Burgess. And Warwickshire win by 2 wickets. A breathless, exciting finish set up by some, as my friend and colleague Mr. Clive Eakin would say, low-intensity cricket before lunch. Warwickshire have chased down the target thanks to an unbroken 9th wicket partnership of 52 between Michael Burgess and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Warwickshire win by 2 wickets. Clive, what a terrific afternoon we've had.
Well, it has been, and full credit to Michael Burgess. Brilliant, brilliant performance from him in making 78. I think Northamptonshire will feel comfortable enough about what they've done today for all the criticism they got early on. It almost paid off for them, but not quite. And actually, the way other results have gone, they do live to fight another day in the battle against relegation. As for Warwickshire, look, it's not been the most brilliant win in terms of performance across the whole match, but they have won it. It's a 5th win of the season, and Michael Burgess will take the plaudits, along with Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who, with his 7 wickets in the first innings, survived 42 deliveries in the second, scoring 9 runs. It's actually quite a lightning pace for him. But Michael Burgess will get the applause. 78 not out. And yeah, look, for all we can discuss the sort of cricket we saw this morning, what it aimed to achieve, it did achieve. It gave us a thoroughly entertaining afternoon. The crowd have thoroughly enjoyed it. Not a massive crowd, but you can hear a noisy one. And it's Warwickshire who prevail in the end. That certainly secures their First Division status for next season, if it was in any doubt. Northants, well, Warwickshire could do them a favour in the next game and beat Middlesex, but handshakes all around, and there we are. So, a thrilling finish. Warwickshire win by 2 wickets.
Yeah, and it's been a great pleasure as ever to come to Edgbaston. Thank you very much from my point of view for the staff here. It's always a very friendly place to come, and of course we've thoroughly enjoyed the last 4 days. I think, Clive, we've had many crosswords, or
Not too many.
Except what it maybe just the queue for the fish and chips today was, I think, about the nearest we come. But anyway, thoroughly enjoyable game, and I echo entirely what you said. It was a means to an end at the start of the day. Northamptonshire, I think, leave Edgbaston with heads held high. They gave it a very good go, and as you say, with the way the results look like going, they'll still be afloat, at least when they go to the Oval next week, and of course we'll be there for that one.
And we'll be at Lords for the Middlesex game, so thank you, Andrew. Thanks to Nicky and also to Phil we've had earlier in the game. I'm Clive Eakin, and there we are. There is still, well, there's obviously the one-day international still going on BBC Online, and the game at Canterbury is still going on, with Kent seemingly now trying to hang on for a draw. They are 5 wickets down with 16 overs to go. They need another 103 to win, but I think it's a case of going for a draw. So if you want to listen to that, you can do so at BBC Online. But from us all from Edgbaston, after an entertaining end to the game, Warwickshire winning by 2 wickets, we'll say a very good evening, and thank you as ever very much for listening.